to day 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round number 3 from the sunny Queensland Raceway. Yes, there's a slight breeze heading across the track and we're about to get underway with some fantastic racing today. We've got a big day schedule lined up. Of course, 8 categories racing this weekend with just under 300 entries. Yes, it's a massive 2 days of thunder as Matt Nolte joins me in the commentary box. And we're not too far away from TA2 qualifying for day number 2.
Morning, Matty Cav. Morning, everybody. And morning, Queensland Raceway. A lot of punters here early for some on-track action. And look at the distance. We've got the threat of some weather later on here today. And if we didn't need any more twists to the mix, I don't know what we've got. Jared McLean's down in pit lane with Melinda Price this weekend, covering all the action. We had a big day yesterday, but day 2 promised to be just as big. Good morning.
Here with Matt from Brock Payne Racing, father of Brock the driver, and you guys have really focused on setup, not leaving the track until 9 p.m. last night. Run me through the kind of changes you guys have made.
Mainly spring rates and heights. The car just wasn't doing what Brock wanted it to do. Too much trying to understeer, then into oversteer. So we hope we've got a better balance, today. We're hoping it'll be a lot better.
A few helpers coming in from all quarters. What the good thing, I guess, with Brock is that if you can get him into the window where he's comfortable, you know he can bring the pace in this upcoming qualifying session, don't you?
Yeah, that's 100%. Like, Brock will drive around a car to a certain extent, but we know yesterday there was nothing left in that car he could get out. But today, hopefully, the car's got a little bit more, and we'll see how we go.
We're looking forward to it. Best of luck.
Thanks very much, mate. Appreciate it.
Okay, so down here in front of the newly named Alice Bongo Buckley's car, she's got some heavyweights in her corner, which explains why she's been so fast this weekend. Tim Slade, you've been testing the car and helping Alice?
Yeah, we've done a couple of test days prior to this weekend, but yeah, she's doing an amazing job, and she was fast straight away from the first time she drove the car, and it's pretty impressive because she really has only done half a day before this weekend. So yeah, she's nailed everything this weekend, and up bar we need to do a little bit of work on the starts, but that's something pretty new for her. So yeah, hopefully we can qualify up the front again today and nail the starts and race up the front.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, if she can be that fast when she's violently unwell, she's going to be a weapon when she's feeling good, isn't she?
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah, rocked up the first day and said, is Alice coming or not? Because, yeah, she's been quite crook during the week, so she's getting her naps in before the races, yeah, trying to charge up as much as possible. So, no, she's got an amazing team behind her, awesome supportive family and a great group of guys that prep the car. So, yeah, all the ingredients are there, and I look forward to, seeing her progress, yeah, for the rest of this year and next year when she, I guess, more so solely focuses on the TA2.
Yeah, and I imagine you spent a bit of time last night dissecting those rolling starts for today.
Yeah, we have. Haven't sort of spoken about it too much so far this morning. It's more so just a focus on qual, and then, yeah, we'll have a bit more of a chat about it before the race.
Well, like you said, she's got a brilliant team around her. I'm sure she'll be unstoppable.
Hope so, yeah, that's the plan.
Here with Cam Sendall. Cam, give me an overall health update on this awesome field of TA2 muscle cars.
Mate, for the month we've had, the health's very good, mate. We've got 23 cars here this weekend. We've been from one end of the nation to the other. Still got a good turnout of cars, so we're very, very happy with what's going on. The category's really going along really well.
This second session of qualifying about to roll out. We've seen only really minor mechanical issues. You must be so happy with this field being able to make it out of this second qualifying session for the weekend at 2 days of thunder.
Yeah, mate, mechanical's been really good this weekend. Obviously, the weather plays a lot with it with these cars, temperatures and everything like that, with brake temps and all that sort of stuff. So, very happy. Nice, cool, overcast day today, so we'll be in for some good racing for sure. Lap time should be pretty good as well.
Fantastic stuff. Mel has another one lined up for us.
Okay, Tyler Cheney, what's the plan for Team Cheney today?
Put it on pole.
That sounds like an awesome plan, and beat the old man too, I guess.
Yeah, that's always the second one. Try and beat him, keep it in front.
So what do you think of the Queensland circuit?
Yeah, it's a good track. It's definitely good for good battles and that. It's always, keeping you on the toes watching.
All right, well, it's getting nice and noisy down here, as you can hear, so I'll let you get on with it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Yeah, the father-son rivalry yesterday was really rife in race 1 and 2, and here are the highlights of how it all went down in the opening stanza of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. In the early afternoon, the field of 23 got down to business here, but how quick was Jared Hughes out of the blocks? He just disappeared. This was Mark Crutcher in one of probably his best drives of his career, charging from the back of the field to get as high as 10th at one point. Not so for Robbie Farr, who was coming in hot, locking the rears back in the Hi-Tec old Chevy Camaro into the gravel. Wasn't alone down in that department during the course of the afternoon. Hayden Jackson copied it, but down at turn number 6. Turns out it was a gearbox issue aboard that Dodge Challenger.
Yeah, locked up the rear too as they had to skull drag that off. Jared Hughes was very dominant though, wasn't he, out in front? Ben Gomersall couldn't quite get there. There was a nice little battle with Lachlan Evanet though, a bit further down in the pack, which we saw him just working his way through, jumping straight out of Formula Ford. But I tell you what, Jared Hughes, super dominant in qualifying. A number 1 qualifier yesterday, won both races despite a bit of a charge there from Ben Gomersall and Tom Davies in the second race.
5th straight win for a Chevy in the series. Had never been done. It would be 6 later in the day as the sun started to set. Again, Hughes led, but Tom Davies with a big move down the inside in the 42 being prepared by Nathan Hearn. This was from Josh Thomas's perspective as he went after Ben Gomersall. This was quite tricky, wasn't it, these conditions? The back straight was in shade, but the front had plenty of sun. Hayden Jackson was back in early. He would finish the race, but several laps down. Again, turn 3, claiming Des Collier, who's still feeling the pains of that big shunt at Hidden Valley last weekend. The Dodge Challenger of James Simpson went skating off down at 1. So too was Lockie Evanet here at turn 3, but lucky to get out of the gravel trap.
Tom Davies, he really put the blowtorch on the back of Jared Hughes. It was like Hughes was just running to a number for a little bit, and he had to really push the tyres at this point, knowing they're on a set tyre bank for the weekend, just trying to conserve them. And Ben Gomersall had the box seat to see what was going on and potentially take advantage of this little stoush they had with about 5 laps remaining in the race. And I'm not quite sure how Jared Hughes hung on there at that time. He did say the sun was in his eyes going into turn number 2, but the rest of the track wasn't too bad for vision. And then eventually the Radactive Suspension Chevrolet performance car just got into a bit of a rhythm, and he started to open up a gap on Tom Davies. I think maybe Tommy had just used up a little bit of those tyres there. And a big applause from the family as they were happy to see him come home with another win.
Yeah, dominance, wasn't he? Tom Davies, I think another couple of laps there might have just given him a run for his money. But his 2nd straight win of the weekend. But today's a new day. We qualify in just a few moments' time. $250 up for grabs, thanks to Road Active Suspensions. And I like this change to the series in 2025. You still get the round honours for the 4 races, but you get, if you had a bad day yesterday, and there's quite a few drivers that did, you get a chance to regroup and come against that to qualify, which I think is great.
And there's a couple up and down the field, a bit like what we saw from Brock Payne's dad, where they're struggling whether they either get grip out of the car so they get drive down those little straights, or they get steering, and it's finding that balance where you get enough drive. Brad Gartner's crew were talking about the same thing. He was really quick, had lots of drive in one session, so then they put a lot of steering into it and he lost the drive, and he just ended up a bit further down in the pack, and it's a real predicament when you get in there too, when you're in the battle pack. So a few cars, I think, overnight where a lot of time spent on them just trying to find that mix of where the car is happy. I think the TFH crew didn't do a bad job there, actually. Josh Thomas was quite healthy throughout the day, obviously a 6th in race number 1, and then we saw him a little bit later on in race number 2. He wasn't too far away, 4th place, just outside of getting on a podium. So the TFH guys seem to have a nice balance in the car, and that obviously with 4 cars out there at the moment that they're crewing on and doing work on, a lot of data coming back into that team.
Yeah, and not just with this series, but with Trans Am and with Aussie Racing Cars. And for some of our crew, this is the 4th weekend out of 5 they've been on the road. And they're all looking for a bit of a breather after this. Some will head to Townsville for other support racing up there with the supercars in a couple of weeks' time. But it's been a hectic period out there. Well done to everybody, because there's been a lot of time spent on the road and probably a little too long spent at racetracks repairing cars.
The other thing down there is brakes. Everybody seemed to be putting on brand new brakes this morning, or looking at them. And it's probably one of those tracks where we see, like the last round at Sydney Motorsport Park, they're not relying. Those brakes will last a little bit longer. Here, they're chewing through them. It's pretty much drag race, stop, drag race, stop. And there's little bumps in the way and things like that. So they're chewing up the brakes at the moment a bit more than they would at some of the other tracks. It's just really what we get here at the Paperclip here in Queensland. It's so simple on paper, that Paperclip layout, but when you get out there, quite technical for the drivers.
Yeah, and you can see the brakes glowing on the 118 car yesterday, Jared Hughes, late in the race, so they'll keep an eye on that today. We're blessed, as Cam Sendall said before, with the overcast conditions. We should have faster times with this. We don't know if there's going to be a threat of rain. There always is around this time of the year, but at the moment it's a lot greyer out there in the distance of what it was yesterday. Some teams will be praying for a wetter race later today, because there's a few cars out there now with little to no tyres left in the tyre bank.
Yeah, and that's what we've got to think about when it comes to the second qualifying session. What rubber do you have? Because if you're fast, you don't want to be in that middle pack. You still want to be in that top 2 or 3 when it comes to the grid placings. Ben Gomersol yesterday picked up a puncher, so they've actually put in a eroded tyre, or one they've used in practice on that car, not choosing to take a new tyre because that gives you a penalty and puts you back to the field. So while he's been up there getting podiums, why would you risk it at this point? Rain later in the day to put a wet tyre on would really save that team in strategy.
We're wishing. We hope it does. We hope it stays away, but it would add another twist to the competition as the cars roll for this 20-minute session to set the grid for race 3 of the weekend, race 1 of the day. Progressive grid from that point. The result of race 3 today will set the grid for the final one of the day, and you'll catch that all across the country as Brad Gardner rolls out in the Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro. There is James Simpson in the Dodge Challenger. Mark Crutcher files out in the number 4 Ford Mustang. Behind them is Lockie Everett in the Cam Quarries entry. Behind is Hayden Jackson looking for a much better day aboard that 81, the Rosebrook entry. So for Gardner, feels like he's lost a bit of confidence with this car. Talking to Max Vidot this morning, who's engineering the car and on the radio. They're great mates off the track. There's, in fact, 2 funnier guys you probably wouldn't meet. If you want to go for a road trip and have a laugh, jump in with those 2. They know what they're doing. And Max has said, we just don't get the time to test the car. And Brad's like, well, we're choosing practice to be our test day. So the time we get the qualifying, there's sort of a session behind at the moment. They also are going to cop a 3-place grid penalty at the end of qualifying for not having the SD card marked, which captures all the in-car shots like this we've seen from Josh Thomas, and also the telemetry that comes out of the car. So that's a 3-place grid penalty that's going to be handed to him at the end of qualifying for race number 1 today.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be weighing on his head a little bit. So we know how aggressive Brad Gardner can be out there. Potentially he could lay a lap down if they've got that set up here this weekend. I know Max Vidot said we have changed it from one extreme to the next to try and find that sweet spot for him. So hopefully they get that sorted and he can potentially get in that top 10, because we have seen a change to the starting procedure this weekend as well, haven't we? A bit more of a NASCAR style, where before we see them roll around in a rolling start, the light goes out and they go racing. Now it's actually the person on front row, our pole sitter, that gets to set within a certain parameter where they start the race.
Yeah, that action zone is pretty much on the exit of turn 6 here, but for anyone that's on the outside roads, they're not loving life out there. It's not much grip, so there was talk of that perhaps being moved a little bit further down the straight towards the start line. I'll confirm that before race number 1 later today, as Jared Hughes starts off the fast laps in the Road Active Suspension Chevrolet Performance entry, the series leader by a comfortable margin, and going in on the front foot on day number 2.
The important part of qualifying is watching how many laps they do with their tyre bank. And we saw it at Sydney, where people like Tim Brook, who was driving this car at that round, came out and did 3 laps. They basically went out, got the tyre up to where it needed to be, did 1 flying lap, put down what they thought was enough, because even if you're not on the front row, maybe you're the second row, you've saved that tyre wear, and it's an advantage later on in the race. So how many laps are you going to do in qualifying, and how hurt are your tyres already?
Straight away, Hughes got out of it. I don't think he felt comfortable going through turn number 1, so he backed off straight away and will regroup. Not sure if Gardner was on a flying lap here. We had one of the IES cars, whether it was Tyler or Graham Cheney just ahead. But now a bit of clear track space, because all 23 cars are out there. It's only 3 kilometres and 6 turns. So finding track space is critical. You can see just in that shot alone how many cars are in front and how many cars are on their way down to turn 6. You've got to be watching the mirror to make sure that nobody's coming towards you on a flying lap. As Hughes comes around here in the double 1.8 machine, the Chevy Camaro, to lay a time, it's 1:18.1, but it's just warming up at the moment. 1 minute 12.09 was the quickest of qualifying yesterday. It's away from the qualifying lap record. That may change today with these cooler, overcast conditions. And Hughes just building up to this. You can't go out on these tyres and expect miracles on the first lap. They learnt that at the first round at Winton, which was much hotter conditions, incidentally.
Yeah, and again, overcast, nice and cool this morning. We were in the low teens when we got to the track here just after 8:30 a.m. this morning, and so it might take an extra lap really to find that window for those tyres. Hence, like you said, Jared Hughes, we heard him roll off that, maybe just get another lap, get the car set up, and get a feel for what's going on out there. Now, everyone will be looking for a little bit of space at the moment. None of the time is really indicative of what we're going to see. I think they are still getting warmed up. Jared Hughes at the moment, this is the one we need to watch. 2 purple sectors at the moment. A 24.3 and a 25.9. Not too bad. Diesel Thomas on a 24.6 in that first sector. Now he's gone purple sector number 2. So he's coming around a bit of a flyer as well, keeping up with Jared Hughes. But I expect maybe we'll see 4 or 5 laps from Jared to try and get that time laid down.
Here he comes down the Dick Johnson straight to complete this lap. The middle sector was good. It's a 13.1. That's around, if you add up all 3 sector times, it was a 13.10. He did a 13.17 as Gomersall comes out of the final turn. Diesel Thomas has dropped to the second for a moment, but here comes a man second in the series and puts himself in a P3 with that lap of 13.555 for Ben Gomersall. Tom Davies drops into 6th position as they start to lay down their banker times and making sure they've got a time on the board just in case we get a red flag and we can't continue the session. You don't want to bury yourself down the back. Here's Gardner to the line, 10th position. Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro, 14.629 for him. Jared Hughes is now flying. His second lap was just eclipsed by Tom Davies at the first sector. As Hayden Hume comes through in the Dodge Challenger to finish a lap. Sorry, it's Colby Cowham in the 25 who goes up into 11th, his second race day start. Happy with yesterday's run after a qualifying or practice day that was plagued with drama. Alice Buckley's gone to second and continues on with it. Hughes looking to drop into the 12s here with this lap, and it's 1:12.83. 1:12.83. Crutcher behind him gets his first lap locked down. Tom Davies is motoring, but Alice Buckley's about to move up into 1 in the 150. Here's Gomersall to the finish line. Been bumped down to 6 by Etten Hodson, but responds and goes to P2. A 1:12.911, eclipsed by Tom Davies. Oh, we've got a session on today, boys.
Identical times down to the 10,000ths of a second at 8.350 from Tom Davies. Oh, Buckley's up there, actually. Buckley's just gone P1. Alice Buckley with phenomenal qualifying pace there at the moment at 1:12.33. That's 0.5 of a second on Hughesy.
Half a second. And you're right, Hughes and Davies matched to the 10,000th of a second mark. It's second and third. Here's Brock Payne. Made the podium in his rookie start at Sydney a couple of weeks ago. Car 33 is about to move up. No, he doesn't. He's staying a lap now. Lockie Evanet goes up into 9th in his first start in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Here comes Hughes. It's not purple, but it's his quickest lap of the session. Needs to dig deep to the line, finds a 10th of a second. 1:12.68 for Jared Hughes. But Alice Buckley with a strong margin, 0.34 of a second. Josh Thomas hits the line. He improves on the time and not the position. 7/10 away from the Chevy performance car that sits at 1. Gomersall now goes to 2 with a 12.5. Crutcher around to finish. It won't be this lap. I think he had an off in this lap by the look of the second sector time. And he did. So stays in 23rd position.
So we've now got 5 cars that have done a 1:12 out there. Buckley, Gomersall, Hughes, Davies and Thomas is where it sits now. Top 5. Great run from Diesel Thomas. We'll get on board with Gardner at the moment. He's a little bit further down, back in P17. Having a look at some of his sector times as he comes around. There's a couple of green sectors there. They seem to still be chasing some balance in that car. Back at a 1:14. Can he improve on that one? It doesn't look like he will. We get on board with Robbie Farr as well. Had that lock up yesterday. He just said, just trying to control the throttle as you go back down through the gears. If you don't get it right, that's what locks up the back wheels and creates that chatter. I know, that's Tyler, is it?
Yeah, Tyler's.
Yeah, and he's been quick too. He's up in 8th position at the moment on a 1:13.4. That'll probably bring him into pit lane to have a look at that one. We'll check out a replay, what happened.
Yeah, it was his best first sector, and he's bowled a wide and almost tore the front scoop off. They'll need to bring that back in regardless. It's filled up the fresh air intakes on the front of his IES Motorsports car. He'll come back into pit lane. So what a busy little moment that was in qualifying. At the moment, Alice Buckley daring to dream on pole position at the moment with a 1:12.336. 2/10 clear of Ben Gomersall. Jared Hughes is third. Tom Davies fourth. Diesel Thomas in fifth. Josh Thomas, who's in sixth spot now in the pits. There's Etten Hodson in the Ash Jarvis car, the I Spy security entry in car 32. Seventh. Then we go to Tyler Cheney. He's heading back to the pits. Hayden Hume again inside the top 10. And Lockie Evanet. Then it's Webster, Jackson, Des Collier back in 13th. Graham Cheney 14th and in the pits. Colby Cowham 15th. Connor Robertson 16th. Brad Gardner in 17th. It was on for a good lap. on his previous one, some 2 seconds away from that provisional pole of Alice Buckley.
Yeah, what a flying lap she's had. Still 2/10 of a second in front of Gomersall. And she got hung out to dry on both those restarts yesterday. Obviously, on the outside, not great going to turn 1. So if she can get herself on an inside line at the start, this could be a very different race for her. She does have late race pace as well. We saw that. It was the start. So that was all that let her down yesterday. Otherwise, we would have seen some podiums, I reckon, from Buckley.
Yeah, it's either pole or it's third.
Yeah.
You don't want to be on the outside. Robbie Farr's come back into the pits in car 7. He's in 21st position right now, the second Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro. So Lee Stibbs behind the wheel of that car at Sydney. And the Hi-Tec Oils team expanding to 3 cars in the coming rounds, which is good to see. George Gambino loves throwing the cash around and getting the cars out, doesn't he? He's so passionate about going motor racing. Des Collier drops into 8th position. That's better. And that'll get his confidence back after what was a bone-jarring shunt at turn 3 at Hidden Valley last weekend. And now a chance to have a reset. J-Mac, a lot of cars in pit lane, but Alice Buckley holding down that number 1 spot.
Halfway through this qualifying session, and so far the only driver to really meet with any major pitfall is Tyler Cheney, having his off by the looks of things at turn 3. Hayden Hume just bleeding some tyre pressures off. Alice Buckley, just a couple of bays down, is looking large and in charge and fairly comfortable given the early stage of her TA2 career, guys.
That's a great line. Is it? We're going to add that to the Aussie slang line from last night?
The down under production cars.
Exactly. Jared McLean and Melinda Price in pit lane today. It's quite busy with drivers trying to get out. In fact, there's a car that's blocking Hayden Hume in here, spending time in the GR Cup last season. There's Collier, you're watching now, car 63. So the top 7 in the pits. Crutcher has come up into 18th, and one of about 7 cars that are staying out on the track. Is 2/10 of a second enough for Alice Buckley? We've had some tight qualifying sessions over the seasons in TA2 muscle cars.
Well, the next question is she's done that with 4 laps out there, so that's less than anybody else. Tyler Cheney's the only other one that's done 4 laps, but coming in to clear that out of Robbie Farr, which really aren't threatening her at the moment. So do you take a risk, especially as a fresh team? Tim Slade will know. He'll definitely be on the strategy on that one. Do you look after tyres? Because you know she's got you think she's going to stay on one of the front 2 rows.
You'd think so, with 2/10 of a second, but it's up to Gomersall and Hughes. I think the sleeper in the pack is Tom Davies still in the 42. Tremendous car pace yesterday aboard that white car that was being prepared by Nathan Hearn Racing. Josh Thomas, we stay in car with, the only car in the top 8 that's continuing on. Although he was having a moment in the middle of turn 3. He grabs 3rd gear, makes his way down to the first of 2 left-handers on this 6-turn course. Does that look happy to you?
He's out of that, yeah. Doesn't seem right. Let's find out what's going on, though, down in the pits with J-Mac.
Having a quick look, this is the car number 42 of Tom Davies. He was a hard charger yesterday, looking to come in mid-session to make some suspension changes in the front end of the car. They've got it up on the jack with the jack stands under it while they work on the car. It doesn't look like there's too much to worry about here, but this is a situation where they are trying to go for hundredths of a second. That is how tight it is at the top.
Yeah, you're right about that. 1 second covering 8 cars in this qualifying session. It's going to be a tight old day. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Well, Jared Hughes has. He's gone out already. Des Collier had a moment but was cruising down the Dick Johnson Straight off racing line. Tyler Cheney parked in a very awkward spot there in pit lane. They're all compressed into a short area here of these beautiful pit garages that have been added. So they make their way back out onto the track for this part 2 of qualifying. Let's go back to the pits. Here's Mel.
6 minutes to go, Tim Slade, 2/10 in it. Alice's window net is down. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it for us. Most other people have jumped out of their cars and session done, but Hughesy's gone out and having another crack. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But normally with these cars and tyres, yeah, they're sort of best at the start. And, yeah, after you've done a few laps, the tyres tend to drop away. So let's hope that's the case for Hughes, and yeah, we can stay on top. But
so if he pips you, you're not going to put the net up and try again?
No. I think we've maximised what we've got. But yeah, pretty awesome. Yeah, the team's done an amazing job, and Alice did a really good lap, and yeah, she's known what she needs to work on a weekend, and yeah, she's progressing every single session. So.
Dream story, isn't it?
Yeah, no.
And we've got to credit the driver coach, of course. Well done.
No, yeah, I'm just a tiny part of it all. So, yeah, you know, she's done a lot of work before she's got to this point. So, yeah, it's
onwards and upwards. We can't wait for the race. Come on, J-Mac, over to you.
Ben Gomersall, good enough for second place. That's on the front row with 5 laps on these tyres. Of course, Tyre Life, the order of the day here, and looking to minimise the wear in this session. Not looking at going out. You look fairly comfortable out there.
Yeah, honestly, I think I did a pretty good lap to start with. Good job from Alice. She's been quick all weekend, so mega to see her up the front. Yeah, it's just going to be key looking after these tyres now in the races and making them last the whole day.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Wow, some points being made down there. This is probably the hardest Jared Hughes has had to work to get back on the pole. 7 laps in the books for our series leader at the moment.
Again, that third place is on the inside. Do you really want to be alongside Buckley? We saw what happened in that first race. She was second on the grid, and yeah, once those cars start coming down the inside of you in turn number 1, you really have to show a huge amount of aggression. So I know he wanted to get himself another pole award. He's had a pretty perfect season apart from that second place at round number 1 in the final race.
He's been banking plenty of those novelty checks have been given away thanks to Road Active suspensions, and $250 could go into the bank account of Alice Buckley as that time continues to count down with just over 4 minutes remaining of qualifying. Buckley from Gomersall, 2/10 is the margin. Hughes is third. Davies is in fourth. Both those guys on track. You're watching Hughes. Diesel Thomas in 5th position aboard the TFH hire car. And for Diesel, it's going to be around the mark he qualified at Winton for the Sunday race. Josh Thomas 6th and staying out on the track. But for Hodson, Collier, Cheney and Hume, they're all in the pits and time is running out. I think they put the queue in the rack, judging by the amount of laps they've done in that session. But for Jared Hughes at 24.0 to the first sector, that's about 800ths behind Alice Buckley's time.
This is his last flyer, I think. This is what he's got. He's got the tyres up to temperature. It's his personal best. Sector 2, a 25.82 has come up on our screens.
3/10 away, isn't it?
It's pretty reasonable, though. He might be able to throw one in here if he can just finalise this lap. It's all about bringing one complete lap together, and we're watching Jared Hughes on our screen at the moment, and he doesn't improve a 12.78, so he's just a little bit off his time. I don't think he's going to have much more time and tyres to put into that, because really need to manage those tyres for the race as well. Might be taking that risk on a little bit of rain coming later. They can use up a bit more tyre in qualifying session potentially.
He's calling this one off. I think that's enough for Jared Hughes this session, so Tom Davies could only be the only mover in the top 4 here to make a difference. I think Alice Buckley's looking good. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain. There's Collier in the pits. Diesel Thomas also there. And Alice Buckley waits patiently with Tim Slade watching the times down here in pit lane. Brad Gartner persisting with the Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro. Back in 19th, he needs to go for it. This is 7th lap in qualifying. And the South Australian starts another lap. 14.4 was only 600ths behind his best time. Touches that curb and see how quickly it unsettles. You push these curbs, they'll shove you back at Queensland Raceway.
Yeah, we know how quick he normally is in qualifying. The car is sliding everywhere, and yeah, they were talking about the balance of that car. They just couldn't quite get it right. We know a couple of years ago here at Queensland Raceway had a big moment coming into turn number 4 where the brakes failed. I think he's well and truly over that. That wouldn't be going through his mind at all as he gets around turn number 3. Here it is, the rundown. But you can see how much work he's doing on the wheel to try and grab that car as it slides out. He is wrestling this thing around, and it just doesn't have the race pace at the moment.
Second gear for this left-hander. Feeds the power on. This little short straight, but this one opens up a bit more than the first left-hander. Fairly significant lift in the middle of the turn for Gardner. Feeds at third gear. He's got time to go again as he goes down the second big braking point here at turn 6. And another patience corner. Slowly feeds the throttle on. Opens up the steering wheel. Grabs third gear past our commentary position. And where does this put Gartner? It keeps him in 20th. He improves on the time, but still 2 seconds away from Alice Buckley's time at the top. James Simpson facing the wrong direction down at turn number 3, but quickly rejoins on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. It's a mean-looking livery with this SP Tools backing on it. The Northern Queensland driver. Nope. Actually stalled it there as he was trying to feed it first gear.
Pretty common down there at turn number 3 at the moment. Alice Buckley, though, bit of intent there behind the visor, just watching what's going on. You have to feel pretty confident at this stage. She's been very quick. Second fastest in qualifying yesterday. The team just chipping away at that, like we said. She's been fast in races. Crutcher goes for a bit of an excursion as well. He's going to rejoin there. Far. That could have been a moment there.
And he was a long way off at turn 1. As Steve Wilson crosses the line, he's back in 23rd position. Simpson will start a lap. He got in just before the line. This will be the last one for Brad Gardner, who's on a good one finally. 26.3 to the second sector. Simpson off again. And it's after the checkered flag now. It's through turn 1. Gardner to the finish line. Does he improve? He gets more time. Finds 2/10, but stays in 20th position behind James Simpson. Brock Payne, 13th position, but this won't be a massive improvement here from the 33 car. He stays there, and that will be the session. And can you believe this? The rookie is on pole. Alice Buckley, the first female driver in TA2 history, is on the pole for Sunday in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, the TFHI and TA2 Muscle Car Series. She was incredible in qualifying. She qualified on the front row yesterday, and today will start from pole and creates history. What a time for Chevrolet Performance. Chris Payne, the GM of Chevrolet Racing, announced this deal with GM Ambassador Craig Lowndes a couple of weeks ago up here. And what a time for Alice Buckley, the 17-year-old. Yeah, 17 years of age. The teenager grabs pole. Well done by 2/10 of a second from Gomersall, Hughes, Davies and Thomas. Massive moment.
Watch the car. Yeah, you can see the team going to really rally around her. Some of the talking points here with Jared Hughes, 10 laps, Tom Davies, 9. So they're really trying to get in that front row of the grid. That is going to make a difference come race time.
Absolutely. That's a lot. You don't see double digits usually during qualifying. Jared McLean, I'm sure Alice is stoked to be on P1 on her first weekend.
Congratulations, Alice Buckley. Let me run the numbers for you. 4 laps in that session you were out there. Got an early banker lap. You are the first female TA2 muscle car driver in the history of the category to put it on pole on your debut event. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I got a lap done early there, so yeah, very exciting. We got second yesterday, and it was very exciting but gut-wrenching, you know, on debut, you know, go put it on pole. So yeah, very proud of myself, and yeah, I just got to get the starts right for the next races today, but yeah, very happy.
Get the elbows up and get ready, because here it comes. The Road Active Suspension Pole Position Award check. Congratulations, Alice Buckley.
Massive. $250 richer as well, and gets her first check in her first weekend. The Chevrolet Performance AC Delco Centres entry. 3-time winner in the Scholarship Series. She's been racing over in New Zealand. She spent some time in Europe in F4 and the Ferrari Academy, and now puts herself in the TA2 record books as our 19th different pole sitter in TA2 Series history.
All eyes were on Jared Hughes at the start of this session. We thought he was probably going to go and lay another one down. He was very quick to start with, and then it just kept coming at him. Ben Gomersall, who's trying to, I suppose, juggle a tyre there, where they had to lose one this weekend with a puncher. But it's all about Alice Buckley, I think, through this qualifying session. Came out 4 laps only to lay down a time that was 2/10 faster than anybody else in the field. Ben Gomersall couldn't get it done. Jared Hughes went out for a second session. In the meantime, Tyler Cheney went for a bit of an excursion. He was reasonably quick there in the top 10, but had to come and get a lot of dirt and debris taken out of that one. Josh Thomas was pretty quick as well in the session throughout that. Des Collier had a couple of moments. This was Jared Hughes, who went out for a second attempt. Yes, 10 laps he did in qualifying out there. The most laps we saw up there from any of the other drivers, and unfortunately couldn't improve in that third position.
This was James Simpson, first of 2 spins for the Dodge Challenger. I wonder if there was a tyre failure. The way the car butted down there going into turn number 1, it certainly had the wobbles going in there, and he parked up. But what a moment for Alice Buckley. Chevrolet Racing and the 150, the teenager has grabbed pole position and looks up and says thank you. First weekend in the car, and will start in the best possible position. Teammate Jared Hughes will start on the inside of row number 2 for the first race just after 1 o'clock local time here at Queensland Raceway. First of two in this TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. We'll squeeze a quick break in. Plenty of action still to come. You're watching 2 Days of Thunder here at QR. We'll be back.
What would you actually do if you won the GR86?
Well, I'd drive it like I stole it.
Welcome back to Queensland Raceway. Formula Fords are out for, they've got a 30-minute qualifying session to try and sort this out. Of course, 2 qualifying sessions for them over the weekend as well, and it's been 12 very, very competitive drivers that are out there. Kobe Williams has been the one to watch yesterday at 1:14.81. I suspect that's going to take a couple of laps just to get those tyres up to temperatures. We can still see the overcast conditions out there. And didn't they put on some racing yesterday? Kobe Williams and Lachlan Evanet going at it position for position throughout yesterday's racing as well. They're our 1 and 2 in the mix, Lowing and Rowe as well. So watch to see who wants to get on the top of the table as Jared McLean joins me back in the commentary box. He's had to run up here from the pit lane. We'll let you catch your breath for just a second if you want, Jay.
Look, I'll be honest, I'm late because I got stuck talking to Tim Slade. And, yeah, he's got some insights there, but how impressive Alice Buckley in that session. The lowest number of laps out of everybody out there in TA2.
I'll tell you what, boys, be careful, because I reckon come next round, she's going to be even more to contend with once she's got this confidence up that you're seeing out of this weekend as it builds, and once she's at 100% health as well after carrying a bit of an illness into this week. Oh, a bit of a brake lock up. Oh, the wheel's off.
The wheels come off Torty.
Or is the suspensions come loose?
Yeah, suspension. You can still see that the lower link on the hub is still attached, but that top arm completely separated from the hub as we check out the replay here. Torty, that dark blue coloured car, almost a Red Bull blue. Here we go, and right there it just folds in on itself. And these Formula Fords, they are literally a canoe skating across the gravel traps here.
It's a nice way of putting it, actually.
Canoe with wheels.
Yeah. They and this is probably going to bring out a safety car to get that car out of the gravel trap as well. So this will limit their time in qualifying they had. It'll bring it down. Normally, I think in Formula 4 we see a bit of a 2 sessions day where they come out early, come back, make some fine adjustments, go out and do another round. Another where we see most of the cars out on track. This is actually just the practice before the qualifying. So these times won't matter too much as they just get a moment to go out there, get the tyres up to temperature, and you can see the head down a little bit. Be a bit disappointed with that, Torty, especially after last night. A lot of time down in the pits with all these drivers and crew just prepping the cars. Now, great to see Tabitha Ambrose back out there as well, because that had a gearbox problem yesterday afternoon in the second race. So they've had a bit of work to do overnight as well.
Yeah, I watched on just from outside the garage for a few minutes there, and there was still a bit of activity probably within about an hour ago where they were just draining the last bit of fluid out of that transmission casing, as we see a couple of likely young drivers. The number 61 of Brad James doing a great job here yesterday. But everything looked pretty well drilled, and that's one thing about the Mark Ambrose Motorsport crew, is that they know what they are doing.
Well, this is just a bit of a practice. We've got another 40 seconds of practice there. They may come in, make some adjustments. We're seeing now the temperatures start to come up, the 116s, but 114s and 115s yesterday in qualifying. So I suspect we've probably got another second to take off some of these cars. So a little bit different to yesterday. I know we had the cloud cover yesterday, but there was a lot more sun peering through in stages. Today, that cloud a little bit thicker out there, which means the track conditions will be slightly cooler, potentially just take another bit of half a lap or a lap to get everything up to temperature. Out there on track, we'll have a look at our Ringers Western leaderboard at the moment in this practice. Salvatore with a healthy 116, Fawcett, Rowe, Fitzgerald, Williams, Ambrose, James, Johnson, High, Lowing, and unfortunately Torty has that canoe beached out there in the sand trap.
That's going to haunt me now, isn't it?
Yes, a little bit. practice session will come to an end as the checkered flag is pulled out. So I'll get a moment to bring these cars in, make some minor adjustments there before we get on with the qualifying session for our Formula Ford races. And great to have them joining us throughout a national series as well, isn't it, J-Mac? They've been down to Winton. We've had them up at Sydney Motorsport Park, which is a big track to get around as well up there. Probably one of our longer tracks.
I mean, Sydney was fantastic because it had such flowing, steady state corners, and it was awesome because these things obviously heavily dictated by drag and the slipstream. So the battle was on. Pretty much everywhere you looked, there were passing opportunities all around that Sydney track. This Queensland Raceway, it's one that rewards commitment and precision.
Yes, and you've got to maintain your composure there, I think, with the braking as well. We've seen so many cars across every category have dramas on turn number 3 especially, and turn 6, the final corner, where really heavily under braking there, and a lot of character, I suppose, in the racetrack. There are a few little bumps and bruises sometimes when you go over, as you can see the head down, and there's going to be a moment there for Torty to see whether they can get that car back to the pit to potentially get that sorted for a late run in the qualifying session.
So practice officially over. Hunter Salvatore and the number 16 machine. Fantastic young lad who was starting the season very strong with top 5 finishes. Had a couple of missteps yesterday. He got locked up in some battles and unfortunately didn't really pay dividends for him at day 1 of 2 Days of Thunder here at Queensland Raceway for Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. And you can see just how good is this pit lane complex.
The improvements over the last 3 or 4 years at Queensland Raceway, every time you come here, I mean, it's been 12 months since you were here as well, and you come here, there's more facilities, there's more sheds, there's more shade, there's lots more going on for the families here, as well as the activations, all the things that are going on around the track. It's fantastic to see what Tony Quinn's done to this place.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. I mean, and again, they put on an incredible show. I mean, 2 days, essentially 3 days, but it's called the 2 Days of Thunder, and we've had it going on everywhere. It's been awesome. The best thing was stunt bike yesterday at the grid walk for TA2. Down in the pits, Mel Price.
People that make all the magic happen, as well as our wonderful volunteers. But we have George from Hi-Tec Oils, Josh McFarlane from Queensland Raceway, Series Manager Carolyn Oldano, and AASA CEO Stephen White. Fantastic weekend and a few exciting announcements coming up about next year as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mel. You've obviously caught us out having a chat in pit lane here, enjoying the weather and enjoying the track. Yeah, look, exciting times for us, and obviously the series has been very successful this year, and the introduction of Carolyn managing it has, taken us to the next level, which is awesome, and the support of George continuing, which is wonderful. Queensland Raceway is like home to us, so we love it, and we've just been talking about it, but we're obviously proud to announce that we'll be back again for 2 Days of Thunder on the 1st and 3rd of May next year, which is awesome for the series and awesome for AASA. And look, we just can't do it without the support of the tracks and all of the sponsorship that we get involved with, which is obviously George primarily, but then all of our other partners and helpers. And, yeah, look, Josh, obviously thank you to you. And obviously it's been a great event. This event's been so successful this year. It's just amazing. It just keeps going up and up and up. And obviously, from our perspective, it's just nothing better than coming to Queensland.
Well, fantastic news for all of us. Does anybody else want to have a chat? Josh, what does having this event here mean to you guys at Queensland Raceway?
No, it's really good. Queensland Raceway thoroughly likes 2 Days of Thunder, Hi-Tec Super Series, with George's support, Stephen White from AASA, obviously Caroline as well, just supporting it. It's great for us. We love the event. We want to support this event for many years to come, and our local fans love it. So it's one of our big events for the year that we will always want to see here at Queensland Raceway.
Fantastic. George, you can't get off the hook either. It wouldn't be the Super Series without Hi-Tec Oils.
Yeah, obviously we put a lot into it, but it's all the help of everybody behind us here. The staff behind the scenes. Josh is like Steve says, it's our home. We come here, we feel very welcome to come here, and we love coming here. And Caroline, been great this year, done a fantastic job done.
Boss lady, you must be very, very proud. We both had our first day here working for the category last year. It's our 1 year anniversary. You must be absolutely thrilled, and you've done a brilliant job.
Oh, thanks so much, Mel. I mean, you just got to look around you at all the crowds. It's just sensational. I'm so proud of the team behind us. We couldn't do it without AASA, and of course our lovely team here, yourself included. Happy 1 year anniversary, Mel.
Thank you. Well, 2 Days of Thunder is here to stay, and enjoy the racing today, and we'll see you again next year.
Oh, I can't wait to come back next year. It'll be the 36th anniversary of Days of Thunder.
Hey, it's my 1 year anniversary as well, returning to the scene of the crime, and I can't think of a more fitting location. It just keeps getting better and better here at 2 Days of Thunder for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series Round 3.
Great to see that we're already talking about the 2026 calendar as well. So the Fight in the Night as well. We've got coming up in August, going to return again next August as well. We've got the Australian production cars coming out for a 3-hour race in that one too. So there's plenty more action. We get to do it twice a year, and the best part about it is it's when it's freezing down on the east coast, further down in the country in the south. We all venture north up to Queensland where the temperatures are perfect up there. They're majestic.
Gotta love it. The Sunshine State bringing on the action as it looks like a lot of our Formula Fords and one of our stunt bike riders heading on out. He was tearing it up yesterday.
That reminds me of you normally leaving the track.
Yeah. I wonder what it's going to take to get a bike deal next time we're here for 2 Days of Thunder.
Do you think you can do double duties? You can be here in the media team as well as out there on the stunt team?
Look, every time I hop onto a bike, it's a show. I won't say it's a stunt show, but it's a show. How's this? Once upon a time, a Harley was the worst possible bike that you could have ever thought to go stunting with, and these guys have been taking these lowrider S's and even a couple of guys over on the West Coast on Softails trying to really get these things going. As there it is. The handy thing about these Formula Fords is they're pretty easy to wrangle.
Yeah, especially that lifting point, ain't they, in the car. Just throw a strap around it, and we'll get that on the tilt tray very easily. Best not to tow it out of the centre if you don't have to, especially being so low.
You'll rip the other three wheels off.
And the bodywork underneath too, and all the debris that gets stuck under there. Is plenty for the crowds to enjoy here at the 2 Days of Thunder at Queensland Raceway as we get our stunt bike out on the main straight to keep the crowd entertained. We had a DJ here yesterday. We got ice cream down there for the kids. We got things to throw balls at. So much more. The drift displays that are on. So much to bring the entire family and everybody. And the race fans down here for a weekend at 2 Days of Thunder. Can't wait to have it. To finish off today, we've still got a day of racing as well as come back next year in May. So a little bit earlier in the year, which is would be a little bit different for us, where we've had the last couple of years in sort of late June. So we'll bring that a bit more forward to early May. But that'll change the calendar up. Can't wait to see some further announcements that come out in 2025.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely awesome. I'm already set for the next event. I can't wait to come back. It's, 3-4 weeks' time. It is going to be spectacular, and already some big announcements brewing, especially with our TA2 Muscle Car Series 2-driver event.
Yeah, endurance for the TA2, and we've seen the 2-driver event. The first time we did it was a couple of years ago up in Darwin, and they backed that up at the Bend last year, and there's always a few names in the mix, but I'm waiting to hear some names announced because you hear a few rumours getting thrown around in the pits. Nothing's stuck yet. We'll have to wait and find out because I'm sure the TA2 crew will be announcing some of those driver lineups over the coming weeks to build up the anticipation for this endurance round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.
Getting right into the cockpit there of Fitzgerald in the WorkZone Safety Solutions machine. And I have noticed a bit of a trend. The Mark Ambrose Motorsport Formula Fords always love to be right at the front of pit lane exit, coming out for any session. They always want to get out in the clean air, start putting down heaters as soon as possible. On their outlap now, and their 15 minutes of qualifying started the moment they left pit lane.
And so the tyres will have temperature in them already. They would have set those tyre pressures now with a little bit more temperature in them. We'll have to wait and see whether we can get that car returned out on track, though, of Andrew Torty from Queensland, the local young gun. Hopefully. But will they spread out for this? Are we going to see some teammates potentially give each other a tow throughout this qualifying session? Lachlan Evanet has literally got straight out of a TA2 qualifying session, straight into his Formula Ford.
It was interesting when we saw him basically do the same last night or yesterday afternoon, and then we saw him come into the Formula Ford fresh. It felt like there was a level of aggression in the second Formula Ford race where he wasn't already fatigued from the TA2. Wildly talented every time he got behind the wheel of any car, but I felt like he just had more to bear in that second outing in the Formula Ford.
Yeah, I could echo those sentiments. He did really well too, Lachlan Everett, to work his way back. Started very far back in the field in race number 1. Had to work his way up. A couple of second places though. Kobe Williams has been the strong driver to hold him out. But Evanet did lead the race for a number of laps, or part of laps. Oh, we're off in the...
Is that
wow.
the number 94 machine. That's Kobe Williams.
Yeah, that's our race winners. He's been winning just about everything this season. He's got a near perfect start to the year.
I was about to make mention of just how much of the curb they're using as Kobe gets airborne for a moment there. That's going to look awesome on the slow-mo highlights reel.
Yeah, those back wheels were right up in the air, weren't they, as they hit the bumps. Might be a bit of a reset there. Potentially the tyres not ready for the aggression he needs to show. Again, potentially with the amount of tyres, how much they want to throw at it. We'll just wait to see as the times start to come down. Now we continue some laps. Mel gets all the good jobs, doesn't she? Drives the Corvette, goes to barbecue dinners. She has a great time at these events.
Yeah, it's almost like I wonder if she's got a special arrangement somewhere. Llewellyn GMSV really coming in clutch there with that awesome Corvette. You've got your eye on the Denali parked out near the canteen.
Mate, I'm a family man. I've got the kids at Denali. It'd be great. What I don't like is once we come in here on a Saturday, they lock the door behind us. We have to stay in this little cubicle
to the desk. So here we go, on to some heaters now, and Fawcett banking in with a 1:16.04. Rowe is a tenth of a second off. Currently holding down second place with Fitzgerald in the number 56 machine. Almost 2/10 of a second off the back there. Then it's James High Ambrose with a sixth spot on the number 45 machine. Salvatore in that white Spectrum chassis. Holding down eighth with Johnson and Williams, your top 10.
Evanet now gets a 1:15.99 to go top of the table so far. That's the first flying lap we've had out for him. Everyone else in the 1:16s. Kobe Williams, the only one outside of that who had that big off, but have a look at this purple sector already. So would have regrouped from that, found a bit of fresh air, got the debris off the tyres and ready to go for another run at this one. And Evanet, and I'm sure Kobe Williams are going to take this right down to the final moments of this qualifying session with just over 11 minutes remaining. Watch our Ringers Western leaderboard to find out who's going to be top of the times. Still bunched together a little bit, and I wonder how much aero is going to play. If they can get close enough to get a little bit of a tow on this final run down the main straight. Purple sector now for Williams too in sector 2. He's very fast. Salvatore had the purple sectors before, and Williams goes all three. Look at that, a 1:15.19. Almost cracked the 1:14s like he did yesterday.
That is dominance early in this session, even with that early off-track excursion. And 0.63 of a second between Williams and Rowe. Williams in that ACM Finance outfit. It's amazing, it just doesn't seem to get flustered. As we've had a high speed off, that'll be Fitzgerald, I believe, in the 56 machine. Unfortunately, again, turn 3 catching drivers out no matter what category you're in. We've seen just about everybody who's gone off track go off track at turn 3. Fitzgerald was looking for that inside line and just pinched the brakes. Did the smart thing and went into the gravel trap straight. Of course, with these spindly wheels on long suspension arms, the last thing you want to do is hit a gravel trap broadside, especially when the gravel is as fluffed up as it is here at Queensland Raceway. They do a brilliant job of stopping cars, but can cause some damage if you hit them in the wrong way.
You'll have to wait and see if he can come back from that one. That's just going to make him have to reset himself before he heads out there, Fitzgerald. Starting to be a aerospace engineer, so I'm sure he's very in tune with the aerodynamics of these cars.
100%. Rowe looking to fight back. That gap from first to second was almost 7/10 of a second. It's now back to 3/10.
Doesn't he had a fantastic return after rolling the car at Sydney Motorsport Park, and the damage they had to contend with there, rebuilding the car before they went to another Formula Ford meeting the following weekend. To come out this weekend, he was probably on par. He was probably expecting to get a third place in that first race. Unfortunately, a big brake lock-up went a bit wide and lost a couple of positions there, but fought back to be third in our second race yesterday. So no surprise to see him in the mix, as Evanet needs to just pick up the pace a little bit. We see a personal best in sector number 1, but Williams keeps lighting up the timing boards at the moment. There's still purple sectors. As High goes around, at number 11, 61 of Brad James just there. Will not improve on the time. High goes through. Fawcett now with a 1:15.53. Will will not improve. Evanet gets his personal best sector time in sector 2, so we'll wait and see if that improves. Williams didn't get his sector 3 time down, but gone a 1:15 flat. Not often we see that.
Now at the stage where, with 4 laps on these tyres, are we going to start seeing these Formula 4 pilots coming in to bleed off a bit of pressure, make any final tweaks? I mean, they have had a full day's running yesterday, but there are still adjustments that a lot of teams like to make as the tyre wear sort of sets in. They're limited to this set of tyres for the weekend's event.
The previous rounds, though, we've seen them pick up pace after 4 or 5 laps, haven't we? It's not like some of the other categories where there's a distinct window where the tyres are good. They just seem to flow on and get quicker and quicker as the qualifying session gets underway, as Williams doesn't better his second sector time, but goes purple in sector 1. He's about a 10th off at the moment, but can he bring it home in sector number 3? He's pushing the number 94 machine as he's getting a little bit of a toe now. Is that Ambrose just in front? Yes, it is. Will the toe help? That's the question. Will it bring into play? Will it slow him down? 1:14.74. That's faster than yesterday.
Yeah, 0.25 of a second improvement on his previous best here in this session. As we watch on the number 61, Brad James.
Yeah, just over halfway in this qualifying session, and that toe would have made a difference down the main straight from Tabitha Ambrose. I'm sure she wasn't expecting to be giving him a toe. I don't know what she wanted to be doing. But he's quick out there, isn't he, Williams?
Williams currently behind Hunter Salvatore on track. It's that liquid flame on the shift. And Williams has pulled out of this one, rolled off the throttle, and will cool it down.
Not a bad move there. I don't think we're going to see much quicker than a 14.7. It'd be a strong position to maybe pull the car up if you're ready, or just find a bit of fresh air out there.
Oh, lots of oversteer from that first car in frame. An angle that I'm not particularly used to seeing. It makes Formula Ford kind of tough to identify. Down there in pit lane, Mel Price.
I am down in pit lane, yes, with this very sexy Corvette, which is the safety car for this weekend, which I had the absolute pleasure of driving the other day, which has been kindly donated by Llewellyn's. And here is Morris. Not only are the Llewellyn Group donating this car to be this weekend's safety car, but you're also donating a Toyota 86 in partnership with Queensland Raceway. People can win that car. Do you want to tell us how they go about winning that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very easy. All you have to do is come to a Queensland Raceway event and you go in the draw to win the car. However, you have to go into the website and register your ticket, and it's that simple, Mel.
So what's the website?
Queensland Raceway website, excuse me, yeah.
Well, I know that I'll be going onto the Queensland Raceway website and registering that I was here to try and win that car as well. Well, congratulations to the Llewellyn Group for doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mel. Appreciate it.
Must be hard being down there with a Corvette. Oh, just having those in your dealership, getting to test drive them.
Do you reckon we could fit two backpacks and a couple of duffel bags in the front of that?
I'm retiring to be a safety car driver.
I think so. I think
definitely.
It's fantastic.
How good does it look, though?
No major movement in the qualifying standings. It's Williams with a 1:14.74 looking to start from the front row. Fawcett currently second, 0.289 of a second off the pace. Evanet holding down third with Rowe, Salvatore and Fitzgerald. The remainder of your top 6. And it's Brad James and Johnson with Fraser High and Tabitha Ambrose falling back to 10th as we see the first of our Formula Fords coming into pit lane with 4.5 minutes left of qualifying.
Yeah, Legend Car's not too far away. You can see them starting to roll out and get ready for their race number 4 of this weekend. But yeah, some of our front runners coming in. There'll be those final adjustments. With only 4 minutes remaining, they're only going to get a couple of flying laps out there if they come in. And Evanet is not giving up on this. Have a look at this. Not backing down from a challenge. 1:15.09 at the moment. Needs to make up 0.3 of a second to get on the to get alongside Williams. He'll just miss out there, but just over 0.3 of a second would get him on pole. Looking for any advantage wherever he can find it out there at the moment. It's a risk at this point with 3 minutes or just under 4 minutes remaining. Do you have time to go and make changes and actually get out there and get the car circulating at speed? Obviously, being it's a little Duratec 1600 motor, you don't have the power to just take off if there's a mistake made and really reset yourself. You've really got to wind the cars up, get into the racing line and just slowly increase that pace. That's what we see if they do lap after lap. Evernet not doing any personal best sectors. I think we've backed off at this point for Lachlan Evernet. There might be a slight quick adjustment on that car, or potentially they've decided that that's enough on the tyres.
So at the moment, drivers in the pits, Kobe Williams, Hunter Salvatore, Ethan Fitzgerald, Brad James, Johnson, Fraser High, and in comes Fawcett and Evernet as well. And it looks like that's pretty much everybody out there. In fact, it is all the Formula Fords back into the pits with just under 3 minutes remaining. Drivers starting to get out of the car. They've put on average about 7 laps onto these tyres, and a lot of them will be looking to leave it at that.
Well, between practice and qualifying, they've done about 17 minutes out there at the moment, and we know generally with the fuel load in these cars, we're about a 20-minute race, somewhere thereabouts. They can get out to 25 if they really want to push their luck. So they'll be right down running on some fumes in those fuel tanks as well. So I think that'll bring an end to our qualifying session here for Formula Ford. As Kobe Williams with an unbelievable 14.747 there. Joseph Fawcett, who was quick yesterday and really challenged up there in the top 5 in second. Lachlan Evernet just couldn't quite find that pace to get in the front row, with Jamie Rowe just behind him fourth. And it's Salvatore, Fitzgerald, James, Johnson High, and Ambrose in 10th position. So we are missing a couple of our Formula Fords, as we saw. Unfortunately, Torty went off in that practice session with heavy damage to the front left suspension on the car. So luckily, there are arms and modular parts that they can replace on that car.
Absolutely, as we get set for our TFH High Legend Cars Australia Championship runners heading on out. This will be race 4 of the program. We did already have a reverse top 10 grid race earlier today.
And this is some of the talking points out of that race too. We turn them around as Anthony Locke was a DNF. Ryan Pring, who we saw back in the pits with some mechanical issues, did not make it out there. So let's hope he's made it out on track. That's going to push him way back, especially fighting for a back-to-back championship. Rob Hogan was disqualified, who he's been very fast when it comes to legends. Riley Skinner as well. Scott Morgan, Benny Goodridge and Chase Tippett according. Some really big penalties applied from our stewards as well. So we'll have to find out what exactly went on there.
Legend cars generally renowned for some frenetic racing on track, but generally being above board. To be hearing that there's DQs, wow, that was a big one. But we get set to rack and stack them for this rolling start.
Biggest winner of that's going to be Dylan Thomas. Got himself a win in that last race. Now, Dylan, we've seen improve. He's got a couple of race wins and he's got on quite a few podiums throughout this season. He got in the Legend cars late last year, did a couple of rounds, and he's going to start off the front row of the grid here with Josh Bernard alongside, and it's Aidan Williams with Maverick Kamenoveri in the second row. Then it's Blake Hayne and Shane Tate, Asker Sendell and Brendan Hurrigan, Bruce Duckworth and Jack De Boynton. We'll round out our top 10 and our 5 rows in the grid. Scotty Melville in 11th, and it's Blake Simpson, Chris Spicer, Nathan Locke, Hardy Martin, Mark Duckworth back in that beautiful car with Jack Charles and James Brett behind them. Then we've got Seth Morgan and French, Holder and Furness, Pring back way down in the field, especially Rob Hogan in the 46, Goodridge in the 97, Scotty Morgan and Ryle Skinner. Like we've got 5 very fast cars that have had wins throughout the season, have had championships or been up in the championships, and they are coming from back of the pack with 2 races remaining this weekend. But Dylan Thomas, he is out there. I can't say Bernard, it's Benno. Like Richie Benno.
Benno getting the help from behind on the run through turn 1. That restart looked like Benno might not have actually got the pedal down as quickly as he would have liked, but the number 55 in the mix as well.
Well, you're not going to get past Dylan Thomas when it comes to a race start. He would have probably, out of this, he'd be one of the most experienced racers out there in the field. Now look at Benno. Big dive down the outside in the 300 machine, and the best thing is they've kept those 5 really fast cars down the back. Have a look at this though. Aidan Williams throws a Hail Mary in there, trying to hold on. The 95 is very quick. The young gun out of Bateman's Bay there on the east coast, just south of Sydney. Kamenoveri doing a great job. Hayne as well. Now, his dad, Rob Hogan, is at the back of the field, so he's the one they're relying on at the moment.
2 or 3 wide on the run through 4. Where are our fast movers? We can see Thomas
Asker Sendel's in the mix as well.
Yeah, Asker Sendel in the 55, currently holding down the 5 spot as they're already starting to pile on the opposite lock through that final corner. They've already maxed out the suspension. Pring languishing back in 25th place. We'll see if that resets across the finish line and how many positions he's been able to pick up.
Hogan up to 15th. That is a massive run from Hogan, who started well down the pack. He's already up about 10 positions, Rob Hogan, and pushing hard in the 46 machine. Dylan Thomas back in front of Benno, Williams, Sendel, Kamenavari now back into 5th position. And we're going to see this go back and forth. Have a look at Hourigan in the background of the Silver Bullet. Alongside Blake Hayne. Now, we go 3 wide for the lead. 3 wide, Benno in the middle. Dylan Thomas got the inside run, and Williams now converts down, tries to do the crisscross. See how the run goes down into turn number 3. You want to be on the inside, and Benno goes wide, looking for a nice drive.
Number 95 of Williams in the mix there with a big burst of speed up the inside, looking to get onto the brakes super late and control the mid to exit. And he'll put the squeeze on, but with some pace around the outside. Thomas is going to draw along broadside and get the position done. Asker Sendel latching onto the back of this 3-car pack. Side by side into the final corner, and it's heavy contact. Benno just tagging that inside left, and Williams is livid in the cockpit.
We talk about the Morse code normally as they get the bumper to bumper as they try and push each other down the main straight. That was not Morse code. That was a definite bit of fireworks, I think, and potentially a bit of fireworks going on in that cockpit for Williams as well. Shane Tate holding on to the 147 budget car rentals entry, and he's got to watch out. Blake Hayne in the mix there, as well as Brendan Hourigan, who's got a wealth of experience when it comes to racing, especially in Legend Cars Australia. So there's a battle down at the front now. Have a look at this. Asker Sendel, who's been very quick, hasn't had some fantastic weekends. There's been a couple of moments there as Shane Tate now puts a hand out. Not quite sure if there's something going on there, and they are stuck, and Aidan Williams is devastated.
Of course, these running off a motorcycle motor, the Yamaha MT-09 motor, the CP3 as it's called, 890 cc's, made it to a 6-speed sequential transmission. As we check the replay again, you can just see that number 300 came in super high. Yeah, never going to get a turn.
Lock the brakes up, and just you're a passenger from that point on.
So the problem here, being that they're a motorcycle, they don't have a reverse gear. You don't have any chance of trying to pluck reverse back into first like you would in a four-wheel drive to try and get yourself out of a bog. There's no chance as the safety car is initiated, and we go full course yellow.
Yeah, we're not really surprised there, especially being on turn number 6. Where they are, they'll need to try and recover those cars where they can just tow them out if they're still running. Hopefully that's all it is. There'll be a few pebbles on the outside of that turn, but this is where it's at the moment after 5 minutes of racing there. Dylan Thomas still leading this after starting from the front row. Asker Sendel moving his way forward. And that's a big move from 7th up to 2nd. Kamenavari in 3rd. Then it's Tate in 4th. Followed by the young gun Blake Hayne. Hourigan. Hogan up to 7th already.
That's a run.
Wow. Hogan. And he would have started out of about 25th. That's an unbelievable run. And this is going to play into his hands too now, because now he's in the top 5, in the top 7. He'll be right in the back of Hourigan, who's been quick as well. He'll be looking for his son Hayne. That'll go. And what did Hayne say to us when we caught up with him on the weekend? He goes, as long as Dad doesn't send me off this time. That's what he said.
It was a great chat with the father and son duo, and yeah, they're a fantastic bunch of racers, the Legend Cars drivers. They're out there to have some fun, but when that red mist sets in, the racing is just elite.
Ryan Pring starting a little bit of pace back there in 17th as well. Scotty Morgan and Benny Goodrich. So it's 15, 16, 17 for Morgan, Goodrich and Pring. So they're working together to get through the field. They're just not Hogan. It's unbelievable up there at the moment. And he had a fantastic start, Rob Hogan, to the season. Got himself 4 race wins out of 5 at round number 1 at Winton as we tow out Aidan Williams. So that looks like that might be all right. Got on the podium at One Raceway for their second round. Unfortunately, Sydney was not kind to Rob Hogan, and he's been looking to get a couple of number 1 stickers put back on the inside of that door, and he's got himself on the podium for the first couple of races here this weekend. The disqualification, we'll try and get some clarification on what that came about, because surprised to see so many disqualifications there. We actually had 5 of those in the last race, so a little bit to uncover. Look, the legend cars, I suppose, when you talk to the drivers, they're on edge. The cars slide around. You've got to keep your wits about you. You're very low to the ground. A little 13-inch radial tyre. It's a controlled tyre. It's not like they can go and get whatever one they want, but it's basically a road tyre of a certain brand that they allow for each car. So I suppose budget racing, quite competitive. They come in, they ship these cars in from the United States. They race hundreds of them at a race meet over there, and we've seen Lockie Ward go over there now and successfully campaign a couple of them, as well as working with the legend cars over in America. So they ship them in. They're a modular style car that comes together. A couple of different engine combinations throughout the years, but the latest iteration is this M890 that everyone seems to be getting behind.
So, race 4, and it looks like this. Asker Sendall, your quick lap up, 1 minute 23.70, and it is starting to look like restart territory here. Leading us out from the front, Thomas from Sendall with Kameneberry locked into third. Single file restart. The lights go out and away they go.
Have a look at the Hail Marys in the background. Ryan Pring pulling out. Hogan out there in the 46. We're going to see someone get sent into turn number 1. He's already down the inside of Hourigan there, and Duckworth following in the 160 machine as well. I was expecting that to be 4 or 5 wide. We've seen it so many times in legend car racing, and Asker Sendall not wanting to wait around. He's applying the blowtorch to Dylan Thomas, who tries to cover him off the inside. In the background, a few just going wide out the rebel strip. Have a look at the Morse code now as Asker Sendall gives him the tap on the back. Kameneberry wants to stay out of this one at this point. We've seen what happened when they went 3 wide last time. And Hogan on the outside of Tate now, up into 5th position already as he goes past Hayne.
He has been the best mover of this race, number 4. On screen now as he picks off Tate. Looking to try and seal the deal on the run into 4. Hayne trying to get dragged along with him, but not able to get it done. No. As contact again. And cars immobile. That's Melville and Simpson, I think.
Not what we wanted to see. We've just had the safety car. Hopefully they can get those cars up and running again. Yeah, I think you're going to run Melville and Simpson.
Plummeting down the order as I see yellow LEDs. Queensland Raceway operating on an LED light panel flag system.
And Rob Hogan gets himself up into 4th position. He is just off a massive fight back from 25th from memory to potentially on a podium, but they need to get this race underway. Just under 6 minutes remaining. Cars are started though. That's a good sign. That means we're not going to have any recovery coming out there trying to drag them out of sand pits or anything like that. Potentially we could get this underway very, very quickly as they come around. Where is Pring now? Up into 13th. Scotty Morgan's just in front of him and Goodridge behind. Let's quickly head down to pit lane with Mel.
Pole position again today, Kobe Williams. Is it all of those laps on the simulator that are making you so fast?
Might be a little bit of a help, but yeah, overall, pretty cool qualifying session, pole by 3/10, so overall pretty happy.
So 3/10 is a huge gap in Formula Ford. You didn't have it your own way yesterday. Looks like you found a little bit of extra speed.
Yeah, I think we tuned the car up a little bit last night. A little bit of a messy lap by myself, but overall pretty happy with how the session went.
Oh, well, that's a messy lap. You must be pleased. Have a great day.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, Kobe Williams, our pole setter for the Formula Ford that was on previous here to the Legend Cars Australia as they are back underway. Well, no, our safety car's still out. It sounded like they wanted to get underway. Buzzing around out there on track. There we go. Safety car has actually been deployed. So wait and see if the lights go out. Generally around turn 4 or 5, we'll see those lights go out and get ready to reset this race. Dylan Thomas, with all the experience on board, will know when to get this started. And there we go. Safety car lights are out. That will exit stage left as it goes around turn number 6. And we're going to get this race back underway. And it's going to be a sprint race with just over 4.5 minutes remaining. Carnage, carnage, carnage sometimes when this happens. Let's have a look at one of the replays here. Potentially what happened. Melville down the inside in the 81. Oh, Simpson just not quite enough racing room potentially there. And wow. That's it. The wheels just stick out. They're like a half open wheeler, aren't they? Like a crossbreed between an open wheeler and
You can definitely ride a wheel in an Aussie Legend car. That is for sure. Here we go.
We saw it at about 150 kilometres an hour in Sydney with Dylan Thomas sending it skyward.
Right on the finish line too, I might add, as Thomas cracks it through the start-finish line as we get this race back underway. 4 minutes to go on our Ringers Western leaderboard. And up the inside, Asker Sendall sends it.
Wow. Not mucking around on someone experienced like Dylan Thomas. Down the inside, big dive. Thomas knows to give him a little bit of space, because we spoke about this with him as well in the previous race, and Rob Hogan alluded to it at a post-race interview, is sometimes you're better off being in second and getting the draft coming out of the final corner. So we'll play this game. Dylan Thomas, not happy about that. He'll be wanting to put the number 68 machine back in the lead, but on the outside here with the drive, Sendel might do well. We see him go wide. Manaveri's looking for an in, but Rob Hogan is right on the back bar, and he is fast in the 46 machine. Have a look down here. Dive under brakes on Manaveri. He's under, he might have two. Does he have three?
Tate with a massive lock-up. That's going to cost him, and an incredible job from Hogan. Elevates himself up into P2 behind Asker Sendel.
Nearly went from fourth to first. He's in second at the moment, Hogan. Will this be a fairy tale comeback down the inside? How quick is that car? A little bit of toe there. He has found the setup for Queensland Raceway. He's definitely thought out. Lives just outside of Canberra and Googong, just over the border. It's been some -7 mornings there lately, and this morning again he'll be enjoying the nice warm weather up here, and he is defrosted and underway. Sendel going to send it down the inside. Can he do it again? Turn number one's been favourable for him.
Ryan Pring's made his way up into the top 10 as well, just latching onto the back of this pack. How about it? There's 10 cars in this battle pack. Impressive from these legend car drivers to keep it admittedly as clean as they have. Have a look at this. They are all over the track, trying to break the toe, looking for the run down into 3, the hardest braking point that they'll see.
Skinner's another one. Riley Skinner in 7th position. He's worked his way up after that disqualification as it's all unfolding in the front. Brendan Hourigan with a big send on the outside. Can't pull the 51 silver bullet up. And the Terps entry will have to regroup and have another go at that one. Back in 8th position. Riley Skinner up in 7th. Wow, from the back of the pack as well. Rob Hogan's really the number one. Going all the way back from 25th. And here we go. Tate down the inside. You normally send it high car, don't you? As hard as you can.
Yeah, why not?
The budget car Angels entry. Blake Haynes a little bit further back now in 6th position with Riley Skinner hot on the tail in the 94 machine.
Asker Sendel just all over the back of that CXC blue and yellow machine of Thomas. Benaveri not quite able to run the optimum line through the final corner. Will have to tuck in behind the budget rent-a-cars machine of Tate. Trying to break that toe.
Look at him weaving all over the place. Asker, does he have a look down the inside? Honing those skills in before he heads off to the United States a little bit later this year to put a few races on in legend cars over there.
1 minute to go. They'll be lucky if they can finish this lap and get a last lap in. Pring finds his way up.
As we confirm last lap for these. Send the Hail Marys down. 3 wide into turn number 3. Who's got it under brakes? Asker Sendel's in the lead in the 55, but he can't afford to pinch a brake. Does a nice job. Hogan has a look down the inside as Dylan Thomas just falls back into 3rd position. He needs to watch out because Tate is right at the back.
Hogan trying to run the outside line and the approach into 4. Sendel with a massive move. He's late on the brakes, pinches that front left and tucks in behind. Hogan is your leader in the number 46 machine, but Sendel right on him. This is going to come down to the final corner as they make their way into 6.
He's got the fastest lap so far, Hogan, but can he hold off Asker Sendel? We know the bump draft is so important here. Hogan's going to be the inside. Sendel on the outside. Can Dylan Thomas get a bit of a side draft? Will he upset Sendel and get on the second piece of the podium? No, Hogan might hold on to this one, the 46. It's Hogan from 25th all the way to 1st. Sendel 2nd, Thomas 3rd. What a race we had. Tate, Skinner, Kamenaveri, Hayne, Hourigan, Pring and Duckworth round out your top 10. And what a finish. It's still happening. There's someone off in the dirt way back there, and that looks like the 59 car of Furness. That's unfortunate for Furness in the dying moments of the race, and there'll be a few stories to tell down in the legend pits after this one, won't there?
I half bet that there's going to be a potential clash and a few stern words said as well. There were a few very strong moves put down in that one, and I hope that everyone up on the hill is having a great time watching.
So Benno got a DNF after being towed out of that sand as well, and Aidan Williams in 26th position. We know he was not happy about being stuck. That is great to have so many fans out here at Queensland Raceway as we look at the official results of the TFH Hire Legend Cars for race number 4. Rob Hogan with that amazing drive back into first position. Asker Sendel and Dylan Thomas didn't make it easy for him. Shane Tate, the ever-reliable driver out there in fourth. Riley Skinner, Kamanoeri, well, Skinner with a massive drive back as well. Blake Hayne, Brendan Hourigan, Ryan Pring, another one coming from the rear of the field. And Bruce Duckworth in the 160 machine. Scotty Morgan with another drive back as well to make just outside the top 10 with Benny Goodrich hot on his tail.
An incredible race. Man, I cannot wait to see the reel on this one because there was action aplenty. Again, just a wild, wild run from the back of the field for your eventual race winner. Let's check it out on the Hi-Tec Oils race highlights reel. And the race start, well, it was actually pretty relaxed. Check this out.
It was mild for a legend car race, wasn't it? Only three or four wide. Just another day. And there's look, anything could have happened. And we saw a couple of things here where cars went wide. You know, there was Pring, Hogan, Morgan, they were all, and Skinner. They were all coming from the back of the field. So it was always going to be a lot of pressure. This was the fight to start in the first half of the race, though, wasn't it? Dylan Thomas, Benno, and Williams, and they were going at it position for position. And the green and gold machine and the grey 300 of Benno, there was the big moment here where Benno just went in a bit hot, locked the brakes up, made contact with Williams and sent them off into the gravel trap and got themselves stuck there before we had our first race restart.
Yeah, and it was handled fairly well from the start. A little bit of contact there and riding that wheel.
That was Melville and Simpson, wasn't it? And then the safety car came out again. And Dylan Thomas, well, another restart. But you know what? Asker Sendel said, you're not getting me this time. I'm going to send it down the inside. He licked the stamp and sent it all the way. Rob Hogan had worked his way back through the pack by then. And the 46 almost went from fourth to first going into turn number 4. But he couldn't just quite get Asker Sendel. It wasn't long, though, till Rob Hogan had that lead back. And Asker Sendel wasn't going to give that up at any stage. It's this turn number 3 under brakes. You're just holding your breath knowing how many people have gone off there across the weekend. Rob Hogan and Asker Sendel would exchange the lead for the final couple of corners as they get the draft there, but Hogan held on in the final corner. Dylan Thomas in the CXC machine didn't quite have enough to make a charge. Tate just missed out in 4th position, and look, Rob Hogan take nothing away from that drive from 25th all the way to 1st.
Absolutely stunning stuff here in your TFHI Legend Cards Australia. Race number 4. For our post-race interviews, down to Mel.
P3, Dylan Thomas, you look a bit disappointed.
Yeah, we're about 50 horsepower down on number 46 and a few of the other boys, so we're really struggling out there. Had some brake issues at the early. Nice to be on the podium, but we're just not fast enough.
There was only a few tenths in it, but yeah, we could all do with an extra 50 horsepower, couldn't we?
Yeah, well, it's okay when you get behind because you can get pulled along, but I can't lead. These guys have got to lead because I don't have the power.
Oh, hopefully you can find some between now and next time. Thank you.
Asker Sendel, that was an awesome battle. There's about 7 of you battling for the pack and trying to break the toe. How was that race?
It was very exciting. Very good job to Rob, and somehow I got a good start, managed to gain a few positions up to Dylan, and then before the safety car, me and Dylan started to work together, and then after the first safety car, we just started to push each other along, get as much gap as we can, but just the toe helps them stay with us.
Fantastic. Well done. We'll look out for you in the next race.
Thank you.
Rob Hogan, a win, but when you were leading on the last lap, I thought he told me Friday that's not what you want to do, but you still managed to pull off the victory.
Yeah, well, Asker did get the toe down the back there, and he did get me in the turn 3, but I managed to get back underneath him under 24, so yeah, just had to hold it from there, but yeah, it was a tough race coming from the back, so yeah.
It's all going to plan for you this weekend so far, isn't it?
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get another one to win in the last one, but we'll have to see how we go.
Good luck, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, we're about to kick on here at Queensland Raceway for 2 days of thunder. Day 2 coming at you, and we get things cracking for race 5 of the Australian XL Super Sprints. And man, oh man, Matt Kavanagh, these cars have been amazing to watch. They've had their thrills, a couple of spills, but some stunning racing.
Is that what you call a couple of spills? Unfortunately, we did have a little bit of a rollover earlier. Craig Coleman, he got out of the car as well, so I don't think we'll see Coleman return to this race, unfortunately. But yeah, the XLs, they always turn it on. They crash and bash when they get out there sometimes, but we're running out of XLs in Australia surely by now. We've seen where we've had upwards of 60 cars at a race meet as well, but great to have me here for the Hi-Tec Oils, or the Hi-Tec Super Series XL Sprint Cup here this weekend, and we've had them join us. XL's joined us throughout various parts of the championship over the last 2 seasons, as well as Tyler Collins is going to lead us out of this one in race number 5, followed by Caleb Patterson, Matty Boylett, Carla Warner, who's doing fantastic this weekend with Sam McLaren in 5th, and it's Campbell, Peacock, Richards, Sturgis and McSwan will round out our top 10 starting this race. And look, it's going to be all on into turn number 1 as Trafford in 11th, and Wilson, Edwards, Kingsley, Parrish, Neville, Wallace, Coleman, Quinn and Manwarning. I don't know whether we are going to see Coleman come out at this point. We'll wait and confirm that, because that car was opposite side up to where it should be at the last race, and I've been trying to look up some of the results there and it's not coming up on my screen, so I'm assuming they're going through that, still awarding some penalties and things like that. So we'll try and get that out of our system there a little bit for you to find out exactly what happened in that last race. But look, these are super competitive things. What are they making? Somewhere in the 90 odd horsepower. They'll stiffen the cars up, as Husey would say, put the jack under it and let's get it up on 3 wheels.
Absolutely. You see that definitely coming into the final corner, turn 6 there. They love to get up on 3 wheels, and at that point in the corner, they're actually at their most vulnerable too. The slightest knock on the rear quarter and that unloads them, pushes them wide, spins them around as we get set to take grid position. Collins in the number 55 has been a gun on the starts. Caleb Patterson taking it right to him. We've generally seen these two side by side on the run into 1 on the way to 2. We cannot wait to see how this one is going to pan out. Have they tempered their resolve, or is the red mist well and truly set in even after the formation lap?
Well, we've seen a lot of XL racing throughout Australia. They do a lot of endurance as well here in Queensland Raceway. This one's going to be a short 15-minute race for these XLs. Standstill start, of course. How well can they control that clutch off the starters? I'm going to hand over to a man with a bit more experience when it comes to these pocket rockets. Jared Hughes is going to be in the house in just a second.
Well, here we go. We are waiting for the lights to come on. A stacked field of XLs. Arguably one of the loudest cars out there as we welcome in Jared Hughes, a little bit breathless running up from the TA2 pits. Our mate, let's go. Lights out. Did you get a chance to catch the earlier race?
No, I didn't. Oh, actually, I had a little look at it. I think there was I saw a few tow trucks going out, so that obviously isn't too good, but more of an even start than yesterday.
Yeah.
Out the front.
Patterson, again, loving to use that pit lane exit. Getting out there, getting wide.
Oh, tight line for Collins. He's got a good start. Able to hang on. Who won the last race? Was it...
you'd argue that it was Collins, starting from P1 on the grid. Patterson right there with him as they are line astern on the run into 3. What do you get up to? 4th gear?
Yeah,
4th gear?
Yep.
4th gear?
Yep. You'd have to have a big motor to get to 5th gear in the Hyundais around here. Look at the rotation that the Paddo car's got. Just able to get the big turns. Trying to Peacock, run it around the outside. He seems to, Connors, I was talking to him before, he seems to struggle to turn the car on in the early phase of the race, so he's just trying to work on getting the car to turn on a bit better for him and give him a bit more early run pace, but it's getting a bit tighter at the front now, isn't it?
Yeah, looking for a move up into 5. Manages to get it done. Patterson will be your new leader in the 101 machine. Collins looking to fight back. He's going to apply all the pressure. Here comes the Zenith machine. That'll be Boylett. We saw him turn it on later in the event.
Good comeback.
Not bad. Find himself up in a 3rd.
You never count yourself out in an XL race, though, do you?
Side by side on the run into turn 1. Collins leads us out with a hot lap. Patterson right there with him.
Watch him, there he loves it. Look at it. Oh, they've all followed suit as well. Look at this. He opens the corner up and it just allows him to carry so much momentum. Look, he's gone around there. Oh, he probably used a little bit too much entry track. He's hung on to it, though.
That's the number 8 machine. That'll be McSwan.
Someone else has followed him through, maybe.
Peering through the dust there. A short 15-minute sprint. How hard is it to get these cars to come on with such a limited amount of track time?
They're normally actually not too bad, to be honest with you, depending on how your car's set up, how it reacts to the cold tyres and being able to put the temperature into them, and then what your warm-up lap is like, obviously, but they're not normally too bad. And obviously these guys in the front have got that nail to be able to head on and do it straight away, but I think we're going to get a replay of the off-road excursion.
This is into turn one, and
Oh,
so
look at
much
him.
rotation.
Oh, he tried to fight, yeah. He thought he was on and just had a little bit too much. Someone's followed suit in the back. But he had some momentum going through there. Then he gave it a good send. Good on him.
The number 8 machine of McSwan there. As we still have a couple of position changes. Peacock quick in sector 1.
Purple. And, man, Waring. Purple in sector 2 down in 12th place. Maybe a little bit of a... Might have some more contenders here.
There we go. All eyes on the front of the pack. There's got to be a solid 8 or 9 cars all gunning for those top spots. Love the attitude of the cars through turn 6.
Get it on that left front. Just get a picture. Carle might losing a couple spots. She had some good pace yesterday, but maybe not so much today. Just going to try and get into a groove. Nice move by Campbell there up the inside of turn 1.
Love the presentation on that Weet-Bix back car.
Yeah.
For Carle. It is so
cool. They do a very good job.
So Collins leads us out from Patterson with Richards in 3rd, McLaren 4th, and Boylett rounds out your top 5. But these two up front, they're going to need a new rear bar and a front bar. Maybe a headlight or 3 thrown in there for good measure.
It's getting a workout, isn't it? Yeah, just look, he just got that rotation on Collins in the roof space innovations car. It just seems to turn so well on the entry to mid phase of the corners and just gives him that one up. But not the greatest exit though by the look of it. Might be in a bit of strife here from Josh Richards. Late under brakes, good move. Don't take out the teammate on the way through. Perfect.
Yeah, this will put the cars for us duo in 1 and 2 respectively. As Richards bumps up.
That was a late turn in by Tyler there. He was probably watching what's going on behind him. But it's all good. So you got two pairs of teammates here. B-Pro and then the OTAP. I still forgot to ask that, but OTAP. Good move by Sammy. I think Sam's due for a good result. He's had some good pace, but he just hasn't been able to show it yet. So maybe this is his time to shine.
Talking about McLaren in the white number 11 car. Boylett still running in the mix in 5th as Patterson is dropped down to 4th place. Quick lap time from Richards there with the 1:30.32 on lap 3. That last lap there. Starting to settle themselves down now.
This is so funny. If we did a 1:32 in qualifying a couple of years ago, you'd be over the moon. You'd be thinking this thing's a rocket. Now we're down to 1:30s. I think they've even done 1:29s this year.
See, that's amazing, just the development in these cars. Obviously, the more of them that are out there, the more minds get attracted to this sport. And the extra hundredths of a second that they're just able to eke out of almost nowhere.
I think the better way to put it is the extra horsepower they can get. Oh, no, hang on to it. Just get on the gas, drive it out.
But a costly mistake there in 3 for Carle.
Sounds like it's in a high gear as well, so maybe it might have left it in the high gear or it's got a problem, but good save by her though, not to put it in the gravel.
McLaren starting to look menacing over the back of Richards, vying for that P2 spot.
Paddo's dropped off a little bit, hasn't he? Struggling for a little bit of pace in this one, or he's playing it safe?
Well, went purple in sector 1, but the lap time doesn't really indicate. He's 1.2 seconds off the pace of our front runner.
Yeah, it's a long way. Long way, but this is, Sammy's got some speed. Number 11, Sam McLaren, he's got some speed that he wants to get using. But Josh is he's not going to make it easy. Oh, never mind. They corrected. He'll make
break the toe and get out to the inside line. Has the pace, forces the issue, and pushes Richards over onto pit lane exit. Jacks the car up onto the front left. We love that look through turn 1, but big commitment, and the crisscross is put down, and Richards back up into P2 on McLaren.
Oh, crisscross on a crisscross. He's done the same move on him.
But it's dragged Patterson back into the mix here. He's tucked right in hard on the back of that number 11. Gives him the push. They're doing the old shake and bake on the run into turn 3.
Oh, give the teammate a tap. Yeah, beautiful.
I have to shut my eyes. I have to shut my eyes.
Mate, that was fine. That was just a normal one. That was good. But you're going to have to block. But these guys need to play it smart, though, because Tyler's pulled out a 9/10 gap, I think he has. Or maybe a little bit further. Just because of these guys are battling. They're still going for it. McLaren's going to have some speed to catch up to Tyler in 7 minutes. But if they work together, they should be able to get back up there.
Muscling their way through turn 4.
Oh, feed him a mirror. Oh, he's giving him the squeeze. He's going to break the latest.
Locks that inside rear, gets the car pitched in through the final corner.
Have the toe from McLaren possibly to help him, but I think it's going to be Josh's corner when they get down to turn 1.
Boylette's now up into the mix in the number 80 for Zenith as well.
Oh, he's giving him the world's biggest bump though. Oh, they've both got past him. Oh, that's a big lose for Pato. He's hung on to it, but that's a big bump draft by Boylett to get Patterson back out in front of Josh Richards. Maybe it's that big wing. Too much downforce. Oh, it wasn't enough downforce there though.
Oh, big evasive manoeuvre from the Penrite car. The 333 of Campbell.
Big re-entry. Yeah, Carly's struggling. She's down in 10th place. Hasn't got the pace that she had in the previous races this weekend. Can you get a replay? Or what's this one?
Here we go.
Yeah,
this is tagging that
Pato.
curb on the exit.
Oh, another one too. Good move by the Sharon Rentals car, but I think that gets unstuck at the next corner.
So back now to McSwan and Campbell fighting it out. Aerial shots over turn 4.
Richards on that curb that you just don't like. These Hyundais do not like that curb. Wonder if he kept it on the black stuff. He has, but they're still... Oh.
Bit of biffo.
Boylett seems to like a little bit of biff and barge on the straights, doesn't he?
Why not?
Why not? Well, maybe it has something against B-Pro. Oh, Peacock's in there now, though.
Peacock forces the issue.
Well, he's giving him. He saw the straight line bang, and then gave him a bit of a wide berth on the straight.
Just under 6 minutes on the Ringers Western leaderboard, and it's Collins from McLaren with Patterson in 3rd, Richards 4th, and Boylett in 5th place.
It's going to be hard to catch tyres. Got a 1.4 second gap. He was the last lap time. Sam was a tenth slower on the last lap, so if Tyler keeps it nice and smooth, no mistakes, this should be his to lose.
Patterson not really having the run he was hoping for in that 101 machine. Still good for 3rd place, though, as Boylett sends a speculator on the run into turn 3, locks that inside.
That's a lot of speed. Did a good job to hang on to that, to be fair. Locked the rear quite early in the stop and had a bit of left hand down, hanging on to it into the brakes. He did good effort to pull that thing up, not cause a shunt.
Richards trying to latch back onto that toe into turn 4.
When was the last time you saw this? 3XLs out top 3 with a gap like that.
Normally they remain nice and tight pretty much for the entire race, so they're pushing each other along until they finally sort themselves out halfway through the last lap.
Is he going to put a sneaky move on Josh? Oh, he's thinking about it. Oh, he's doing more than think about it.
A handful of lock brakes on the run into the final corner, but they just managed to bring it through. Boylett at the front of that 3-car pack.
Oh, this
covers it off.
It's about to get interesting, isn't it? Got the clean-up crew, a couple cars behind him, ready to pounce when they make a mistake. Use that track. Yeah, good run by you. That extra bit of track. I might try that line next race, actually. It seems to have a lot of grip out there.
There's a definite dirty line out here around Queensland Raceway right now. I mean, how much does that play into these cars that are quite often tripoding their way through these corners?
Well, a small piece of rubber for these, a big piece of rubber for these things is a small piece of rubber for our TA2 cars. So they hit a piece of rubber in this thing, it's actually quite bad. But
Boylett goes agricultural. It's 3 wide into turn 3. Oh! McSwan punches it through that 3-car pack, and that is heavy front-end damage for the number 8 machine.
That was a fast one. That's very fast. That's probably going to bring out the checkered, I would assume, this time by, but that is a lot of speed.
Boylett managed to come through that unscathed, but only just. Wow, a massive, massive shunt.
Told you about the clean-up crew, though. They're coming through, waiting for the mistake. Yeah, it's a checkered flag this time by. That was a big one.
That was an absolutely huge one for the number 8 machine. Not the way they wanted that race to end. The checkered flag comes out, the high beams are flashing, and Tyler Collins takes victory with McLaren in 2nd. Patterson resurrects 3rd. Boylett for 4th, with Campbell and Warner 5th and 6th. And an unfortunate note to end that race 5 for the XL Super Sprint Series.
Maybe a lock break, but that was a lot of speed.
A lot of speed.
That's
and a lot of front end damage. You can see the front end has been absolutely caved.
Have a look at it. That's going to need a little bit more than a buff, I think.
Yeah.
A little bit more than a buff. But let's...
Unhappy in the cockpit.
Yeah. Maybe it was a lock because you could see he had his hands in his head, maybe thinking he locked a brake. But man, Waring, 30.1 for the fastest lap. Back down in P11. Good on him.
Our race results. Tyler Collins takes the win with a healthy 2-second gap over Sam McLaren in second. Caleb Patterson for third. Matthew Boylett in fourth, with Campbell, Warner, Sturgis, Trappett, Wilson and Quinn rounding out your top 10. Now it's back to Thomas Manwaring with that hot lap for 11th place. Ashton Edwards in 12th with Kinsey, Peacock and Neville rounding out your top 15. Will Wallace, Josh Richards in 17th. Will McSwan in 18th, unfortunately, with that big incident there. Brett Parrish in 19th and Craig Coleman for your top 20. DNFs for that race, Richards, McSwan, Parrish and Coleman not able to make the race start. Man, oh man, what a frenetic series of events as they're having a few words. That'll be the number 52 of Richards, who was looking hot in that Cars for Us entry.
Definitely not happy. Can't blame him, but obviously it's hard to see what's going on.
Let's check out the race highlights here, and the start was a fairly tidy affair.
Bad one by Carl. They couldn't get off the line too well, but even, a bit more even than yesterday's starts for these two boys. Look at him, he's already using that wide track.
We're starting to see more and more of them venture out that way on the run into turn 1. Nice move from Patterson up in turn 4, the run into, 5, sorry. And off-track excursion, McSwan.
Could have been something caused by that, maybe that caused that little bit of a off at the end there. Nice little move here by Josh. Capato had good pace at the start, but just fell a little bit off the cliff, so I wonder if something happened to his 101 car. And then McLaren came up and carried the OTAP team flag.
Richards was a star performer here, but that was McLaren in the number 11 getting through the inside. Richards fighting back, dealing with Patterson here on that run. Having the healthy bump draft from Boylett. The run into 1 and 2, but tagging that bit of gravel.
Look at that. Oh, he's only just hung on to that. He's done well, just plant the throttle, but yeah, no, that's not a lot. I think that's probably a brake failure, I'd say, because there was no lock-up. Yeah. That's unfortunate. A lot of damage there. But Tyler Collins, good job, pulled the gap. Did his fastest lap on the last lap as well. Wasn't playing it safe. Just giving it a good crack.
Unreal stuff here in race 5 for the Australian XL Super Sprint as we get ready for IRC. Let's head down to Mel Price.
A very popular P3. Can you tell us about that race?
Yeah, it was one that could have been something great. Obviously, you would have seen on the stream there, the motor fell away about lap 2. So, look, I'm so proud of the team. They've worked tirelessly all weekend to try and tune this thing up, and we knew we were losing horsepower more and more throughout the weekend. But I just can't thank the team enough, and the other boys, clean racing. Well, props to Tyler. Could have been us, but maybe next year.
Maybe next time. You've certainly got a great fan base there. The cheering and the clapping, everybody's very proud of you. Great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Sam McLean, that XL Racing is relentless. I was just talking to your dad and he said it's all elbows out. What's it like being in that pack fighting like that?
It is full on. Well, I've got a sweat going. You wouldn't think that hard to drive, but when you're in a pack like that, it's full on. But we got out of the messy stuff and couldn't chase Tyler down in the end, but he did a good job on the win, so it was good. Real good race. Loved it. Fantastic. Well done. Thank you.
P1, Tyler Collins, you got your hair ready for the camera, you right?
Right.
A little bit of a gap at the end in that one. You don't often see that at the finish of an XL race.
No, 100%, but I'll definitely take it where I can get it. Yeah, I mean, that was all because of my teammate, Josh Richards. Unfortunately, he was caught up in a incident that ended the race there, but yeah, I definitely owe him a slab, that's for sure.
Well, while we speak of Josh Richards, him and his partner Gemma, congratulations, Bub due in August, hopefully another future racer one day.
100%. I'm sure he'll be giving them driver coaching straight out the womb. So, yeah, no, it's really awesome. And, yeah, stoked to get the win for the whole B-Pro team. And, yeah.
Great weekend for you. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Big smiles down there, isn't there, in pit lane, as you see the hugs and the family down there, and a lot of competition amongst the XL drivers, but it's very respectful as well.
Yeah, very respectful, and it's only when something unfortunate happens, like what we saw down into turn 3 there. Still out there in the XL, and the emotions still running hot for McSwan. And the Yamba Towing and Smash Repairs number 8 machine for Will McSwan Racing.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a moment there while we get that car out of the kitty. Of course, Innovation Race Cars are the next ones to come up on our program here this afternoon. Not too far away, 1 p.m. Of course, our coverage will start for our TA2 muscle cars to kick things off this afternoon here at Queensland Raceway. The 2 days of thunder. Yes, it started on Friday. It was like a practice day, a little bit of quali, wasn't it? But really, the event started yesterday.
Yeah, I liked what you said this morning on the run to the track. Welcome for day 2.8 of 2 Days of Thunder. How about it? Collins soaking it in after a brilliant drive in the XL. That big wing must be good for something.
Oh, he's finding some downforce on there. It's the difference, isn't it? Have a look at it. It's a Subaru wing on the back of it by the looks of it.
Absolutely huge.
And then you can sit the opposite way and eat your lunch on it.
Yeah, how good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Works for both ways. Just wipe the dirt off the roof from standing on that one, as you can see that. Corvette, ready to go.
Yeah, the Llewellyn GMSV team coming in clutch here and looking spectacular.
Pace car. So yesterday afternoon we talked about Innovation Race Cars. There was a race that was meant to happen. It really only lasted a few seconds there before we went around turn number 1 and some contact made, cars spinning out. Nowhere to go for Crossing, who made heavy contact, unfortunately, with Goodacre. Great thing about these cars, though, we saw the front end of Goodacre's car completely taken off, but with the modular style of the chassis and how they build them very uniquely built here in Australia, is that they had another front end out the back. So between all the drivers, they could actually swap that front end overnight, and we saw him out here this morning. Goodacre ended up in 7th position, but great to see him back out on the track. Lee Stibbs will be one. He's not happy about that. I saw him get some qualifying in this morning. Fastest of the Hi-Tec Oils cars once again with the 1:13.9, unfortunately, even with the ones that are out in TA2. But yeah, unfortunately a DNF for him, and I know they've been plagued with a couple of issues. The header pipe, which is basically the exhaust where it's bolted to the engine block, came loose yesterday, and we had to see him come into the pit. So that's a ride car. That's a 2-seater ride car that Hi-Tec always use for some promotional and getting some clients in, some other people. That they've decided to throw Lee Stibbs in this weekend to just be an IRC, because obviously it doesn't. It's a TA2 car essentially underneath, but obviously it's got an exhaust. It's got a second seat. There's a few other minor modifications, I suppose, to be able to allow that second passenger in. So racing under the IRC this weekend. Great to see Stibbsy out there, because it was great news this weekend from George at Hi-Tec Motorsport that they have found a car for Stibbs, hence why he's out here this weekend just getting some track time. And can't wait to see how he goes in this one, starting out of 10th position. But Jeffrey Taunton, he's been strong this weekend. No surprise to see him leading us out of here in the Mark Haas Australia entry with John Goodacre just behind. So that's a big start from him to work his way back after that incident yesterday. Danny started in 3rd in that brand new car. Daniel Gillison in 4th in the local search entry. Then there's Grant Donaldson in the Axles Earth Moving. John Hollinger back in 6th position. Brian Finn, who's new to the category. He's done some V8 touring car stuff, but look in the Laser 3D entry. That's Danny Stutter's old vehicle that he's purchased and being out there. So John Crossing, let's wait and see how he goes in this one, because I didn't see any results from him earlier this morning. That car may not be back out of there, unfortunately. There's a fair bit of damage on that Mark car. So Innovation Race Cars, what are they? Well, they initially started as a Mark 1 car, where we saw the first iteration, I suppose, in a Mark 2 car. It's moved on to Innovation Race Cars. Still a very similar format. The cars, I suppose, have changed over that time. The new Innovation Race Cars, loosely based, I'd say, on street cars. They're not an AMG or Camaro or anything like that, but you'll see some similarities in the styling between them. A lot of aero packages on these cars. The Mark cars, obviously, they had things like they had a gear shifter so you could go through and things like that. They actually have a gearbox in them even though it's a transaxle, whereas we're seeing with the late model innovation race cars, paddle shift. Everything late model ABS, all the works and jerks when it comes to those sorts of things. In terms of safety and going a little faster here, some big wheel packages and big brake packages on these cars too, designed to do massive endurance racing. A lot of these drivers do venture overseas. They're doing the Bathurst 12-hour, Bathurst 6-hour, but they're going over to Spa and doing 24-hour races and things like that overseas. So Nürburgring, things like that. So design, I suppose with that in mind, these cars are designed to do those big endurance races, as well as you see Lee Stibbs trying to get the heat and the Hoosies in the Hi-Tec Oils twin-seater. Great to have him back behind the wheel. He's had about 12 months off, Lee Stibbs, from racing, and got rid of his TA2 car and filled in for Robbie Farr fantastically in Sydney at our last round of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. And obviously, George wanted to have the home base for Hi-Tec Oils, wanted to have both cars there. Got the bug for it. And he obviously impressed the boss enough that he's gone out and got that third car. So we'll wait and see how that unfolds later in the season. Put Stibbsy in that team. More data, and we've seen that with the TFH guys down there as well. More cars out there, more data to try and share amongst the team.
Someone whose race results may not have really been indicative of the performance. Someone that I'm looking for is Jeff Emery in the number 48 machine there on screen in silver AMG lookalike. He is known for bringing out some blistering moves in these IRC races. We go on board with Stibbs in that Hi-Tec Oils number 6 machine. But Emery was able to put down some great racing on day one of 2 Days of Thunder here at Queensland Raceway. Not seeing crossing out on this formation lap. See the number 9 there of Draney.
It might be a bit of a surprise to see that one out there. 20-minute race up at our timing screens for this one. Innovation Race Cars. Goodacre and Taunton are going to fight this out. Safety car back in the pits now. Well, watch for Gillison, the local search car. That's been very quick as well.
Stock car on the back as we are clean and green. Goodacre, good on the restart, but he's on the outside line into 1. Gillison right there with him will lock in. Studdard and Hollinger side by side through 1. Studdard's managed to edge away and will hold down P4. So it's Taunton, Goodacre, Gillison and Studdard, your top 4.
Look at Hollinger starting to work his way in. He still had a last round as well. He just improved as the weekend went on. But Emery now in the 48 machine gets down the inside. They might be going 3 wide. In the background there is Taunton now in first place. Goodacre has to watch out for Gillison, who's on the inside. And the 111 of Donaldson gets through on Hollinger, and following him is the 48 of Emery too. Manages to get through. Now Gillison, the local search entry, is he going to have a dive down the inside here into 4? Might think twice about that one as Goodacre just covers that off. Studdard follows them in as well. I think they'll be looking to just get a couple of laps under their belt here this time. We don't want to see that turn 1 incident again. Just let it settle down. We've got 20 minutes to try and figure out who's going to be the winner of this race. Taunton, who's been super fast already, throwing down some impressive sector times.
Gillison able to get some impressive drive out of that turn 6, is right on the back of Goodacre. Only 0.27 of a second behind as they streak across the start-finish line. Hollinger back further than he'd like to be in P6. There he is, getting around Emery. And Emery makes that lunge. They go side by side. Has he got the overlap? He gets it done on the exit there, but Hollinger, a savvy racer, will lock in behind him and work him over the next 2 laps.
Finn having a great outing his first time in the Innovation Race Car as well. I know he would have done a test day or 2, especially before buying one of these cars. You want to get in there, make sure the fit is right for you, I suppose. Very quick cars.
Having a chat with Studdard, and he's saying that we have a handful of potential newcomers to the IRC field with a few ride days or test sessions planned. So looking forward to seeing more of these IRC cars out there. Only 4 weeks from paying your final bill to picking your car up, apparently.
Yeah, and that's building the Atlas here in Australia as well. So got the parts there on display, and they basically assemble these cars, and they're a work of art. Especially we went down to Studdard's car, didn't we, at the start of this weekend? It's a brand new car, unbelievable to watch as we ride on board with Lee Stibbs, who's rolling around in the two-seater ride car in 11th position. And, well, the person taking the ride today is all of us who get to see the camera angles coming out of the number 66 machine. Normally 66 this weekend. Just got the number 6, or maybe that's the bad luck he's getting. He doesn't have his normal number. But the Hi-Tec Oils dual-seater is getting around there in 11th position. This is a move potentially under there. Started looking Gillison just behind Goodacre in the back. Have a look at Emery on Donaldson. Pulls in on the Axles Earth moving entry. Does a nice move there in the West Coast Windows car. Just working his way, picking them off one by one now up into 5th position as we look at some of the times. They're already down to the 109.90s. These are the fastest cars we have at the track this weekend.
Yeah, I have to say, and I've said it to everyone, there is nothing in the field that sounds as good on the shift card as an IRC. These LS-based power plants just absolutely stunning. As Studdard tries to make that dive into the final corner. Managed to close up on Gillison here, but Taunton out to a handicap just over a second now as he posts a quick time, 109.62 on lap 3.
Have a look at Goodacre, fastest lap of the race, a 6.0 now, just a couple of hundreds faster than Taunton. So getting into the groove, temperatures will be coming up in the tyres now. The grip levels will be there for a little bit, like we say, designed to do long endurance racing as well. The tyres not designed, I suppose, to be in their window very quickly. It needs to be a bit more longevity when it comes to this style of racing. 20-minute race here this weekend, though. Just a nice short sprint format for him as Goodacre slides the car in. I take it back, maybe the tyres aren't happy as he really slid into turn number 3. And Gillison just waiting to pounce and take the opportunity in the local search entry. Has a little look down the inside. The brakes are already glowing here in this dimly lit Queensland Raceway as we've got lots of cloud cover in the background. We'll wait and see how that unfolds throughout the day. Yeah, the weather gods are predicting potential stuff, but it's not set in stone.
Yeah, here we go. Gillison drawing up onto the back of Goodacre through that final corner. Started along for the ride. He's got a front row seat to any potential move that Gillison might look to make. They're in the draft. The run down into turn 1. Gillison comes half a car width out, locks back in. Started. Didn't move an inch. He was going to let this play out as Goodacre just trying to get that patched up car off to a reasonable pace.
Started following through. Just looking for a moment. Oh no, that's a lot of that. Could be engine as well, potentially, with the white smoke. We saw that last night in the production car racing. Very similar predicament. And that's the number 9 of Draney. Joined us here this weekend in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Made its way onto what is essentially the burnout pad here at Queensland Raceway when there's lots of other events going on.
Gillison heavy under brakes and didn't quite nail the move on Goodacre. Started locked to the back of that bright blue local search car.
What's going to happen on the main straight? This is where the engines let go there for Draney. And will there be any type of slick out there that could cause an issue with these cars? Because he would have come out on the race line before heading in.
You can see it.
That's carried a long way down. It's a big moment before you realise you've lost an engine.
And Taunton's just checked out, 2.3 seconds up the road.
And Goodacre really seems to be wrestling the car a fraction there. Gillison doesn't quite have the pace at this point. Probably just waiting for an opportunistic moment. We're down to turn 3. We've seen a lot of cars come unstuck, and Goodacre pulls the car up this time. He's got a slightly different line, and we've seen that across a lot of our categories where they go a lot wider coming out of here and get the inside run into turn number 4. It's fast-paced into there, over 200 kilometres an hour as they jump on the anchors and pull them up, and the brakes really showing us how much work they're doing there in the local search entry. Probably one of the most impressive wraps throughout all of our IRC cars as well.
Jeff Emery's gone to a fast lap last lap, 109.489 on lap 4. We're on lap 5 now, about to become lap 6. But he's got a fair bit of catching up to do, 1.8 seconds to find the back of Danny Studdard.
9:48 is a blistering speed in race pace. Blistering. Not too far away from the back of Studdard as well now, as that's just under 1.5 seconds. Start chipping away at that.
Started about 1/10 of a second off the pace of Gillison last lap. Yeah, 0.4 of a second. The run down into 3. Baker still has the pace. Gillison sending sparks up into the sky there on the exit of 3. Emery now starting to close down that gap to Studdard, 1.36 seconds. Keen to see where that's going to be at in 2 laps' time. We have about 12 minutes left on our Ringers Western leaderboard for this race 3 for Innovation Race Cars.
We're watching the braking areas, aren't we? And every turn is basically an opportunity for an overtake. If you're going to take the dive down the inside, some of our split sector times there, and Emery's still chipping away as these laps go down, just trying to make a 10th here and there. Blistering 109.80 on that lap. Taunton just steps it up in the lead, and clear air at the moment, a 9.67. Very consistent 9.60s from Taunton, lap after lap. Emery's going to get on the back of this pack though, potentially could fight it out for a podium position if he wants to get involved. Goodacre. Gillison goes a little bit wider Studdard. They seem to be finding that line out just a little bit wider on turn 3. Try and slingshot the cars down into 4.
Big move up there from Studdard. Did he get it wrong, or was that going to plan? He's right up on the back of the local search number 20 machine of Gillison. Let's see how this shapes up on the run into the final corner. Is Studdard within striking distance?
Yeah, just looking up at our timer screen. Stips back in the pits as well, so something's gone wrong with the Hi-Tec oils machine. We're trying to get that back out on track as soon as they possibly can.
And Emery has officially joined the fray. Finds himself 0.36 of a second off the back of Studdard. 10.5 minutes left of this race. And Emery's got some pace. He actually owns the sector time for Sector 2, so the midsection of the track. Currently holds that quick lap time, the 109.489.
Just noticing Gillison stepping out of the toe there at the moment, maybe getting out of the aero, looking for some fresh air, potentially to try and cool those brakes down. His seem to have the biggest glow out there at the moment, just trying to grab a bit of fresh air, and they will have some sensors on that car watching what's going on. Just dropping off the pace as well. Potentially the air turbulence takes a little bit away from the radiator section of these cars. Or we could have an issue starting to lurk in the background there for the local search entry. Started now with a look at the back of Goodacre. Will that inspire him to pick up the pace just a little bit?
Gillison a long way off on the exit there at the final corner, the run into the start finish. You can see a little bit of dust being sucked into the airstream here as Emery now all over the back of Gillison. Tucked into the toe. Goodacre has just been chipping away. Quite content at the moment, not really looking to be able to close down that 4.4 second gap to our leader, Jeff Taunton, who's in another postcode.
How is that shift cut as they go past our camera guys? They're a sweet sounding machine, whether it's the Mark cars with the earlier 6 litre or the Mark 1 with the 5 litre V8s. But the later one, 6.2 litres, wow.
Started with a big move under brakes on Goodacre. Has he cooked it? Keeps it in track limits, but he's right out there towards the painted white line, and he's picked up the position. Danny Studdard into second place on John Goodacre.
He's just looking so structured there, wasn't he? It's almost like he's been counting the laps down, going, I know this is going to come to me. I just need to wait for my opportunistic moment. Like Goodacre maybe chasing a little bit with the tyres now as the car's starting to warm up and everything, and Studdard just waiting. Maybe doesn't have the pace of Taunton, who's very quick out in front as he rolls out another 960.
Emery falling off the back of Gillison slightly to the tune of about 1/10.5.
Aero's starting to play a little bit of a factor now, and also we know Emery with a big charge at the start of this race. Might have just consumed a little bit of tyre wear potentially. It's Taunton 5.5 seconds almost out in front. All started, gets a little bit loose there on turn 3. Car slides just a fraction.
Checking in with our race leader, Taunton, in the Mark cars number 95 for Taunton Excavations. So you look at that and you can see the Mustang sort of design features there in the headlights and the tail lights and the roof line. But there's no Mustang under those carbon composite panels.
It's got a feel of a Mustang, but not the heart of a Mustang there. Have a look at it. It negotiates the little bumps in the circuit very nicely, doesn't it? You can see the rebound on the suspension. Just they've got that set up really well on that. It's not throwing the car around. You're not seeing it try to lift the body up too high. It's really a slow rebound there to keep the car nice and low to the track. Special that aero they've got on the front and on the side skirts there as well. Really trying to just pull that car down towards the bitumen. Gillison.
Here we go.
Got past Goodacre as well. Will Emery follow? Wow. Gillison just grabbed that there as he grabs just a fraction of opposite lock on the steering wheel, and Goodacre now struggling with pace.
Emery within striking distance, heavy on the brakes, bleeds the pedal off mid-corner, and he's perfectly positioned in between Gillison and Goodacre. Thought he was going to try and take the lunge on the exit there.
I thought Gillison might have overcooked that a little bit, went wide. Wow. What's that? Oh, it started. And he rolls. Oh, he's trying not to get in the gravel, but at the same time needs to get out of the way there on the exit. Everyone does a nice job. Wow. Oh, those side skirts, you feel from all the carbon fibre as it just scrapes along the edge.
You just hear the cha-ching, cha-ching. Dear, stuttered. It was looking so composed.
Oh, no.
Big shrapnel coming off.
We saw a tyre puncher earlier this weekend in TA2, didn't we, with Ben Gomersole, where something jammed in there that they said was a rock. Stuttered now, looks like he's delaminated a tyre.
So unfortunate, and at the worst possible time.
Now the question's going to be is, did he have tyre damage which caused him to spin, or is he damaged the tyre in the spin?
He's going to limp that one around, but you can see it just shedding rubber from that left rear. Oh, that's heartbreaking. What do? Do you bring it into the pits and save the car, or do you just try and run out the last 5 minutes of racing?
Well, obviously with a quick change axle there, only one stud to be undone. That might be just come in and get a tyre. That's him spinning out. Now, I can't see the tyre damage at that point. He's got out of there. No, I can't really tell whether they had damage. Look how much rubber it's thrown down the main straight. The car's flicking it off everywhere. It's like that bit we saw in the production cars last night. We're waiting for it to be thrown out of the driving line.
Leave.
He wanted the front row seat for all the action.
So Emery within a half a second of Gillison. Number 20 local search car. Has Emery got what it takes? Gillison super wide. Emery had the position to try and make the attack. He'll have good drive, but Gillison's just pulled some pace out. Bright red glow from the front end. How good would that look under lights?
Oh, don't tempt them. We raced them in Sydney, didn't we? It was the fight in the night there, and the Sydney Sundown. We went racing under lights there, and these were very impressive, especially the car like that under the lights. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle in the local surge entry as it pulls onto the main straight with just a few minutes remaining in this race. Our Ringers Western leaderboard looks like this. Taunton with a 10-second lead over Gillison in the blue car on your screen. Emery close behind. Goodacre, Donaldson, Finn, Hollinger car, and Stuttered now a lot further back. He's gone to the pits. I do believe they'll probably try and throw a tyre on that car. Hopefully get him back out very, very quickly.
Still a chance to try and save some points. I'm waiting for a move from Emery here. The number 48 machine, the run down into turn 3. Gillison went wide last time out, but manages to keep it composed this time. Optimum line, the order of the day as we see Stuttered down in the pits. He's got that fresh tyre. How good are the Go Jacks on this, the Air Jacks?
Just showing how modern they are, really.
Yes.
Got the nitrous bottles there so they can get the Go Jacks up and get that car underway. And in an endurance format with a full field of, I suppose, quick fuel and things, a bit like the production cars do, the pit stops would be phenomenally fast. themselves up. It's really a race now for second position between Gillison and Emery.
Emery starting to move the car around at this late stage in the race. Running right on the ragged edge as Studdard rejoins. He'll be down on laps. 1.2 laps. We head down to the pits, have a chat with Mel.
Yes, well, we just saw Danny Studdard come into the pits for a tyre change, and this is the reason why. Have a look at that. Nothing left there to stay on the track with.
Well, that explains all the debris we've seen down the main straight. We did see that flick off, didn't we, and delaminate. I was cautious to say whether it had actually gone all the way down, but it looks like that's still holding air. Just lost a layer there, whether that's been cut at some stage throughout the track, because they're not shy about pushing the track limits at the moment.
Yeah, you see that exit off turn 3 of the run into 4. They do get right out there as a race leader looking nigh untouchable with an almost 12-second lead over the field. This is the moment where you almost have to apologise to your sponsors, because checked out so far ahead, the cameras can sometimes lose sight of them. But this Mark Carr's Hi-Tec Performance and Taunton Excavations entry well onto the last lap now, Matt.
Yes, Taunton just needs to bring this one home with an almost a 12-second lead. Don't need to do anything silly, but we've mentioned this before. If you back off too much, sometimes you get a little bit relaxed. So you just need to stay in the rhythm, in the groove, get the 95 home, as there's only a few more corners to negotiate. The tyres will be well and truly up to temperature now. We can't see that big glow of the brakes, so he's managed his car really well. Really professional drive from him at the lead. Gillison and Emery, well, that's 0.7 of a second there, that battle for second position, and that's probably what we're going to need to look out for as this dying moments of this race. Taunton, just have a look at the aerial shots here, almost coming around some lap traffic. Finn for me as well up in a 6th position, doing a fantastic job first time out in the Innovation Race car. And the checkered flag is ready to go here as Taunton rounds the final corner. Onto the main straight. The checkered flag out will take a race 3 win here for the Innovation Race cars at Queensland Raceway and gets himself some more points. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing for him. 3 wins from 3 races now. A lot of points to go in the bank. Gillison in 2nd. Emery won't get there, ends up in 3rd position, but on the podium starting out of 5th. Then it's Goodacre, Donaldson, Finn, Hollinger, Carr. Started across the finish line, so managed to get back out there in that new tyre, which we did see that changeover in pit lane. So he'll be mildly, I suppose, I wouldn't say upset. He's such a nice guy down there, but it's unfortunate, I suppose, when you have issues with the tyre like that. It makes me think that with that delamination, did it happen before the corner?
Well, here's your results for race 3 for the Innovation Race cars. Jeff Taunton brings it home over 12.5 seconds ahead of Daniel Gillison in 2nd place. Jeff Emery wraps up 3rd from the number 5 spot at the race start. John Goodacre brings it home for 4th with Grant Donaldson in 5th. Finn for 6th. John Hollinger brings it home for 7th with Bradley Carr in 8th. Danny Studdard in 9th, 2 laps down. And Lee Stibbs, 3 laps down for 10th position. Innovation Race cars, they are the fastest cars around Queensland Raceway, and this was your race start. And it was from here that Taunton really asserted his dominance, leading it into turn 1. Goodacre was there or thereabouts with him for the first few laps, but Taunton just piled on the pace.
Yeah, the inside line really is the dominant one. Here was a massive moment for Draney there as Grant Draney as the Monte Carlo. Looks like he's lunged an engine there, a little bit of oil coming out and a lot of white smoke. Lee Stibbs did another tour of pit lanes. You see them working under the car. There potentially some issues there. They got that back out to circulate, but that'll be just getting some time in the seat. But this is where the fight was going on. Danny Studdard finally waited for his moment on Gillison, then worked on Goodacre as he went through the pack, showing some real late pace in this race. But it was short-lived, wasn't it, for Danny Studdard? He got away, and Goodacre had lost a fair bit of speed, as well as Gillison, and then all of a sudden, all on his own, he spun out on the final turn of that lap. Managed to rejoin the race, but we're not quite sure, because at this point we saw the tyre start to delaminate.
Yeah, just spreading rubber debris. We saw that whole belt ripped off, and IRC is going to go fast on that rubber. But for a successful outing, Jeff Taunton had it all in spades and brings it home.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that, Jeff Taunton. 3 race wins from 3 races now. And brings home a stunning looking car, very dominant once again. Nice and clean air out the front for him as well. You know, Danny Stutter was a bit of heartbreak for me there, just nothing going on, and it could just be that rejoin where he's come off the gravel that might have cut the tyre.
Talking about Taunton, he wasn't the quickest racer out there, but just the sheer consistency. As we head on down, have a chat with Mel Price.
Well, you started the weekend down the back and you've made it up to the podium already with one to go. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Obviously, it's tough. We didn't qualify for either of the races, so real feel for both races and to come through and get podium. I'm really happy that the boys at Ash Seawood Motorsport done a fantastic job setting this car up, and it's an absolute jet.
You had the fastest lap there for a while and then it looked like you've dropped off, but then you came good again at the end.
Yeah, look, I had to conserve for the last few laps to go because I started running out of rear tyres just driving off the turn too hard. So I sort of caught up to these guys up here and I just couldn't do anything with it by that point. But hopefully now I'm starting from obviously the second row, so I'm planning on giving these guys a bit of a crack.
Yeah, only 2 more cars to pass.
Absolutely. 2 more to go for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Dan Gillison, you found your pace later on in that last half of the race. Were you ever worried about Emery catching you?
Yeah, sure was, yeah. The first half of the race actually quite good. Then last half, actually the brakes went right away. I think probably because I was right behind John for so long, overheated, I'm thinking. But yeah, really struggled with the brakes there. And there's a few moments I was wide and Jeff was right close there, and I thought he was going to have a go at me, but managed to gather it all on the exit and pull away for the next corner, so that was lucky. But yeah, otherwise good race. Shame to see Danny spin out, have a tyre delamination, I think, or something wrong with his tyre. So shame to see him. He was comfortably second, had some good pace, but otherwise good to finish a race again and be on the podium. That was excellent.
Fantastic. Congratulations. And our winner again by a considerable margin, a shorter version of Jeff Taunton. Well done.
The old fella is in the zone. I have to give a plug to our mates at Hi-Tec, laying sound down some noise up the other end. That just inspires me that a little bit more, see.
And Jeff's made his way from the back of the field now. He'll start behind you in the next one. Hopefully you get some competition.
Yeah, we've got a couple more greens to put on for the last race. We've saved them all the way to the end, so let's just see.
All right, well, there's been plenty of action in IRC this weekend. Looking forward to the last race.
Absolutely, Brendan. Good racing, good cars. It's just awesome.
Well done. Good stuff.
Oh, cheeky little comments there from Jeff Taunton and the IRCs. It's all action here at Queensland Raceway for 2 days of thunder. Of course, our coverage coming to you from SBS and Fox Sports from 1 p.m. this afternoon. Make sure you join us as we finish off day number 2 of competition. We'll see you then. moment. It could cause him to have to do a pit lane excursion while they just get a bit of race tape and hold that down. I was surprised that Tom Davies around the outside of Ben Gomersall. We saw Alice Buckley starting off the front row yesterday, pushed to the outside as everyone came down the inside. I thought it was a smart move from Jared Hughes to stay on the back bumper, to not allow anyone to cross over. Yeah. Tom Davies, a massive risk taker around the outside, and those two made contact.
Desperation, you've got to get to the front there and try and hold the opponents back. As away goes to 200, being prepared by Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. Is also running Aaron Love in the Trico Trans Am series. Marcus has been travelling with daughter Tabitha. They went up to Darwin by road. If you haven't checked out their socials, I encourage it. There's a lot of sites they picked up along the way there. And then making the drive here from Darwin down to Queensland to be here for this event. And for Hughes, for Webster, he'll come back out in 23rd position behind Connor Roberts and Brad Gartner in 21st. So Buckley, Hughes, Gomersall, Thomas, Tyler Cheney, the big mover so far in the top 10. He's up from 9th into 5th. Etten Hodson next, then Hayden Hume. Diesel Thomas in the 18 is 8th ahead of Tom Davies. As Matty Cave pointed out, being shoved back to 9th position with that skirmish through turn 1. Des Collier in 10th position. Hayden Jackson, a much better day out for the Dodge Challenger, in 11th position. Safety car continues to lead here at Queensland Raceway. And the good news is it's going to speed back into pit lane. And teenage sensation, Alice Buckley, the first female pole sitter in the TA2 muscle cars, is about to lead 22 of her closest mates back to the green flag at the end of our first safety car period. And away we go, back to green flag racing. Jared Hughes goes after her.
Weren't they waiting in anticipation, just trying to pull out and try and get his manoeuvres done so we go too wide, and that looks like Diesel there with a little run down the inside. O'Connor just in front, that's Gomersall just in front. Josh Thomas just behind him. Have a look at Tyler Cheney. He is bumper to bumper at the moment on the back of Josh Thomas and pushing along in the IES Motorsport Entries Uzi, trying to warm up those tyres.
Go Tyler Cheney, going for 4th position here down at turn 3. He's on the outside of Thomas. Can't stay there at the moment, and Thomas will just let that wheel open up a bit and cover him off. As he grabs the gear, he's messy on the exit of turn 3. He feeds it 4th gear down towards turn number 4 for the first time under the restart lap. So Buckley leads from Hughes, Gomersall, Thomas, Etten Hodson slides in ahead of Cheney, and Tom Davies might do the same too. The door's left open for the 42 Exchange Hotel entry. Down to turn 6.
Just letting it settle down a little bit. Etten Hodgson really pushing hard up into 4th now, and Tyler Cheney's going to have to get a little bit defensive there if he's not careful as they start to close in on him now. Hayden Hume in the Mustang is having a fantastic run this weekend, up into 7th position. Diesel Thomas just behind, just in front of him. You can follow him through. Tom Davies is one to watch out for as he starts to fight back. As Tyler goes very wide there, using every bit of the track at the moment.
Stacking up behind Etten Hodson, who's back in Australia. We saw him in the TA2 New Zealand series at Taupo earlier this year. Came across and joined us for the non-championship round at Wanneroo over in Perth, the Kings of the West event. Didn't go to plan for the Kiwi star, but we know he's got some big things ahead in Super 2 with the Anderson Motorsport team. Contact in the middle of the straight then between Cheney and Diesel Thomas, which allows Tyler to get the line, but that could have been awkward in the middle of the straight, and Hayden Hume dives in to this double left-hander. Diesel might just lose 2, he might lose 3. Behind is Tom Davies lining up. He goes around the outside on the way to turn 6.
Hayden Hume covers him off for a moment. Tom Davies confident on the outside in the white 42 Camaro. And the run side by side with Hayden Hume. It's a good school GMH versus Ford drag race. Let's have a listen to this.
Oh, the sweet sounds of TA2 muscle cars reverberating around Queensland Raceway. And 2 days of thunder with Hume, the donut rings on the side of his white 45. With Davies, finally gets him past. And a freight train of cars behind, including Hayden Jackson, who's inside the top 10 after a day played with mechanical issues. The gearbox changed for the Dodge Challenger team yesterday afternoon. And now rewarding that team with a top 10 result today with Collier, Evanet, Brock Payne and Mark Crutcher. Wow, the car is back. The car was evil. That was his description after qualifying this morning. Jordan Cox doing the setup on that. Of course, Coxie will team up with him for the 2-driver endurance race. Off the track goes Davies. He's thrown it all away. And look at the car sail on by. Wow, that was a big mistake. To the bottom of the field.
Yeah, after starting off the second row of the grid, Tom Davies, I'm sure Nathan Hearn will be on the radio trying to just calm him down at this point, get him back into the races. The crowd look on, the excitement of the TFHI TO2 muscle cars. The front 2 runners, Buckley and Hughes, have started to lead this pack away. Ben Gomersol just holding off Ayrton Hodgson, Josh Thomas, Cheney, Diesel Thomas Hume, as we see a brake block up there for just a moment. Robbie Farr in the number 7 car at the moment, back in 16th position, but there's not much between that whole pack. Just a few seconds now as Gartner's trying to unhook that caravan really and get a bit of pace out of the 22 car. Let's head down to the pits though with J-Mac.
There's movement here at TFH Hire. They look to be prepping for a tyre change, and the word from Mick Harders is that it could be for Ben Gomersol, currently running 3rd in position, 4.7 seconds off the lead, Alice Buckley.
They're waiting patiently. Thanks, J-Mac, down in pit lane. He's in 3rd position at the moment. Josh Thomas and that group of cars, they're focusing on the unit racing car being prepared by TFH. Tyler Cheney just continuing this surge forward. His first solo driver race. He was with us last year at the Tag Team Enduro event at the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia in 2024. The son of Graham Cheney, and of course those two creating their own rivalry. Contact on the exit of the turn, and Gomersol has been dispatched. He's a long way off the track. I haven't seen a car go that far on the infield ever here at QR.
Yeah, that's going to be disappointing, especially if they've got to try and regather this lap before they head into pit lane, if it is Gomersol that was looking for a tyre. And at this point, do you need to go in there? Do you try and just resolve whatever's happening to the car out there as best as possible? He did drop back a few paces, and obviously Tyler Cheney had the pace, but will that spark up a bit of interest from our DSO there, potentially?
I've just pressed the button to White Dog, Stephen White, who's probably pulling his hair out right now on what to do, but for Gomersol, he's come back out in 22nd position. And a big day ahead for him in a unit racing car down into turn 4. So Buckley and Hughes have nearly 6 seconds back to Ayrton Hodgson. Here it is on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. So the middle of the pack there, door opens up, and they just overlap. They just overlap. But look at the speed the unit racing car carried. And for Tyler, that dropped him down to 10th position. So it could have sorted itself out anyway with that one. I'll wait for news from race control on what they decide. But it's put Gomersol back to 22nd. It's not what he needed when he's trying to stay in touch with series leader Jared Hughes, who's going after Alice Buckley, daring to dream in her first weekend in the TA2 Muscle Car Series.
She is pumping out qualifying laps, though, at the moment, Alice Buckley, who's coming to this weekend a bit under the weather, wasn't 100%, a little bit of illness into the weekend. Seems to me like she's actually improving as they went on, because her race, because her race pace has been phenomenal there, and I think the advantage of having that race start this time in yesterday's racing, she is definitely someone to watch out for for the rest of the season, really. You can look further down the pack. Tyler Cheney now under attack from Brock Payne, who's again been chasing some setup in that car up to 11th position, and another one of the teams who was really successful at Sydney but just hasn't found the race pace when it comes to Queensland Raceway. Same with Brad Gartner, who's a little bit further back and trying to fight his way through. And have a look at Tom Davies now up into position 12.
Yeah, trying to right the wrong of that earlier moment at the start. So the white Chevy Camaro goes after Brock Payne, the reigning Formula RX8 champion. He stepped up into TA2 muscle cars at Sydney. Will be with us for the rest of the year. And Mark Crutcher, I hope they've thrown that same setup that he had for race 1 yesterday back in the number 4 car, because it is set to thrill here as he's up in the 13th position. Davies ahead. They've let that guard go on the Des Collier car. It's hanging on at the moment. Well, we did see that car in production cars hold on with a rear guard for most of the race yesterday.
Mark Crutcher in the background is sliding that number 4 Crutcher Developments car everywhere all over the track. It is loose. As we see a brake lock up here, that's Josh Thomas. Ayrton Hodgson was almost in the overtake position there for Josh Thomas, but he couldn't get it done. And Ayrton Hodgson with a fantastic drive there to hold on. Just edges him out for a moment, and Josh Thomas will have to try and just calm that down a fraction. The Ashley Jarvis outfit had some very fast cars here this weekend. They've done a fantastic job of prepping these cars to get in there and let some young guns get behind the wheel.
Of course, Ash was a former competitor in the early years of TA2 muscle cars. In fact, clean swept around here. Won the first appearances at Queensland Raceway. It's our 10th trip here. We'll be back in August for the 2-driver race in the middle of August. Some big names to come out for that event, and probably a capacity grid too for 2 endurance races that we'll have as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. So into turn number 1. The race settles for a moment. Let's have a look back at the start of this race today with Alice Buckley leading, and watch the second row of cars here. Tom Davies held as much as he could around the outside and then finally got bumped off the track there, which dropped him a few positions. I wonder if there was a concern with the unit car. Maybe it could have hurt that Goodyear tyre from that bump. Now, it's more the door area, wasn't it, on the 35? And it wasn't good luck there for Josh Webster as he went off and caused our first safety car period. Look at the cars scattering around there with Davies, and then Brad Gartner will pop out of the dust. There he is in the Hi-Tec Oils car. And we've gone safety car while we go through this sequence of Hi-Tec Oil replays. Look how busy it was ahead here for Thomas. Did he lift early? Yep, he was patient. He could see what was coming here. And in the middle, someone had to give. And Thomas, he lost the position to Diesel. That was the move he made in the 18, the TFH Mustangs. He slotted ahead of the unit racing car at the exit of 2.
It was a cheeky move from the 16-year-old, wasn't it? Just to come up the inside, definitely showing maturity, above his age at the moment. And he's had a tough race. He's already back up behind his brother in 5th position as well. So that was a moment there where the 18 went off on the outside as Diesel Thomas got pushed. There's so much more to unfold. This is from Robbie Farr's view. That's Josh Webster going off, and not quite sure if there was too much contact made there in the back, but O'Connor went off behind as well, and one of the 4 Dodgers that are here this weekend. This is Brad Gartner from the back of the field, and he's dodging everything, and sometimes it's just safe to go out on the gravel. Make sure you try and avoid anything on track.
This was the moment between Gomersall and Tyler Cheney on the exit, the final turn. Sent both cars off the track, but more damaging for the unit racing car as he's dropped back to 21st position. Robbie Farr, the Robbie Farr, has come up. Oh no, it's the second Hi-Tec Oils car of Brad Gartner. A tough weekend, just got tougher. The 22 machine, that's at turn 6. And the reason why the safety car is out.
Yeah, Familiar doesn't like to be out there in the dirt. We know it does a lot of work on the farm back home and in South Australia there, and normally be out there on some of the machinery. That's not where he wants to have it on a race weekend, though. He's been pretty fast throughout his time, I suppose, in TA2 muscle cars. We'll have a look at a replay on board here with the Hi-Tec Oils 2022. 2 gears down. Oh, the shuddering. Wow, it's going to be hard until you actually speak to the drive. We saw Hayden Jackson earlier in the weekend had a gearbox issue which locked up the back. Robbie Farr had a similar incident. He just said, I didn't give it enough RPM as I went down the gears, and that's what it does. If you don't match the wheel speed with the road speed, it does start to lock them up.
It's got the same symptoms of what happened to Hayden Jackson yesterday. Maybe not, because the rear wheels are spinning as he gets dragged out. Oh, it's one of those weekends for the South Australian. He was just so down about yesterday's performance of the car. It's just ain't enough testing time with this team. But that's just going to make this afternoon's race even harder now. From 23rd position, he'll go a lap down. While Robbie Farr has come up into 15th position in the number 7 Hi-Tec car after starting 21st on the grid. Safety car is out. Let's go to pit lane. Here's Mel Price.
Josh Haynes, we've just seen Brad Gartner's sad end to that race. Do you know what's happened?
Yeah, unfortunately a weekend to forget for Brad. He's been struggling all weekend just getting comfortable in the car. Not quite sure exactly what's happened there, but yeah, he's just locked the rear coming into the corner there and parked in the gravel trap. So yeah, bit of a tough weekend, but I'm sure Brad will come back stronger at the next one, and yeah, we'll be fine. So.
Yeah, it's been a tough, frustrating weekend, but I think you're right. Well, good to see him back.
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Last year's TA2 Muscle Car Series champion who stepped up into the Trans Am Series in 2025. And we're looking good to go back to a restart, so well done to get the car straight out the gravel when we can go back to racing. We're just on 3 minutes of racing. This will rejuvenate the field and give Jared Hughes a chance again as he moves back to the racing line and carries more momentum through turn number 1. Going after Alice Buckley. Ayrton Hodson has now come up into 3rd position. So keep an eye on the black 32 Mustang. And behind him is Josh Thomas lining up for a slice of the action.
Don't forget Diesel Thomas just behind. We've seen the moves that he doesn't mind making. If he sees an opening, he's a thorough race car driver. He will take every opportunity. And Hodgson down the inside of Jared Hughes. Will he make this stick? We've seen a lot of cars go wide out of turn number 3, and it gives them the run into 4 and on the inside line, but they are door-to-door at the moment. Hughes might just have the nose in front now as the Camaro gets in front of the Mustang.
Here comes Thomas. Hodgson pulled that car back in, but Thomas was far enough down the inside and goes up into 3rd. So now he has a chance to go up to Hughes. For Alice Buckley, she'll be loving this. Look at the gap she's got already. Hodgson dropped back 2 positions because he's behind the 2nd TFH car. Jackson, contact on the exit of 6. He gathers it up, and look at Crutcher. This will get Crutcher up into the seat. He gets himself in the top 10.
Which IS car was that? Was that Graham? Or is it Tyler going down the field? Oh, that's unfortunate. And there's some damage there, and it looks like Hayden Jackson potentially as well, with Hayden Hume contact there around that corner. Now,
hasn't this race come alive?
White Dog is going to have a fair bit of work to unfold. The onboard cameras are going to be playing a big part after this race.
I think I'll leave him alone for the rest of the race now. Robbie Farr in car for a moment in 12th position. The smoke getting worse. It's a tyre rub. It's a front right dragging on the Rosebrook Dodge Challenger. Down into turn number 3. Oh, Davies sideways again. Car's been hung out to dry. And remember, this is outside the top 5. Crutcher is up to 7th. This has been a phenomenal comeback and is on target here to put himself in position for the AC Delco Power of Love Award. As down towards the final turn, we believe the last lap, and it's going to be another chapter in the history books. She was the first female to grab pole position in TA2, and she converts that with Tim Slade fist pumping at the wall. Alice Buckley is a race winner in TA2 muscle cars.
Wow, Jared Hughes had a big lunge at her. The restart of that race couldn't make it happen as they all cross the line now. It's Hughes, Thomas, Diesel Thomas, Hodgson, Hume, Crutcher, Evanet, Davies, and Hayden Jackson manages to bring that home. He would have really had to struggle to bring it. Hopefully that tyre stayed up the entire time. Let's head down to the pit lane though with J Mac.
Here with Tim Slade after Alice Buckley has converted a pole start to a race win. You must be beaming with pride right now.
Yeah, must be the dad in me. It almost, feel a bit emotional, but yeah, it's awesome to see. Like I said before, she has an amazing group of people around her and her family, and the group of guys that prepare the car for her. And obviously, you know, there's been a lot of people that have worked with her to get to this point as well. So yeah, I'm only a tiny part of it, but yeah, it's awesome to see first weekend, and I think exceeded everyone's expectations. I knew she was going to be, you know, towards the front, given her pace, you know, in that first day she was in the car. But yeah, pole and a win's pretty cool.
It's awesome. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks.
Very proud Tim Slade down with Jared McLean in pit lane. She's been a race winner in Toyota 86 Scholarship Series. She spent some time in Europe and joins the TA2 muscle cars. Had a really good time with the backing of Chevrolet Racing and Castrol. Picks up her first win by 0.9 of a second to Jared Hughes. Josh Thomas will be third ahead of Diesel Thomas. Eton Hodgson, Hayden Hume, Mark Crutcher from 17th in today's race gets a top 10 result. Evanet, Davies and Jackson all scoring top 10 results. Robbie Farr from 21st up into 12th with James Simpson. Danny Reedy gets a good result too. Connor Roberts in 16th. Steve Wilson in 18th. And Ben Gomersall with all the work to do in race number 4 of the weekend back in 20th position. Yeah. Well, what a fairy tale this has been. From the moment this car rolled out for practice on Friday, she was instantly comfortable. And yesterday qualified on that front row. Just decided to find her feet in the car. Got a good result. But today, pole position, and Alice Buckley is a winner. How good does that sound?
Oh, it's fantastic then to see the emotion from the family, Slade as well, and have a look. just celebrating down in our victory lane at the moment. There's going to be a lot to go on, but we've still got a race to go as well. So you've got to try and bottle a little bit of that emotion to finish out the day. She will start off the front row in our fourth and final race for the TA2 muscle cars here this weekend, and she'll go around and give Tim Slade a big hug. Look, Jared Hughes congratulating. He threw everything he could at her, but just couldn't try and get that pass done on the restart as well. Oh, wow, there's so much to unfold from this race, though, and I don't want to be up there with White Dog to try and figure out who's going to get in trouble as you look back at the start of this race, some of the highlights. Bit of contact there. It was Hughes and Tom Davis on the outside. Unfortunately, Gomersall sandwich. Webster in the background in his own little battle there, went off the track. Josh Thomas coming up the inside. Diesel Thomas was so close at that stage.
Yeah, gritty move, wasn't it, from the teenagers off the track when Davies, that dropped him well outside the top 10 in the early stages of the race. That was just one little highlight. This was the second one. Look at the Gomersall car and Cheney as they crossed over each other's bows here and sent the 35-unit racing car to the infield. And Tyler would drop himself outside the top 10 to finish in 16th position. This was contact between Hume, and it got the front right of Hayden Jackson, allowed Mark Crutcher to move up into position 7 by the end. Graham Cheney mowing the grass on the outside. But what a cool moment this was, out the final turn. And to the delight of Tim Slade and Chevrolet Racing, Alice Buckley wins and puts herself on the pole for race 4 later this afternoon in the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. Here's Jarrett McLean.
Josh Thomas bringing it home in third. The car has pace, but not your usual chassis that you're used to running. How are you finding the adjustment? There's been a bit of a switcheroo between the TFH guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, my brother-in-law had a big crash at Darwin, so yeah, wrote the car off, and we ended up having to give him my car for the weekend. But I ended up getting to jump in Toddy Hazelwood's Trans Am car, so I guess it's not a bad bit of gear. Bit different, considering we pretty much set him up the same way, but getting used to it, and yeah, finally found some pace.
A lot of biff out there. It's day 2. Tyres are starting to look a little bit on the edge. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm loving it, mate. Honestly, yeah, had some real good door-to-door action with my teammates, some competitors, and good results. So I think everyone's racing hard and not racing stupid either. So yeah, pretty happy with how it is out there.
An unfortunate situation for Ben Gomersall being pushed back to the rear of the field over out there on that early stage. How much do you know about the rest of the TFH guys while you're out there racing?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm always looking out where they are, what they're doing. I knew Benny was struggling a bit, but I actually tried to give him a little bump draft down the back straight, and it worked, but obviously he had more problems than that. So, yeah, unfortunate for Benny, but I'm sure he'll come forward from the back anyway.
Absolutely. Over to you, Mel.
P2, Jared Thomas, you had 3 starts in that race to try and beat Alice, but couldn't quite get there.
No, she did an awesome job. She thought we might have got her off the start, but unfortunately we just can't seem to find what's going on the front of this thing. We just can't seem to get it turned, but she did an awesome job. She to be on that debut, that's awesome, and I gave her a bit of pressure, but she didn't cave.
Well, we all know that your teammate is always your fierce competitor, but you can't be unhappy to see this victory.
Nah, exactly. She's done an awesome job. To hop in it straight away and do that was really solid. But for us, just need to try. We've thrown the whole kitchen sink at it 3 times, I think. But we'll have another crack for the last race, see if we can pull something out. But yeah, still P2, good points. And I think Benny was a bit further back, unfortunately. So good for us.
Yep, great drive, and over to our winner.
From a lights to flag race, congratulations. Bring it home in P1, Alice Buckley. I think you've put the field on notice. How good does it feel to be a TA2 muscle car race winner?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Obviously, just wanted to back it up after qualifying, but yeah, it feels really good. You know, rookie on debut, and I've just won one of the races. So yeah, could not be happier. And thank you to all the boys that put countless hours in, day and night, to get this car where it needs to be. And as much as I haven't been in the car, Tim's been in the car doing laps for me. So yeah, they've given me the best kit, the best gear, and Tim's been doing some fine tuning with me today, and I got out there, I got in the front, and I just stayed in sync and had a bit of fun.
Early pace even after the restart. Over to you guys.
And nicely done, Alice Buckley, 17 years of age and now a winner. The TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. They'll be back later on this afternoon as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Don't you go anywhere, because Formula Ford Stars and Renegades are warming up for their next race here at Queensland Raceway. We'll be back.
Well, welcome back here. It's day 2, the final day of competition here for the 2 days of Thunder, and Formula Fords are out on track and about to get underway after their intense qualifying session this morning, where we went back to our leaders from yesterday's races. We have a look at how it's going to start off. Kobe Williams will be off the front row, leading us out with Fawcett alongside. Lachlan Evanet, unfortunately, couldn't get on that front row. He'll be in third with Jamie Rowe alongside. Then it's Salvatore and Fitzgerald on the third row with Brad James and Jack Johnson. And Fraser High and Tabitha Ambrose to round out our 5th row of racing after that gearbox repair last night for Tabitha Ambrose. They've got that Formula Ford back out and running. And look, we've seen some exciting racing over the weekend, especially between Kobe Williams and Lachlan Evanet, who's literally just jumped out of a TA2 muscle car.
Surprising to see, unfortunately, after not being able to run much of qualifying, Andrew Torty in the number 55 machine has been able to replace that front left suspension assembly and make it out to be rear of field for this race start. 2x2 will be the order of the day as we get started. Kobe Williams, can he be unseated from the top spot? Time will tell. We're going to have 18 minutes of racing here at Queensland Raceway.
Rolling start for our Formula Ford stars as they start to rise their way through their racing resume. And here we go, race is underway. Williams with a nice start, and have a look at Evanet down the inside. On the outside, though, it's a big dive from Fitzgerald in the green machine, but he's not going to make too many positions. Williams will lead us out, and Evanet slots in behind. He's still got the sweat dripping off him from the TA2 race.
Barely time for him to grab a drink before he hops into the Formula Ford.
Yeah, Fawcett now back in third position. Then it's Rowe, who got on the podium yesterday in third position, managed to squeeze that back in there. Rowe was 4th fastest in qualifying as well. Lowing a little bit further back. We're used to seeing Lowing after yesterday's effort, expecting to be a little bit further up the grid. Unfortunately, some issues for him in qualifying as well, as that seen him start off the back row of the grid alongside Torty.
A fairly standard start, but there was looking like there was a brake lock-up in the background of 4 there as they make their way through 5 into 6, and Williams starting to try and eke out a gap, looking for the early breakaway from Evanet. 0.28 of a second last time they were across the sector split. Fawcett in third, Rowe in 4th. Salvatore listed as 5th place, and off to a flying start. Here we go, the first of the hot laps starting to drop in, or rather the end of the standard lap.
Evanet with a whole heap of experience in racing, applying the pressure to Kobe Williams. When you look at the resume he's got at the moment, racing for GRM in Trans Am. He's here for TA2 in the Ashley Jarvis outfit as well, so double duties this weekend. He's been in the 86s as a cup driver, gone to New Zealand, done a little bit Formula Ford Series. Been on the podium quite a number of times.
Hunter Salvatore trying to put the move down on Jamie Rowe in turn 3. Looks like he's got it just about done. Rowe will have a bit of a better exit speed and looks to try and hustle down into turn 4 in the Road King chassis machine. Great to see them coming on board for this event after a torturous month filled with numerous rebuilds after that car had some pretty major incidents. And our top 3 breaking away. Williams, Evanet and Fawcett. This will be the first of the hot laps.
Like a lot of the racing categories that are here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, is so many parts available. The chassis are all very similar. The same with the Legend cars as well. It's a chassis that's bought from the same supplier. The Howe chassis that the TA2 uses, well, the Formula Ford. Well, when we come out with these late model chassis, they can buy all the components and things like that when they bend them up. So you have an incident like what we saw Jamie Rowe had, can rebuild the cars at the track, and it doesn't take too much to get them back out a week or 2 later if they need to compete. As this gets really hot here, competition underway. Brad James just moves to the outside as Lowing comes down in the 53 machine. Have a look for Fraser High, though, who's in the background.
Yeah, Lowing did a great job to get up around the current racing number 61 machine of Brad James. Evanet puts the move down on Williams. That's coming out of 3. And Williams is not one to be flustered in the ACM finance entry. The number 94 tries to hustle to the outside and just maintains that awesome mid-corner speed that you really need in these Formula Fords. They're not outright powerhouses. It's not like you can make a mistake, put the foot down and try and rescue it on the straights.
Evident with our quickest time of the session, a 1:15.55. Williams only just off his stern with a 1:15.58, 0.03 of a second off the pace. But that toad is definitely worth something.
Evident Williams, they did this yesterday. They exchanged the lead. In one of the laps in race 2 yesterday, they changed the lead 3 times. So anything can happen as they go into the corners. We just see him go a little bit wide in the background, and that looks like Salvatore all over the back of Rowe.
Yeah, Rowe's really under pressure here. Young Hunter Salvatore has had an up and down season, but looking to try and get consistent top 5 finishes. At this point in time, he's bang on target. Salvatore is going to have to be brave under brakes as he muscles Jamie Rowe out and slips up the inside in that number 16 machine.
There's a lot of runoff there where we see one of our little roads that goes between the circuit. They can use for the safety cars, so you can use that runoff. There hasn't been any track limits placed on that at this stage. All of our categories tend to use as much, so which is a good opportunity for an overtaking because the person on the outside has an opportunity just to go out a little bit wider. It can create a nice drive down into turn number 4. As Evident still leading us out as Kobe Williams just settles the ship for a moment. Fawcett not too far behind. They're all within 0.4 of a second, our top 3, and it's not far back to these two. Salvatore and Rowe just in the background. Fitzgerald comes around the corner in the green machine. Then it's Johnson lowing high, and Ambrose on the back of this 4-car pack, and that is a fight for 7th position.
How good is this? I mean, we're not just focusing on the top 5. We are pushing the cameras back in the pack because the action is just so intense. The number 14 machine of Johnson falling victim to the attack of Lowing in the 53 machine.
Must be said, Lachlan Evident, this is from Queensland, so would have probably, I'd expect, have done the most laps around here, even in his young teenage years, being his home state. A lot of the Formula Fords obviously based down in Victoria predominantly. A couple from South Australia and New South Wales thrown in the mix there. Great to have the... We've consistently had 12 drivers here, haven't we, throughout the series, and we don't see a lot of names moving around. And it's generally the top 5 haven't gone too far.
Lowing going off track for a moment there, 2 wheels into the dirt. And he will lose position as High gets up in the number 11.
Tabitha Ambrose hanging on the back of this pack, still in 10th position at the moment, but you know, you just have this sensation that she's waiting for an opportunity to pounce down the inside here. Yesterday with that gearbox issue, we don't know how much that would have caused her throughout the day, potentially jumping out of gears and things like that. Just hang off the back of the motors on these Formula Fords, and they pull them out and service them quite regularly.
So your race order looks like this. Evenet on over Williams, Fawcett in 3rd, Rowe in 4th, Salvatore holding on to a top 5 position. Williams just looked like he dialed up the pressure for a moment there on the run into turn 3 as they get right out over the curb. And it looks like they're now starting to pull the gap on Fawcett as we come back to the battle between Rowe and Salvatore.
Salvatore's fired up. It is a purple sector number 1. He owns sector number 1 in this race at the moment with a 25.03. His personal best in sector 2, and he's not too far off Fawcett, who set the personal best in that sector. So it is Salvatore now pushing hard. Lowing just gets in front of High, moves up into 8th position. Johnson just in front.
Ambrose desperately trying to get onto the transmission of High as Brad James, a teammate from Marcus Ambrose Motorsport, now right behind. Will they work together and try and push up hard on this 3-car pack and make it a 5-car pack?
Not quite sure what's happened to Brad James to be back behind Tabitha Ambrose. He must have had a moment some stage earlier on in the race. We've seen him move back now, just starting to make his way back through the pack. He was up midway last time in the races yesterday. Here we go. Looks like Johnson just covering off at the moment. Jack Johnson holding out Lowing, but Lowing's on the outside. It's a hard break into turn number 3. He'll be able to go a little bit wider here on the exit. Will he give him a run into 4? This is where we see a lot of overtaking happening, but he just covers him off there. Make sure that he's got to choose either the dirt or to drop him behind.
Yeah, it was a really aggressive input on the steering wheel for Lowing to get off that runoff area as he literally tucks the nose under the gearbox of that number 14 machine. Jack Johnson, for accredited distributors in that Spectrum chassis, is surely sporting some white paint. Lowing moves off to the outside on the approach into the final corner. Covers off the number 11 of Fraser High, who was looking racy for a moment there.
Yeah, Brad James has got past Tabitha Ambrose as well in that number 61 machine. Let's have a look at one of the Hi-Tec Oils replays here. And this is KB Williams having a look down the inside of Evernet. And they've made it through. That was close. Very, very close. They go side by side. That's out of 3. They head down. They can look over and see each other, egging each other on to see how far they're going to go into the braking zone. And Evernet holds on the outside. And again, that line into turn number 4. It's really imperative you get pushed out that you stay out there. And Williams, though, back in the lead of this race, he's just waited for his time.
Evernet, the only driver out there that isn't in a Spectrum chassis, listed as a Mygale out there, currently running in 2nd place. Quick lap time belongs to Evernet with a 1:15.07 from 2 laps prior. Doesn't own any of the sectors so far. Looks like Williams has 2 out of 3 chalked up purple in his name.
And Forster just holding up the back there. The sector 2 tied up at the moment. And yeah, it just seems to me like he can hold on with that toe down these straights, but not getting involved in the fight as Evernet pulls out into turn number 1, ducks down the inside. Nice move there. Can he hold on to it as they go through turn 2? KB Williams will know to hold out Fawcett. And normally when we see a couple of cars in a battle, it's the person in 3rd position that can take the most advantage out of this, but it doesn't seem like Fawcett's quite close enough as they almost go wheel to wheel for a moment as KB Williams decides he's going to go on the outside here and try and do what Evernet did to him a couple of laps ago. But he just can't stay alongside, and Evernet will be able to close this gap down. We'll watch as he shuts it down hard against the ripple strip to make sure no one can come on the inside.
And again, Williams right up in close proximity. Keeping the gap fairly static now. Fawcett tries to come across to the inside line mid-corner there. Through 4 and into 5. They start to spread out with a bit of speed here. Quick lap time from Hunter Salvatore this time around. A 1:15.033. He's 0.04 of a second quicker than previous quickest racer out there, Evernet.
Hasn't Salvatore and Fitzgerald started to close in on those 3 in front of him? And you have a look at Salvatore with the fastest lap of the race now, with by thousandths of a second, but they are just closing that gap down. It's only 2 tenths behind this lead 3 cars. Wow, really wide. Oh no, Fitzgerald goes for a bit of a ride. That'll knock a filling out or 2.
So that was Salvatore in the number 16 machine chasing down road, just trying to get 10 tenths out of that car. Williams pushes it up the inside of Evernet. Will hold a race lead on the run into turn 4 in the ACM Finance Spectrum chassis. Right there, the Cam Quarries and Concrete machine of Evernet fighting back as Fawcett latches onto the back. They're side by side through 5. And Fawcett could stand to gain something here as Williams gets pushed out onto the ripple strip for a moment, but he's got the inside line, has track position. Fawcett has switched over to follow on closely with Williams, trying to get the 2-for-1 deal.
Just can't stay close enough to stop that gap where you see Evernet just pull back into. He's going to pull out and grab some fresh air at the moment. Have a look at Rowe in the background. So Jamie Rowe is joining this fight. He's managed to shake off Salvatore.
And Fawcett's going to have to change tack here. He's been attacking so hard, he now has to switch defensive.
As we head down to the final couple of minutes of this race 1 for the second day here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. qualifying session this morning. These two were, well, Kobe Williams was at the top, Evan was third, but have a look at this. Rose sends a speculator down the inside. Fawcett has to stay on the outside, and how do they go here? Big moment as they make room for each other on that one. That could have ended badly.
Yeah, look, if you were Jamie Rowe, that wheel-to-wheel contact, and there was definite contact there, you almost have to wonder, does he just sort of hold back a moment, get ready to take another bite out of Fawcett?
Now there's a definite gap between the leaders and our third and fourth place getters. As Williams just sets himself up for the corner, Evident waiting for the moment. They know they can exchange the lead 2 or 3 times in a lap. And as the minutes go down in this race, they'll be looking to find out when it is the final lap. And this is the final lap, we're being told, so watch for Evident. Where will he strike? Setting the car up.
My vote's on turn 3.
Oh, I reckon we could see that on turn 3. I'm going to go 4. Come out of 3 into 4.
Well, here we go. Williams leads us out, a tenuous 0.2 of a second lead over Evident. Evident moves to the outside line on the run into 3, looking to go the scenic route, taking the long way around. They are wheel to wheel. There was contact with the tyres.
Just a little puff of smoke, wasn't there, as they went tyre to tyre, and he's on the outside, so the inside run now into 4. Can he get him under brakes? Williams with a nice drive in there. Evident might not be there, but he gets him late. He's alongside, and they go side to side again, wheel to wheel, as we head down our next straight into turn number 5 and on to 6. Williams has to back off, but have a look at the nose cone. It is under the gearbox of Evident, and he pulls out. Nice draft. Will there be a crisscross here? Can Evident hold on to the tyres as they beg for mercy around the final corner, and the checkered flag is out? And can Evident bring this one home? Williams has been dominant all weekend, and he might get this at side by side, but Evident gets there by 0.05 of a second. Wow, what a finish in Formula Ford.
Incredible stuff right through to the drop of the checkered flag. It's Fitzgerald, Loeing, James and High come on through. Johnson and Ambrose. Brad James managed to pick himself back up to 8th place, but Lachlan Evident for the Cam Quarries and Concrete machine. And the number 88 just doing a bang-up job. Picked his moment and wasn't afraid to get rough. Here were your race results. Evident takes it home by 0.05 of a second over Kobe Williams in second. Joe Fawcett along for the ride in 3rd place. Jamie Rowe was looking for that podium, but is on the outside looking in. Hunter Salvatore with that top 5 finish. Ethan Fitzgerald in 6th. Will Loeing in 7th. Then it's James, High and Johnson to round out the top 10 here in your AASA Formula Ford Super Series for the Sunday program of racing.
Yeah, Tabitha Ambrose and Fordy will be 11th and 12th in this race. And Formula Ford putting on another spectacular show. They'll be back a little bit later on this afternoon. We're not too far away from continuing our racing here in the Super Series. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll bring the action back to you very soon. Well, the Formula Ford was some very exciting racing here at Queensland Raceway to race number 1 of their Sunday, though, out there, and they really turned it on. Let's head down to our winner's circle down there in pit lane with Mel Price.
Jodie Fawcett, what a race. You were, looked like you could have even ended up in the lead there at one point, and then you had to do some defending, but you're up on the podium.
Yeah, it's really good to be back on the podium this weekend. I was a bit disappointed I couldn't fight with Lockie and Kobe, but we'll see what we can do for the next one.
Absolutely. Good to see you on the podium again for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Kobe Williams, a nail-biting Formula Ford race. I reckon if there was another 50 metres in that, you would have had a Lachlan.
Yeah, it would have been it was really close anyway. But yeah, that was an awesome race. Me and Lachlan were just passing back and forth. A little bit of wheel rubbing, but that's all a part of the racing, so it was awesome.
Congratulations. Thank you.
And winner, Lachlan Evanet, you finally got him.
Yep, no, it took a lot. Credit to Kobe. He's been almost unbeatable all year up until now, and it's my home track, so I thought a bit of an advantage, and I'm really happy I capitalised on it after qualifying.
I mean, a couple of times you guys have been side by side all weekend, but there was a couple of little contact moments in that race.
Yeah, a little bit of bumping. I'm surprised the car's held up. It's not really what you do in open wheelers, but sometimes it happens, and I had a great time. It was great fun racing Kobe, that one.
So you're doing double duties with the TA2. How has that contributed, added, changed your Formula Ford experience this weekend?
I'm definitely a little bit more tired when I get in the car, but no, it's just extra seat time, really. I get in the car, I can go feel the track out. It might be a little bit of an advantage, but a bit tired jumping straight into the Formula Ford, but I'm having a great time this weekend.
Congratulations, awesome win.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's a busy young man, isn't he, down there in pit lane, not just Formula 4 but TA2, and I think the hardest thing for that is they're actually back-to-back races to kick off our schedule here this afternoon. Matt Nolte, you join me back in commentary. Lachlan Evanet, he's a big talent that's coming through. I'll tell you what, last night we had a Australian production car race that went for 2 hours, and now we're going to finish things off with a quick half-an-hour race on a Sunday.
A 30-minute sprint race, Matty Gav. Looking forward to this one. How good was that finish in Formula Ford? 0.050 of a second, and proving you don't need 40 cars in the field sometimes to generate good racing. We'll see them later on the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. But you're right, we're back out for race 3 of the Australian Production Car Series. We had a 30-minute sprint race yesterday, a 2-hour endurance race last night with 3 safety car periods in the end. It was White and Walker that won ahead of Jake Camilleri. Camilleri not here today for this final race. He's had some work commitments, so it leaves us with a 14-car grid. No pit stops. It's straight out racing to the end. And as it was yesterday, the power of that BMW will lead us away towards turn number 1 for the first time. We talk of Carla Baccini, who teamed up with Dad Paul last night. Had some boost issues yesterday and some gearbox dramas, but drove a solid race to finish in that top 3 yesterday in the 2-hour endurance race. Good to see the Griffith and Tom Heyman car back out there. Didn't Tom Heyman drive hard last night?
3 positions on the start of this race. He has slingshot himself all the way up to the 3rd position. Now, last night they had tyre issues where he had to come and take a tyre, so an excursion through the pits that he didn't want in the second half of that race, but he has been very, very fast, and he's going to be right in the mix today in the A1 category. Just got past Kearns, who's applying a little bit of pressure. I'm not sure what Link was doing out there, just dropping a wheel on the dirt. You're definitely not here at the Speedway, mate, to keep that car on the black stuff.
No Highline stuff here at Queensland Raceway that works well anyway. Down into turn 4 for the first time. So the clock counts down to 0 with 1 lap at the end of that. Kearns has gone up into 3rd on this first lap of the race. But out in front, Carla Baccini. Now, if you started yesterday's sprint race, you'll sit this one out for today. We shared the love around a bit. Of course, last night, just 76 laps in the books. Ended with fireworks at the end of it. The big story coming out of last night, you might be noticing the Chevy Camaro that didn't make it out for today's one. Contact in the middle of turn 3 at the end of the first lap. Oscar Butt into 70th. That is Troy Derwent behind the wheel today. Lucky to keep that car straight. Tony Quinn had a severe engine detonation early in the race last night. His Chevy Camaro coated the back straight in oil. Now, I've got to say, he actually got out and helped his own crew, the Queensland Raceway recovery crew, to make sure that we had minimal time under safety car. Well done.
Yeah, he was hooking up the toe strap, wasn't he? As Derwent, he's going to be struggling out at the moment. They are still missing 3rd gear in that gearbox, so they're just going to try and bring the car home this weekend and try and just accumulate some points and get that fixed before we head back out here in about 6 weeks' time. August for our next round here at Queensland Raceway. Looks like White will get the pedal to the metal, and Pacini dropping back through the field. Now, we saw this car go into limp mode in the sprint races yesterday, and they had to come and do some resets on the gearbox. They changed the gearbox overnight, Friday night after qualifying. They got in there Saturday morning, quick gearbox change, had those issues. It got through the endurance racing, though, where Paul was saying that he just backed off just a fraction there to keep the temperatures down. So surprised to see that start to go back through the field. White and Kearns in these A2 class cars. The Mustangs just starting to wind up. It might be a little bit of tyre pressure there as it comes to them. Tommy Heyman now all the back of the Pacini car as we head a bit further down the field. There's the 17, and that's Emily behind the wheel of this one now. Now, she started the endurance race last night, did a fantastic job.
Sure did. Look at Lingy taking it to. This is the classic Holden Ford battle. We haven't seen this for a while. And now race down to Dick Johnson, pit straight at Queensland Raceway. Ling will lead by half a car length at the line. Well, the A1 class car, Tom Heyman leading that group at the moment up in fourth position outright. But headed by the A2 class cars, White ahead of Kearns. Pacini's dropped back into third. We'll keep an eye on that 999 BMW. Hunter's Heyman with Jesse Dixon, who drove a strong race last night aboard the 87. There's a couple of hard luck stories out there. In fact, if the Heyman and Dixon car didn't have troubles early in the race, they could have fought hard for a race victory outright.
Yeah, Jesse Dixon behind the wheel of the 87. That's going to be an interesting one. He's got a lot of experience, hasn't he? A massive amount of talent. Does so much driver training amongst so many people. Even Robbie Farr goes down to his Gold Coast facility, does a lot of training on the sim, and he's helping out. We saw him over the wall actually during TA2, just watching everything that happens. So he's now behind the wheel out there in this production car race. Let's head down to pit lane with J-Mac.
Unfortunate bit of news for the number 91 machine of Randall. That Mercedes running on only 3 cylinders. They threw their last coil pack at the car for last night's 2-hour enduro. I don't know if the ambient mics can pick it up, but that is definitely not a happy German car.
And a long race remaining for them. They'll be cruising around with one arm tied behind their back. This is a good battle, isn't it? They're at the back of the field, but it's the Class C and Class D cars, the more production car type entries out there, racing like it's the final lap. They do this all race long.
Derwin's going to struggle not being able to go back to third gear. You wouldn't expect him to go down to second in many parts of this racetrack, so he's just going to have to try and limp the 78 back. They'll be accumulating points for the rest of this weekend. Oh no, it's a 17. Emily gets pushed off wide there in the 86 and has to go on the dirt. Manages to bring that 86 back onto the racetrack. That was a bit of a moment there. That could have gone either way.
Big time of 2 Mustangs putting a margin on Pacini back in third. Kearns, the second car in that shot, is about to set the fastest lap of the race in the early stages of this third and final race, the Australian Production Car Series at Queensland Raceway. Both running for not just outright, but for class honours in the A2 class. And looks like Pacini's about to be overtaken in the background with Tom Heyman behind the wheel. Or maybe not, tucks him back behind the big BMW on the way to turn number 1. So 2 good battle packs brewing here, but this is the one we've been keeping our eye on. Toyota 86s amongst the mix of cars down here. The Volkswagen Golf GTI also in it. And the big Holden just ahead, a long way down the inside, is Carlos Rolfo in the Carbiz entry, teaming up with his daughter Annabelle, who drove a great race. She was so happy when she got out of the car last night. Really enjoyed her time out under lights here at Queensland Raceway. Rowan Saini just rounds them all up in the clean and wash Holden HSV GTS as we go into another lap. Remember, still 23 minutes of racing.
We've only just got started. We're not even a third of the way through this race. And oh, here we go. They go 3, nearly 4 wide. And again, Casavello gets pushed to the outside. And
it's not a replay, is it?
No, that's but it's a familiar side, isn't it? Deja vu, unfortunately. Just leaving it out on the outside. Really got to be careful on the outside of turn 1, especially as the cars move around. Olfo's going to have another look down the inside, and you think with Derwent, they're not being able to get down into third gear and have a big advantage as Saini now moves to the side in the big HSV, and the nimble 86 will go down, but Saini with that power down the straight here into turn number 4, just you can tell all 8 cylinders firing well.
Oh, gutsy move from Rolfo. Great shot from above and just rounded up the Holden. And that'll just continue on all race long until they may make contact. They can't keep going at this pace. Good racing, though.
I notice you're not using any names today.
No, I'm not. I'm too scared after last night.
Oh, so Ian, you can tell the difference in brake is Derwent locks the brake up and slides the 78 car in. Wow, that was a moment. That was a big moment. And with third gear missing that gearbox, the last thing we want is something moving around in there and locking anything up within that drivetrain.
Certainly the ABS has been getting a workout on the Toyota 86 at the front of this group of cars. Meantime, Ling on the back straight now.
Didn't do a lot of seat time last night, did he? They really held out to the end, knowing that they had to fill up twice in that 2-hour race. So he went really in for the final stint. It was only about 30 minutes in the car in the end.
Yeah, Troy Williams doing the balance of the driving there. We just saw a pass there from Ettore Vasolo, who shared the car with Richard Shinkfield in yesterday's race. They didn't get too many laps in, did they? They were spending nearly 90 minutes of that race in the pits last night. Only completed 18 when the checkered flag came out. But that puts him up a position now. And heading down towards the final turn. So Ling at least gets 30 minutes of racing his own car. The Jeremy Gray Mediki car from many, many years ago in the Bathurst 6-out. Sat in storage for several seasons and took the cover off, put it back into a Moffat tribute livery. And it's back out on the track here. Lingy, of course, all the way from Darwin in the Northern Territory. Teaming up with Troy Williams back behind the wheel of a race car. Here's Pacini and Tom Heyman in the battle for third and fourth. And Pacini leading the sole B1 car here this weekend. And Tom Heyman leading the A1 class.
Yeah, let's run about our A2 class out in the lead at the moment with White and Kearns, Pacini, Heyman as we look at our Ringers Western leaderboard. Then it's back to Dixon, Vasolo, Ling, O'Flynn, Rolfo, Derwin, Jarvis, Saini, Cashavello and Randall. The outright battle at the moment for third position. Heyman looking for a little gap on the inside, but just not quite sure the little Mercedes has the power at the moment as we start to round up a few of our back markers there. That'll be Randall in the 91.
Just fighting to survive, isn't he? So he's got a lap down in the 91.
That's the car that's lost a coil pack. Yeah. You can really hear it, can't you? As he goes past our straight. Camera's picking up that noise.
Definitely not how they come out the showroom, Matty Cove.
No. People pay for that in exhaust sometimes.
Yeah. There's an app for that, isn't there?
Yes, yeah, there's an app for that. Unfortunately, that's going to put him way back. So we wanted to circulate and keep the points going. Big endurance coming up for our next round. They're talking 3 hours to be out there. That's a big one.
Yeah, the 5 and 9, that'll be the next stop here of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series and the Australian production cars, which got off to a slowish start. I mean, it's pretty traditional after Bathurst 6-hour for a lot of cars not to come back. They all invest into that event. And gee, wasn't that a sight at Bathurst this year, watching nearly 70 cars charge through turn number 1 for the first time. An event that continues to grow here in Australia.
White's laying down a sector 1 time, best we've seen so far, 26.45. So they're just moving out in front at the moment, running their own race. So a class, not just overall race winner, but also class victor in between these two.
They're having fun, aren't they? 19.5 on the previous lap for White, 19.6 for Kearns. The gap is 11 seconds at this point in time. So 2 good battle packs brewing as we're 19 minutes away from the checkered flag. Back down the pit lane, here's Mel.
So down in pit lane with Shelley Ives, production car new category manager this weekend. You're not new to motorsport or to production cars, but it's your first time with AASA and the Super Series. How's it been?
Yeah, really good. This event's probably one of the best that I've been to, and I said that to a couple of people yesterday, and but that's a whole consensus in the field as well. Everyone's having a great time. It's relaxed, it's fun, it's affordable. TV, like, you can't get any better than this. So.
There you go, guys. Super Series, we rock. Thank you.
She's been around the sport for 3 decades now, Shelley. She was around the original years of the development series in supercars, was a familiar face with the V8 UTES series. She spent some time with the production cars in New South Wales and Queensland, and has decided to come back and give Carl Begg a hand, who's taken over the category management rights. I'm not sure where King Carlos is at the moment, if he's in the country or he's still over in the United States. But a change of the guard in the Australian Production Car Series in 2025 as the front two cars complete another lap. We're working lap 10 of this race with 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And a battle for third and fourth, separated by 0.3 of a second at the line. Whoa, where was Heyman going? That's a different line to use.
He's been watching the Excel race.
Yeah.
That's what I think it is. Go out wide, throw the car into turn number 1. It looks like he's looking for a little bit of fresh air. We saw the brakes literally on fire on that car in the pits last night. And maybe they're getting a little bit warm out there at the moment. Under lights at night time, you can tell the glow of the massive brake rotors on these cars. But he keeps pulling out behind Bacchini. And I can only think that's to cool the car down, especially with the amount of laps they've done behind each other. We'll find out what's going on down at pit lane, though, with J-Mac.
I had a quick chat to the crew for Heyman and Griffith, and it looks like Heyman is 2 seconds a lap quicker than Griffith, but it looks like problems out on track, guys, for the Ultimate Diesel Tuning Mustang.
And they were at the front of the field, and the Ultimate Diesel Tuning Mustang is going to drop to at least 5th position. So was there contact between those two? They were running very, very close. At that point, it's our leading two cars in the A2 class. This will tell us on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Now coming up to Rob Jarvis. And did he just come in too hot, or was there contact from behind? There it is. I dare say, race control.
It was a nudge.
A nudge? Would you call it a nudge?
Yeah, a firm nudge.
I hate to see what your bump is then.
Yeah.
Wow. That'll be big news, and it's changed the race.
Is he trying to correct this, though? Because look at Kearns, slow quite right down now.
Quite possibly, unless he's got a drama. Let's put Bacchini back into the lead. And I think you're right. Smart play. We'll see if that CMA car picks up the speed now. They should capture the two cars ahead quite easily with their lap times. At least 2 seconds quicker than Bacchini and Tom Heyman.
Yeah, looking like a little bit of a gentleman move there. Absolutely to get back in.
And that's smart.
Try and sort this out on track.
Yeah.
Because they were way in front of the rest of the field. They're running in their own class anyway. They're not. It doesn't matter whether we see Bacchini and Heyman go past when it comes to our class victories.
Yeah, exactly right. That stays race control. One less drama. I think they've got plenty of customers after the TA2 muscle car race earlier today.
Oh, there's still a lineup, is there?
Yeah. Goes back to Ipswich.
Yeah. Reminds me of going to the deli where you had to take a ticket.
My car number now.
Yeah.
So at least he's done the right thing here, and it doesn't attract a penalty, and they can go and box on to the end here. Halfway home, 15 minutes into the Australian Production Car Series and the Ringers Western leaderboard. Bacchini back to the lead. We expect these two cars to catch and pass pretty quickly as we enter the second half. Jesse Dixon leads the Class D honours. David Ling leading in Class A1. In fact, he's second now with Tom Heyman leading at the top. And for Mitch Randall, well, they're just cruising around, aren't they, to get a result, get some points and take their car back home and start prepping for the 3-hour Fight in the Night event in August. That's going to be a busy weekend with the TA2 muscle cars. 2-driver race. But we'll have 3 races each day for the TFHI and TA2 muscle car series. Then you'll have this 3-hour race on the Saturday night. You want to come and check that out at Queensland Raceway. We've had a great crowd here the last couple of days. And while it may look a bit lean on the spectator mounts, there's certainly a lot of buzz in the paddock. They've really kept it compressed here. So a lot of people just milling around the pits here. Great viewing decks to watch the racing. We had drifting going on yesterday. It's all quiet over there. So, man, it was busy here yesterday.
It was pumping up there, really, the crowd getting behind it. I think it's all the shade that we see above the pits, so a lot of the crowd really staying in that area. They don't need to be out in the mounds. All the facilities are over this side of the track and having a fantastic weekend. The on-track and off-track entertainment has been unbelievable. We've had burnout cars, stunt riders. It's just been everywhere. DJ going. Yeah, fireworks last night. It's all been happening here at Queensland Raceway as they celebrate a whole heap of motorsport this weekend. And have a look at them in the background, Kearns, having a look down the inside. Will this be a little bit cleaner than the bump and run that we saw earlier?
So, I mean, you're right. It was a nudge. I was just trying to make you feel bad for what you said. But it's going to happen at some point. These two racing hard and go back into the 21s at the moment. So that's the leaders, first and second on track. Bacchini and Heyman with 4 seconds back to White and Kearns. Jesse Dixon 30 seconds behind in car 87. right now that he's sharing with Rob O'Connor, the Kirksworks race service entry. Now they're back. Now they're scrapping down towards turn number 4. Side by side, the battle of the Mustangs. And White should have the better line. Brakes hard into the left-hander at turn number 4.
Oh, he'll be pulling that car up. You won't want to be making the same mistake twice. Miss out on another opportunity. Only 12.5 minutes remaining in this production car race for the Sunday here. The Hi-Tec All Super Series round number 3. Kearns has another look down the inside and plenty of room for White. He just leaves the door open this time. Kearns with some genuine pace there as he gets the move done coming onto the main straight. He's been a couple of tenths a second faster as they get around with the lap time to 6/10 last lap around. The CMA entry now just starting to drive away from White. They'll come across a little bit of traffic too as they weave their way through. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Have a look at the Tommy Heyman car as he comes through in the Mercedes. How wide? He's almost collecting the grass, slides the car as it goes to the side. It's almost like he's trying to initiate in the corner like we're back in the drifting days.
It's the Heyman highlight.
Yeah.
Into turn 1. It's not the first time he's done that. Seems to be working. Kearns starts to turn up the heat now in 3rd position, but they're not catching the cars ahead. I thought they would have rounded him up pretty quickly here, but Boccini, that you're watching, Carla Boccini, 30-year-old here from Brisbane, leads the race. This would be cool if it goes right down to that final minute.
Well, sector times have Kearns on a charge now.
Thinks it's time as Boccini tiptoes down the inside of Derwin, who was being forced around there earlier in the race. The Atlantic Oils entry, car 78 in Class C today. Just ahead is the 51 of O'Flynn, so that will be a battle for Class C very soon once the faster cars make their way through. And entering the final 10 minutes of this race very soon. Mel's down in pit lane.
So we've talked a bit about Griffo's car and Tom Boylan being on fire yesterday. Well, this is one very unhappy brake disc. Have a look. It's actually cracked all the points there and fallen to pieces, whether it's from the heat or the shredding tyre. This is obviously what it looked like before. So very, very lucky that that didn't end up with some more damage or something else. And I'm pretty sure the old brake discs aren't supposed to be this rough either.
Did they get a workout? Wow. That'd have been red hot as well. I won't be seeing that back on a race car anytime soon.
No, that's going to go in the trophy room, I think, or
yes.
Potentially one of the green bins that are floating around out here.
Souvenir hunter might like that.
That's it's good to see that down there and just look at some of the attrition of the parts on these cars. When you're going to put them through the stress of 2 hours of racing, imagine what we're going to do with a 3-hour race when we come back.
Yeah, don't think we'd see the pace that we saw last night early in the stages of that fight in the night race. Coming up, well, that was a think about move from the 25 of Kearns, who wants to get back to the front. CK Motorsport preparing this one of the 25 Mustang with Colby Cowham's TA2 muscle car effort here at Queensland Raceway, and back into the lead goes the Mustang. Boccini had to yield in the end, and after that little misdemeanor down at turn number 4, the Mustang goes back into the lead with just over 9 minutes of racing. Boccini had to cover off then because Heyman thought he was going to catch her napping through turn 2. The never say die attitude of Tom Heyman, who had a great love affair with this track in the Trans Am series on debut a couple of seasons back, won the weekend on debut.
That car's been put through his paces. Griffo was literally on fire throughout that race towards part of it where they did the tyre change, and Tommy Heyman, well, he stressed those brakes out for sure. How quick he was driving. We get on board the 87. Jesse Dixon now holding out Saini, who is further down in the field. So Saini's going through. It's the horsepower of the HSV down the straight. Jesse Dixon, was a great story from the Shannon's days where they went through the Supercar Challenge there, managed to go into Super 2 for quite a bit of time. He did some ute racing. Quite accomplished driver, trainer now. Like we said, he's got the sim. He keeps inviting us down. We've got to go down and have a commentators challenge, I think, down at the Gold Coast.
I look forward to kicking his butt on. And Jesse's one of those stories, he was in that era where there was so much good talent coming through, and it's not a reflection on him. It's just such a talent pool so deep back in the day when he was around. But I'm so glad he's found his groove with that race academy he's got down there. And now back behind the wheel of a race car. Geez, changed. I saw him the other day and I apologise, but that is Jesse Dixon. I hadn't seen him for a couple of years.
Yeah, obviously co-driving alongside one of his students out there this weekend. So they do a fantastic job. You know, as he says, I get out the racetrack with a lot of my students that I'm helping throughout the year and get on track with them, sharing the car with Rob O'Connor this weekend.
Fourth outright last night, have won both Class D races this weekend and looking likely to do the same today. The next Class D car, Rob Jarvis, back in 9th position and a lap behind. Down the inside is White, and that's for position. Down at turn number 4 and has Bacchini just ahead. 7 minutes and change remain in race 3 of the Australian Production Car Series. Still keep an eye on that weather in the distance. It's quite dark outside. Our TV camera is doing a great job to keep the brightness out there. There is a threat of some wet stuff later today. We had a very bizarre shower hit yesterday morning, didn't we? We weren't expecting it. Wasn't on the radar, and it hit the track but dried up as quick as it really landed. But it did spoil qualifying for Formula Ford.
Yeah, it did. And today we were more expecting it to come today, especially looking at the forecast coming into this weekend. But we haven't seen sunlight peer through those clouds yet. So although there's light around the track, it's not direct sunlight. They haven't moved away throughout the entire day as Tommy Heyman gets right out on the ripple strip there. It's painted concrete, it's not grass, Tommy. Try and stay off the grass if you can. It's White will go down the inside of Bacchini here. We'll make a little bit of room. Tommy might take advantage. It almost looks like the Heyman car is getting warm and then he's just having to back off and either give the tyres or the brakes a little bit of a rest before he has another couple of laps at it. Wait for White to get this move done and potentially he'll have another go on the back of the Bacchini car. Tommy Heyman very quick at 129 at the 120 with a 9. That is for the A1 class, leading it at the moment. Bacchini leading the B1 class just in front. And now the two A2 cars, the 1 and 2 once again, Kearns and White.
Now Heyman has regrouped, starts to put the pressure on the BMW down here at the final turn of Kearns and White. After clearing up with a bit of smart driving to redress the situation that happened down at turn 4, they've gone back into the lead. And the A2 class cars, we believe this is the final lap of the race. And Heyman again throws it to the pit exit side of the green curb, and that's helped him tuck in behind the BMW. It's the drive-through here in the battle for third outright in today's final race of the Australian Production Car Series. Here comes the Novocastrian pulling out for a look. How far will he brake? About that. Bacchini covers him off. Doors open though. Good to see that 999 car. Looks like the Gremlins disappeared after the boosted gearbox dramas they had yesterday in that 30-minute sprint race. But Heyman is not going to give up. But Kearns looking good here with just a couple of turns remaining.
Yeah, take nothing away from Tommy Heyman. Handy mistake Bacchini makes. Heyman will be all over. Look how close it's starting to get. Gets a good run out of here down to the final corner. We'll wait and see if Tommy Heyman will throw a Hail Mary at it. It's Kearns just leads us out. Comfortable little lead at the moment, just over 3 seconds. White behind. Checkered flag will greet him as he crosses the finish line. White in second overall and for the category. Bacchini's going to hold off Heyman and will win the B1 class. The A1 class won by Tommy Heyman, 4th overall. There's just a bit of a gap back to Jesse Dixon now in our D class. In the meantime, some of these cars will come around as Derwent just there in front.
It's Rob Jarvis behind in the Volkswagen Golf, who'll be 9th outright and 2nd in class in the D class here today. At least it keeps their series point score nice and strong with another round to come here at Queensland Raceway. Good Toyota 86s down the field. Casaviello and Carlos Rolfo in 10th and 11th will finish in 3rd and 4th in Class D behind Rob Jarvis. We could hear Mitch Randall going past there. Sounded a bit Briggs and Stratton-like, didn't it, when it went past the finish line? But great driving between these two. They got together in lap traffic. They redressed the situation and managed to get themselves back at the pointy end. It's the second victory of the weekend. The Kearns and Carr combination after finishing 2nd in the A2 class and 6th outright last night. They win ahead of Trent White, Carla Bacchini, Tom Heyman and Jesse Dixon home for 5.
Yeah, David Ling in 6th, and it's Gerard O'Flynn in 7th. Troy Derwin in 8th, Robert Jarvis in 9th, and Emily Castavello will round out our top 10 in the production cars here for race number 3. Rolfo in 11th for the solo, just behind Saney and Randall, of course, limping that car home on 3 cylinders. No, it's meant to be on 4, but unfortunately another coil pack gone in that car. Definitely some of the race highlights to see how it all unfolded with 30 minutes of racing for the production cars here on this Sunday at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Bacchini is super fast, all the traction control, but look at Tommy Heyman out on the grass with 2 wheels and made 3 positions going into turn number 1.
Saves the groundskeeper doing that job during the week. Now the edges look great on Dick Johnson straight. He went after Bacchini. This was a bit of contact here, and he ended straight itself out for Derwin with the Toyota 86s ganging up on him at turn number 6. This was a move later on in the race with Trent White getting back towards the front, or in the early stages when the Bacchini car actually was starting to slow up a bit. So maybe they did have a drama with this car and thought they need to run to a number perhaps late in the race, because they were in the 1 minute 20s for most of that race here today. This was the contact between the 2 leaders. Matty Cab described it as a nudge.
Yeah.
I think I'd go along with that now. And great driving from Kearns to allow White to catch him up there and ultimately go back into the lead. They started picking their way through the first and second place cars. And eventually Kearns would grab the lead late in this race.
Yeah, managed to work his way back through Tommy Heyman and Bacchini after just going back and doing the gentleman thing to redress that issue. White eventually get on a bit of pace and take the Tommy Heyman and Bacchini as well as he started to get the pace back into that Mustang. Almost looks like just needed a break, potentially on the brakes there. Moved back into second position outright. You can see the orange glow in between the spokes of those front wheels. As they came home, Kearns took the checkered flag with White behind. 1 and 2 in the A class, and overall, Bacchini held out Heyman, who was looking for a moment at the end. Let's get down to victory lane, though, with J-Mac.
Third place, Carly Bacchini. Tom Heyman was doing everything he could to get that little red rocket right up alongside you. Plenty of pressure out there, wasn't there?
Absolutely. He's a gun, so I was pretty happy to keep him behind me. But, yeah, no, that was awesome. That was a lot of fun.
Congratulations on a great result.
Thank you so much.
Trent White, P2 today.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Bit of a stoush with Lindsay out there. Got turned around, but recovered to finish second. Happy with that.
Battle of the Mustangs.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good fun.
Still a great weekend for you. Good result, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. We've had a cracker. Much better than Sydney last time, so we're looking forward to the rest of the series.
Great. Well done.
Lindsay Kearns, congratulations. You had to redress a position. It was a very gentlemanly move out there for Trent White.
Had to do the right thing, and I skidded down on a bit of a dusty line after we went around a lap car. And so the guys, and just in goodwill, you got to do that. But then the other guys took off, so there was a bit of a race catching them up. So it was good fun.
Congratulations, mate. Job well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, how good are our Australian production cars run and done for the weekend here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. As you can see, our innovation race cars getting out on track to warm up. We'll be back after this short break. Don't go anywhere. All the Innovation race cars are out there warming up the tyres. They get set to go for race number 4 of their campaign at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round 3 of competition. They're into their sprint race format here for round number 3. They had their endurance round last time at Sydney Motorsport Park. Jack McLean joins me back in the commentary box, and there were some things to evolve out of race number 3, wasn't there? One of those big talking points will be Grant Draney, where it looks like he might have lost an engine in that car, and there was a lot of oil on pit straight.
Yeah, very, very tough to see that stock car having to bail out on the home stretch there. Danny started putting the IRC car backwards into the gravel as we are ready to go. And can anybody stop Mr. Taunton himself? He has an impeccable history here at 2 Days of Thunder. Gillison tried to stick it to him, but good to see Emery up there in the 3 spot, getting through on Goodacre on that inside line.
Emery struggled, didn't make it out for both qualifying sessions, did he? And that's really caused him to come to the back of the pack, as it looks like we're on board here at the moment. That's Hollinger, so Finn, that's the car that used to be Danny Studdards that he sold to him very recently. Studdard in the background now, and he won't be liking seeing the rear of that car, will he? He cut a tyre actually rejoining onto the field, and we're not quite sure whether it was damaged prior to the spin out, but delaminated on the main straight and caused a whole heap of tyre to go flying everywhere, as Brian Finn currently sitting in 6th position.
You see Finn just move out into the clean air as the brake lights of Hollinger came on in front of him. Hollinger trying to get up on Donaldson. This is the battle between Finn and Hollinger now, back on board with Finn. You can see it's a very minimalist dash as there's a lot of closing speed and contact with Hollinger, the number 23 machine, getting punted to the outside line but managing to stay on track.
Yeah, gave him a real nudge out of the way, didn't he? And we'll just wait and see if he tries to redress that or if he's going to push on there for Finn as he's back behind Donaldson in the Axel's earth moving entry. The 82 doesn't look like that's sustained too much damage at the front. Can't see anything moving around. The amount of carbon fibre on these cars, I wouldn't call them fragile, but it's really probably easily just to grab a little bit of the aero there and potentially have it come loose. John Hollinger building a lot of the transaxles for these cars. Look at Studdard. Wow, that's a lock-up. Look at the ABS working so hard. And he is lucky to pull that car up, and with a minimal off-track excursion, as Lee Stibbs will try and round him up in the number 6 this weekend. Got the 2-seater Hi-Tec Oils Camaro, or Mustang, sorry. They've had a bit of trouble with this car. A couple of small issues there. We saw them working on the back of the car earlier. They've had one of the header pipes on the exhaust come off as well, and look at him sliding around. He's a busy man behind the wheel. I think he'll be looking forward to getting behind a brand new TA2 muscle car.
It's going to suit him down to the ground. Hollinger locked on target, and that target is the rear end of Brian Finn. Run down into turn 1. Finn applying his own pressure on the Axel's earth-moving entry of Donaldson. Shots on board now. This is the run, and you can see him able to just cover off Hollinger onto the back straight.
Yeah, Hollinger filling them side mirrors there. Finn letting him know he's there, and down into 3. We've seen a couple of big dives down here, and Finn will cover that one off. Hollinger will look for another opportunity, see if he can get close enough for an overtaking manoeuvre. Have a listen as we're on board with Finn. Oh, the LS power plant sounds sweet between the chassis rails, these innovation race cars.
It's interesting to compare the wheel work for Brian Finn on the onboard as opposed to Lee Stibbs. Lee Stibbs dialing on almost a quarter turn of opposite lock on the exit there of turn 4, as opposed to Brian Finn, who is literally point and shoot.
Have a look at the Mark car alongside the Mustang. Starts to pull away from him on the main straight, and Finn won't be able to match the pace. Thought he might have got a little bit of a side draft there, but it's not going to happen. Donaldson, that Mark II car. So evenly matched, isn't it, between the iterations of these cars, the Mark I, the Mark II, and the Innovation race car. Very level playing field here at Queensland Raceway.
Hollinger just starting to try and take bigger and bigger bites. Having a look, Hollinger's best lap time is a 1:11.18. Finn is just under a half a tenth slower a 1:11.23. And the gap between those two, less than half a second. It could all disappear in an instant. Your running order looks like this. Taunton, well, nobody's seen him. He's out in front to the tune of about 1.5 seconds with a hot lap time of a 1:09.49 last time around. Leading out over Gillison with Emery rounding out your top three.
Yeah, Taunton, he's probably one of the tallest characters in IRC as well. We've had to get him to bend over, put his legs apart to try and get down to our height so we can interview him because he's so tall.
You were going with that.
I don't know how he fits in there, to be quite honest. Tall character.
The beauty of these things, they'd have an adjustable pedal box as well, so you could really set them up around the sizing of your driver, as Hollinger is able to keep that exit nice and tight, tucks right into the slipstream.
Not sure if he appreciated that nudge a little bit earlier. There could be a little bit of red mist in the helmet there, potentially. And he's have a dive. Is he going to get down the inside? He might do it here. We don't see Finn's car move around. That's a clean move. Donaldson's still holding him out, and that Mustang just in front. The 111 car in 5th position. John Hollinger now slots into 6th, and Finn, who we're on board with, in 7th.
Just remember, Finn hasn't done an awful lot of seat time in this car. This is fresh to him.
Yeah, apart from a bit of trialling, I suppose, before buying the car, that's about all the time he's had in the driver's seat. Started with that little excursion wide before. It's just dropped off the back of this pack. Have a look. Taunton with the lead, Gillison in 2nd and Emery 3rd. They've just seemed to get into a little bit of a rhythm with Goodacre not too far behind. It was great to see that car fixed overnight after massive collision going into last night's racing just on sundown there, where came into contact with crossing and lost the front of that car. They luckily had another clip here on site at the racetrack that the teams were able to help him put that car back together. Probably one of the advantages about these IRC cars being so modular in their construction, made here in Australia. And, the clips come off, I suppose, much like a modern supercar that we see out there on track as well, where they can pull the front ends off and change them over.
Here we go.
Quite
Hollinger
easily.
Looking to try and put the move down on the 111 Axles earth-moving machine of Donaldson. Wasn't quite able to get track position on the run out of 3, but will lurk with intent through 4 and 5. Just filling those mirrors, just like he did with Brian Finn before picking the opportune moment.
That Mustang just seems to pull away down these little straights, doesn't it? Power to weight ratio. Doing what it needs to is...
This is a good run.
Yeah, Hollinger closes it back up. But we saw this side draft last time from Finn. It just didn't match the pace of the Mustang. Seems to have the straight line advantage. Still a bit of rubber on the outside of that track as they skip around, and it's starting to marble up on the outside, which could get a little bit loose for them if they step out of their comfort zone.
Just trying to watch the body language between Donaldson and Hollinger, and it just looks like Hollinger's platform is so much more planted through the mid-corner. It just seems to have this set up beautifully by comparison, but Donaldson, as you mentioned, able to really eke out precious time on those short straightaways between 3 and 4 and 5 and 6.
They are looking at the back of Goodacre as they're closing down that gap. It was 2.7 seconds. It is now. It was closer to 3 seconds earlier. Let's have a look at Goodacre. Goodacre's he's 6 seconds behind Emery, who's in 3rd. So they're just starting to spread out a little bit. This is really where our battle is happening at the moment, and it is for position number 5, as Donaldson doing a great job in the Axles Earth moving entry in the 111 Mustang. And Hollinger will have another look. Can he get enough side draft just to stay with him? You want to be on the inside going into turn number 1. These cars aren't going to the left as much on that. Like we saw Tommy Heyman do in the XLs earlier today as well. They really like to step out, don't they, and set themselves up for turn 1. These cars are a lot more settled, being forced to the ground with that aero.
So Hollinger has the outright pace. The last lap, the difference in the best lap times, a 1 minute 10.18 for Hollinger. For Donaldson, he's only been able to put together a lap that's about 0.3 of a second slower, but Donaldson's just been able to make this Mustang super wide.
It's not an optical illusion just because of the body kit. And he's been able to manage to use up as much track as possible every time Hollinger's put the nose in there. Finn's just sitting in the background at the moment, churning out some laps. That's gone out to 1.1 seconds up to Hollinger. Only half a second then up to Donaldson. And now 2.4 seconds forward to Goodacre, who's in 4th position. Here's our leaders, though. Taunton just down in front. Gillison in that local surge. Metallic blue entry, and then Jeff Emery in this number 48 machine, who had to work his way from the back of the pack in race number 3 this afternoon and managed to start off the second row of the grid coming into this race.
Taunton resets the lap time record here, or rather for this race, a 109.41 on lap 8, as we still have 15 minutes remaining on our Ringers Western leaderboard. He was able to carve a couple of tenths out of his previous best and owns the first and third sector as we see those bright red brake discs from Jeff Emery. Mel, down in the pits.
Yes, down here with Stacey Stewart, who wants to run off, but just quickly, technical manager for IRC, you would have had your work cut out for you this morning after yesterday's damage.
Yeah, lost one car, which is unfortunate. They managed to get the other one back on track, which is really good. It's quite late.
Busy lady, I can tell you're busting to run down there, aren't you? Off you go. Thank you.
Pop down to see where they're in. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, very busy last night, and like I said, great to see they get one of those cars repaired. They did bring a red flag to that race. Unfortunately, we didn't even get to complete a full lap without a safety car coming out. So, unfortunate for the Innovation Race cars. It's their final race of the weekend. Mind you, they will be back. So we go our fight in the night, middle of August. We're back here for our next round of the Hi-Tec All Super Series. And that'll become an endurance round for our Innovation Race cars. It's going to be a massive weekend of endurance racing. Looking forward to 12 to 14 hours out there on the racetrack a day.
Oh yeah, I think I might actually rope my old man in. He's a Brisbane local, so I'll organise him a room. He can come stay with the crew, and maybe, I don't know, he can look after us, give us,
he can be our
give us a ride and look after our catering. G'day, Dad. But Taunton still leads out, and he is just putting down lap after lap after lap. A 2.3 second gap back to second place. Gillison, Emery in third. Goodacre fourth, and Donaldson rounding out your top 5. Hollinger still trying to hit him up.
John Hollinger still applying the pressure to the back of Donaldson. And Donaldson just doing a fantastic job to hold him out. He's been super consistent here. 5th in the last race as well. The Queenslander holding on, the Axel's Earth moving entering, one of the Mark II cars. The idea is these cars have gone through their, I suppose, changes and evolution in innovation race cars to try and keep them as similar as possible so they can still race in the same categories with similar pace. The track here obviously being in Queensland, this will be the local track for Donaldson. So many of our drivers actually based up here in Queensland, including our race leader, Jeff Taunton, Daniel Gillison, Jeff Emery, all Queenslanders. Goodacre, well, he's the South Aussie. He's had to do all the travel to come up. Mind you, travel for most of these drivers isn't a problem. We've seen them take over the endurance racing in Europe. A lot of them like to travel over there and do a little bit of that. Will's up at Bathurst as well when we have those 12-hour and 6-hour endurance races there. Have seen the innovation race cars start to make an appearance over in some of the countries, including South Africa. So it's starting to be a little bit more produced and sold overseas. It's really a category that's finding its place in Australia as more people get interested and start to purchase these vehicles.
Interesting to sort of see the battle happening between Hollinger and Donaldson. I'd love to see it through turn 3 because I've noticed, oh no, Goodacre, off-track excursion. Where is that?
Is that potentially turn 2 maybe coming up, or are we turn 1? That might be turn 1 actually. That's last night. That'll be a flashback. You won't want to know about that one. The good news is the nose cone of that car is still on.
Still attached,
yes,
and he hasn't got a marked car through the door?
Yeah, he hasn't come into contact. Will he be able to get out of the gravel trap, though? Look at the aero there. That is going to scoop up a lot of gravel and make it hard to get out as well there. Very low to the ground, and normally we'd see the wheels spinning there unless he's trying to, oh no, he is just
gently trying to get it out.
Smart move to be very gentle on the accelerator there with just over 10 minutes remaining in this race as Taunton comes around to complete another lap. Marcars Australia, IRC GTSS. Oh.
Now Goodacre tries to put the pedal to the wood to try and get himself out. Look at the heat just pouring off the front of that car. That Gap Solutions number 66, unfortunately not in an ideal position, and it has triggered a yellow flag here in race 4 for the Australian IRC Racing Series. Really, really tough times out here for Goodacre this weekend. A weekend I'm sure he'd rather forget. But Taunton has been unstoppable. A race restart between him and a good result if he keeps tracking the way he has.
Taunton has been torturing them this weekend, hasn't he? Consistent race wins at the moment, been very fast in qualifying. Lee Stibbs has gone into the pits again, so they are really struggling with that Mustang at the moment as they've joined onto the back of this innovation race car category. As we try and get this car out of the sand trap. Safety car conditions here in innovation race cars as we've got John Goodacre just gone off on turn number 1 and deep into the gravel there. And you can see our recovery crew doing a great job to quickly pull this car out. So low to the ground with so much aero, it's just like a big shovel there as it digs into the sand trap. Oh, this might be actually coming out of 2. That is coming out of 2. Sideways too, so you see all that gravel go through the brakes.
Yeah.
Places like that, it really digs the car in, and hopefully there's not too much damage under the side of that car if it's folded into the aero there. Fairly structurally sound. They take a bit of a hit, but bodywork is probably one of the parts that is sacrificial on these things. Still sounds like it's running well. Someone else who runs well, let's get down to Mel.
We're just having a chat here to Tim, who's looking after Danny Studdard this weekend, and we're just saying he's been the last of the late breakers on a few occasions, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's really good. Look, it was disappointing in the last race. I mean, we put all our eggs into one basket there, and we had 2 sort of tyres that we'd only done 2 laps on in quali. We put him on the outside and obviously had great pace in that last race, but unfortunately, not sure why. We delaminated a tyre there, not sure from a rock damage or what. So he missed out there. He had great pace, and look, he was maybe on for a win there. He was hoping to come through the pack in this one, but unfortunately, yeah, he outbraked himself there into turn 3 and was in the gravel again. So it was like just trying to pick his spirits back up and get him going again. He's a bit better now. He's got the safety car, so he's back on the back of the pack. We'll see what we can do.
That was a sensational recovery out of the kitty litter.
Yeah, he did really well. I sort of thought, and these cars especially, they're so low. As soon as you get in the gravel, they just start tearing parts off. So I'm glad he kept it on the road, but he's been pushing the limit, and yeah, he went past at that time. So we'll see what he can do here, see if he can use that late braking and get past a few people. But yeah, he's sort of been given a second chance here. So
yeah, he'll be rapt about that, bunching up. Let's hope that they can clear that car and restart. What are you going to be saying to him on the radio?
I just try and keep him calm for this little bit while he's just cruising around, and then it's all about the restart. Obviously, these cars are so hard because they're so evenly matched. We've seen this weekend how close the times are, so it comes down to the braking a lot, and obviously the restart, the drive off the last corner. So we'll be looking for a good restart, and then yeah, I'll try and coach him into some passing manoeuvres.
Watch this space. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's going to have to coach him, isn't he? Studdard will be keen to get this race. Anyway, lights are out on the safety car. You know, that means quick restart here in Taunton. Can he keep torturing him out there in the innovation race cars with 7 minutes remaining in this race? It's taken a few laps out and a chance for those brakes to cool down. I think the tyres are probably going to hold enough heat here, but will there be a big dive now on the restart?
Well, this is the thing. Tyres coming down to temperature, brakes recovering a little bit. You only have just under 7 minutes remaining, and it is tight on the restart. Donaldson right at the back of Emery, right at the back of Gillison, right up the back of Taunton as the lights go out.
Wow, listen to them under braking as they go back down through the gears. Really hear all 8 cylinders firing at the moment. Gillison, that's got to be bright in the side mirrors of Taunton, but Taunton is super fast. It just opens up a small gap already. It's out over a 10th. Emery right behind. It's the sound effects as they go by the cameras, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars.
Emery looked like he was taking a wider line through 3. It doesn't seem to have cost him too much, but Donaldson right off the back of him. Hollinger currently holding down 5th place. Their line astern, single file through 4 and into 5. There's Studdard. Studdard looking to try and get around Brian Finn in the number 82 machine.
Yeah, he's looking for any gap, and they're going to be bunched up there at the back between Finn and Hollinger as well. We've started. Have a look here. Wow. Little moment there as Finn got really close to the back bar of Hollinger as he turned into turn 6. Donaldson still making sure he covers off all of that racetrack in the Mustang in 4th position now. That little bumps as they go into turn number 1. Started not being able to take advantage of this at the moment on the back of this 7-car train.
We know that Studdard's got pace. He was quick last race until an unfortunate turnaround in turn 6, as we were hearing. But he is just needing... He'd love to have another 5 minutes. We've got less than 2 minutes remaining here. Something's got to happen, and it's got to happen fast, Matt.
Final race of the weekend for the Innovation Race Cars. Who is going to push the limits in these closing moments of the race? Taunton torturing him out in front at the moment, a 109.33 that last time around to set the fastest lap of the race. He's got a comfortable 0.3 of a second faster. Wow, started really using every part of the racetrack at the moment as he pushes that brand new car, making its debut this weekend, straight out of the factory in Yatala. And the last lap board is up. One more final lap for them to try and make a move. Hollinger, can he get past Donaldson? Finn in the background, and Will Studdard have a look down the inside of his old car.
Hollinger's going to have to do this on the run into 3 if he can keep a car length on the way into the braking zone. Watch on now as the Axel's earth moving machine at Donaldson just tries to make the break away from Hollinger, your man in 5th place. Finn falling off into the distance now. Hollinger hard onto the anchors, tries to close up ground. Donaldson covers off any attack as Hollinger got something for turn 4.
We knew turn 3 was going to be somewhere where someone might take a late dive, but a big gap aiming up to Donaldson now. Hollinger needs to hold on though, because he needs to watch out for Finn and Studdard, who aren't too far behind. Goodacre looks like that car has pulled up somewhere. It's not in the pits, but we're not seeing it. I know it's back out there getting some times. Taunton will come around as the checkered flag is shown. Final corner and onto the straight. They'll wave the checkered flag and he'll take a race for victory. A fantastic weekend for Taunton. Followed by Gillison, Emery, Donaldson, Hollinger, Finn and Studdard will round out your 7. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of banter going on down in the pits. We could see that last time we had Jeffrey Taunton out of the car. And look, a great bunch of guys down there. I'm sure they'll have plenty to talk about and unfold through that one. It was a bit spread out there in our top 3, wasn't it? In the end, Goodacre was at the 4th car and unfortunately spun off on turn number 2 and got buried there and had to be retrieved. 1 safety car throughout this race, which bunched them up right at the back for the final 7 minutes as the doors get open. I think that's a bit of fresh air coming in. There might be warming up. Although we haven't seen a lot of sunlight, the humidity definitely starts to come up with all this cloud cover, so there'll be a little bit of sweating going on in the cabin of these cars. Whether they put the cool suit in or not this weekend, potentially not. I'm thinking that it's going to be some cool weather conditions here. Here's your race 4 results for Innovation Race Cars.
Jeff Taunton brings it home one more time with a 2-second lead over Daniel Gillison in 2nd place. Jeff Emery, the hard charger, having to fight from the back, is able to rescue a great event result. 3rd in this race 4 with Grant Donaldson in 4th, John Hollinger in 5th. Brian Finn brings it home in 6th with Danny Studdard in 7th. John Goodacre not recording a finish time there with Lee Stibbs and Brad Carr, unfortunately DNFs in this final race for the Innovation Race Cars.
Well, let's have a look at the race highlights. Great starting from Gillison too, I thought. You got to be careful on the outside, but Taunton didn't get away at the start. Gillison actually got the nose in front. But as they turn into turn number 1, the inside line is where you want to be. Emery slotted in, just pushed Goodacre just out a little bit, who had to slot into 4th position. Donaldson holding on to 5th. And it was a pretty smooth start, really. Not too much bump and grind going on at this stage. Now, this was a big dive from Finn down the inside of Hollinger, and I assume just a slight bit of contact made, although we couldn't see any panel damage. And Hollinger tried to fight back for a number of laps, but they're so evenly matched out there. Eventually, though, Finn would have to make way for Hollinger, who got a good run down into turn number 3 and managed to get the Hollinger Engineering entry, number 23, back into that position. Goodacre took an excursion on his own out on turn number 2 and got himself buried in the sand trap, and that led to a safety car, and a recovery crew had to tow that car out.
Yeah, that safety car really triggered this very, very simple affair. A short, sharp dash to the finish. No real jockeying for position, but a fantastic note on the end of the weekend's campaign here for Jeff Taunton. Moves him up in the points. He's going to be super happy about that one. Emery collecting a swag of valuable points as well. As we head down, have a chat with Mel.
So our winner again, round winner, race winner, Jeff Taunton. Congratulations.
Thank you. It feels pretty good. Go the old fellas, eh? Teaching all these young fellas how to do it.
So that was a little bit uneventful, that race, from your point of view?
Yeah, I do fade at the end, so I've got to get away. We're starting to get the fade, start to looking at everything. The old concentration goes. So
a good safety car for you then. Have a little bit of a rest.
Yes, have a drink, have a rest.
You got the cool suit happening too?
No, it's not. No, it's not that one. Normally, yes.
Well, good to see you back, and congratulations, a sensational weekend.
Thank you.
Mel catching up with our race winner, Jeff Taunton, as we get set to go with our TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia Championship. We sent Matty Kavanagh way out the back of the pits to go and have a chat with Rob Hogan and Blake Hayne.
We've come down to the Legend Cars Australia pits here at Queensland Raceway, and we've caught up with a family that's actually racing here, Rob Hogan and Blake Hayne. Great to have a father-son combo here this weekend. What's it like to be at QR together?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, QR's a good track, and yeah, we always love the road trips on the way up, and yeah, Blake does most of the sleeping, I do most of the driving. The old man comes with us, so yeah, it's always a bit of banter on the way up, and it's fun.
Blake, what's it like having Dad and Granddad here at the track with you through your motorsports career?
It's good because with both of them, they can help with stuff, get it better, and help me get faster on the track.
Started in go-karts. Was it always about driving a Legend car? Did you want to do it because Dad was doing it, or have you got some bigger aspirations in the future?
Yeah, once he started doing it, we decided that I'd get into it once I'm old enough.
Yeah, do you want to go further, or is Legend cars where you want to stay?
Yeah, hopefully go further, but for now, Legend cars.
They're great cars, aren't they, Rob? I mean, I can see the #1 stickers on the inside of your car from last season. I mean, you really enjoy it. What's it like for you in your motorsport career driving these things? Are they wild?
Oh, look, they're one of the best cars I can drive. They're unpredictable at some points. We run a radial tyre, which they've got no grip, and they're just all out fun. Like you can have some really good fun, and it's always good battles with everyone. Like you're never far from the next bloke behind you or in front of you. So anything can happen in a race. Sometimes you go from 10th to 1st. Sometimes, definitely at Sydney, but there's always a good bunch of guys here, and yeah, it's awesome racing.
What's it like having Blake beside you now? Because a couple of times you've gone door to door with him. What's that like?
Yeah, it's quite fun. I mean, Blake's always wants to get one up on me, but yeah, we'll see how he goes, and yeah, try and get more speed out of him and get him up to speed a bit more so he can go more door to door, which will be even funner.
What do you got to say to that? If you come up door to door with him this weekend, what's happening there? You going to take the dive down the inside?
I'm hoping he doesn't run me off the track this time.
Oh, there you go. It's great to have the father-son combination here this weekend. Good luck, and we hope you enjoy it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what a story. Rob Hogan all the way from 25th up into 1st in race number 4. Race number 5 for the weekend about to get underway. Is it a rolling start here for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia? And let's wind up the RPM as these little motorbike engines get us into turn number 1, and we are 5, 6 wide in the background as they go in. Rob Hogan leakers out over Asker Sendell. Dylan Thomas goes in there. Tate, McVanoary, and then Skinner. Hayne just on the back of that one as well, so the father-son combination in the top 10 last race.
Hogan, Sendell and Thomas, your top 3 looking to make the early breakaway, put down some hard laps, but still sorting out the colours. 2, 3, 4 wide on the run through turn 2. Down into turn 3, they fan out 3 wide. This is going to get tight. Sendell late on the brake, Hogan on the outside, and you cannot go past Thomas, who's looking to try and grab position up into 2nd place. I'll tell you what, Ryan Pring, the green wheels, is a lot further back in the pack than we are used to seeing.
Yeah, watch for him to take a dive up there. We saw Skinner have to come from the back of the pack as well last race. Interesting, Dylan Thomas saying he's down on a little bit of horsepower this weekend, so he is struggling when he's out in the front, just trying to stay with the pack at the moment. As further down we see plenty of action happening Down in the pack, oh wow, but DeBoyton, Goodrich, Melville, Lock, they're all in a battle here, but up on your screens, it's the 59 of Furness and Holder. Back to our leaders, Asker Sendel slides into the lead, just in front of Rob Hogan, but we know this could change at any corner. Look at Morgan in the red rocket, with Ryan Pring right behind him. They're starting to work their way back through the field now. They're up to 9th and 10th.
So Sendel was looking good. Hogan managed to get it riding a wheel. That's the 255 of Kamenavari.
Yeah, Duckworth in the 160. That's unfortunate. They touch wheels and that'll slow him down for Bruce Duckworth. And it looks like there might be damage on that car.
Kamenavari, look, he had a great run last race, bringing it home in 6th for the Queensland Drill and Blast machine. He will not be happy with that one, was trying to get a good result here. Thomas goes quick in Sector 1, 28.26, currently back in 4th place on our screens.
Well, let's have a look at the replay here. They come down the main straight. This is our leaders, Rob Hogan. Right out in front with Asker Sendel behind. Now look at Kamenavari in the orange lid there on the back of the blue and white Duckworth. So he just makes a little bit of contact with Morgan. He goes wide. Kamenavari comes around and they go wheel to wheel as well. This is another angle as we look at it. Kamenavari moves to the inside. Yeah, a little bit of wheel to wheel there for Duckworth, unfortunately. You can see the back of the car go down for Duckworth in the 160 machine just as Kamenavari makes contact. And hopefully that hasn't done too much damage. I'm trying to see how far down the pack he's gone or whether we've seen him 15th. Going. Duckworth in 29th, yeah. But not in the pitch yet. We haven't seen that come up on our screen. So hopefully that car is still circulating.
Hogan sets an absolute heater, a 123.51. Not as quick as Williams, back in 13th with a 123.512. The quickest of our legend cars out there. And Hogan starting to stretch his legs. Has got a 0.43 of a second gap.
It's top 5 and a breakaway pack now, isn't it? Hogan, Sendel, Thomas, Tate and Skinner. Skinner has a look down the inside of Thomas. Big braking opportunity. Dylan Thomas just goes the outside. Tate just sticks to the inside lines. Rob Hogan trying to break any sort of slipstream that he can offer. So he can try and break away from Sendel. Although he made his way through the pack last race, he was assisted by a safety car a couple of times, as well as you're getting a bit of a draft down the straights. Now he's out in front. He's going to have to work even harder to maintain that. Where's he? Scotty Morgan. Ryan Prince just backed off. Is that Hourigan's thrown his name into the hat here? Have a look at Hourigan into 7th position now, holding out Pring, who's had to come back from a disastrous weekend for him, where in race number 3 he did not finish.
Dylan Thomas trying to get up on Riley Skinner and that number 94 machine, but a second battle pack further back in the field. This is Hourigan, Pring, Hayne, Tippett and Goodrich, all battling for everything, pretty much from 8th to 12th. Williams in there as well. There's Ryan Pring wearing the number 1, and again, so not used to seeing him in the 8th spot.
Yeah, surrounded by a heap of cars there. Blake Hayne, obviously. Rob Hogan assisting his son there. That car's going to have a quick setup in it if he can just bring that home. It's a bit of Goodrich around him. Here you go, Tate. Needs to watch out. Skinner down the inside in the 94 car. Tate, the budget car rentals entry, loses a position as Skinner starts to look at Sendel in front.
10 minutes remain on your Ringers Western leaderboard. The 147 looking quick on the run into turn 3. He'll draw right up along, look for the inside line.
Oh, it's so close, isn't it? Bit of Morse code potentially happening there between the bumper bars on these cars. Sometimes they'll look for a draft, sometimes they'll just help each other to assist and catch up to a pack. As you see the car wiggle under brakes for Tate. The blue 147 machine was wiggling down there.
These radial tyres, they can only take so much as the budget rental car gets off into the gravel, into the grass. Looking to hold down that outside line, down the Dick Johnson straight, but up the inside of the number 68, Thomas. The CXC machine gets a very smooth and calculated move done.
Not surprised there with Dylan Thomas behind the wheel. He saw those mistakes from Tate, took full advantage of them. Plenty going on in the background as well. So much to unfold throughout this race. The highlights are always the best part, I think, when we get the legend cars out there. Hogan On the outside as Sendel has a dive down. He will get in front on our timing board for just a moment. Be interested to see how they go through this turn number 3. Skinner now just has a slight gap back to Dylan Thomas with Tate right behind him. Pring's moved up into 6th, followed by Hourigan, Scotty Morgan, Payne and Williams in our 10, who went off in the gravel trap last race. Unfortunately, Benno making contact with him, so he's had to work his way back through the field as well. So Aidan Williams doing a fantastic job to make it back into the top 10.
Quick mover back in 3rd place, Riley Skinner, setting a 1:23.23, quickest of the race. As we're bringing lap 4 to a close, 8 minutes left, and still only 0.3 of a second at the top, with Hogan leading out Sandel over Skinner and Thomas, with Tate rounding out your top 5 in the TFH Legend Cars, race number 5. Hogan has been just about as untouchable as you can be in a Legend car, as Ryan Pring leads a gaggle of Legend cars down the Nick Johnson straight. Pring under fire from Hourigan. The 51 slots it through on the inside as we're checking through. Aidan Williams trying to go through as well. Pring is feeling the heat.
You can't be leading down the main straight in one of these cars because you know they're going to come out and use the bump draft to get by you. As we see Pring gets demoted 2 positions there. Aidan Williams, the big winner out of this one, but can he hold on to it? Now, up into 6th position, all the way back from 20th. And Aidan Williams in the green and gold machine. Under brakes, Pring has a dive. Oh, who's that? Is that
Sendel?
Oh, wow, the 55. Or is it Skinner? Looked like Sendel, didn't it?
It's all event that was Asker Sendel off in the gravel trap, but we'll keep an eye on things. Been known to be wrong before. This is the run down into 4, and it looks like Sendel plummeting down the Ringers Western leaderboard, and that is tough. Asker Sendel brought it home in 2nd place behind Rob Hogan last time out in race 4.
Won't be tasting the victory celebrations this time, unfortunately. Williams, watch out for Pring. These two are going to go at it. The young apprentice out of Canberra, Ryan Pring. Mechanic. Oh, no contact made, and that's a 71 at Tippett as he gets forced into the tyre barrier there, coming out of turn number 6 onto the main straight as wheel-to-wheel contact made. I just didn't grab who that was, whether it was someone else moving back down with him potentially. Let's have a look at the replay. So this was a little bit earlier on. Ryan Pring has Morgan behind him. Aidan Williams out in front with Hourigan. This was Asker Sendel going off in the 55 machine. That's at turn number 3, and that is in a precarious location. This is 7, so Scotty Morgan in the 16. Oh, it really, when they make wheel-to-wheel contact, it just brings the car together, and unfortunately, with that tyre showing, it bounces the car around, and we've still got just over 5 minutes remaining. Good Ringers Western leaderboard there, and no surprise, the yellow flag out here, car sitting on the exit of turn 6, as well as Asker Sendel, who looks like he's beached in turn number 3. Safety car deployed, lights are on, and we'll try and pick up the leaders of this pack. Rob Hogan, with 5 minutes remaining, it'll depend on how quick we can get these cars out of the gravel track or recovered. Potentially the 71 might not be able to be towed. If we've got to get a tilt tray out there, this will chew up a lot of time, J-Mac.
Yeah, Aussie Legend cars never fail to impress with their racing prowess out here on track, especially at somewhere like Queensland Raceway, but unfortunately it does get unstuck. And yeah, we're really, really tough in these time-certain races where our QR recovery crew, they do a brilliant job. They have been so speedy and so under the pump this weekend, but time is ticking.
Yeah, definitely earning their dinner each day. They've been busy out there. I'm hoping that the 71 machine of Chris Tippett might be able, the K9 shed entry might be able to be towed out of there or dragged, especially being so close to our pit entry. Let's head down to pit lane to find out more with Mel.
So as we get closer to the last TA2 race of the weekend, all of the cars have been putting all of their tyres out in pit lane, lining them all up, circling all of the flat spots and labelling them and trying to find the best 4 left of their allocation for the last race. Some have got the occasional green, some are all covered in dust and hay and everything in between, so it should be exciting.
Yeah, it's been a lot of talking point about the tyres, and I'm sure there's quite a few people sitting out there looking at those clouds, hoping that potentially there could be a little bit of precipitation coming from the from the sky there, which would give them a fresh set of wets. That would really spice things up this afternoon, the final race of the TFHI TO2 muscle cars. Getting the nod from a couple of people, that would be something fantastic to see, wouldn't it? As it looks like Asker Sendor has been retrieved from that gravel trap and will rejoin the race at the back, hopefully. Don't know if we're going to have as much success for the Tippett car, number 71, the K9 Sheds entry.
So at the moment, as it stands, Hogan leads out an angry pack of TFHI Legend cars over Riley Skinner in second, Dylan Thomas in third, Tate in fourth with Williams rounding out your top five. The man wearing the number 1, Ryan Pring, currently in 6th place, as it looks like the 71 has been extricated from that turn 6 gravel trap.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. They're pretty tough, aren't they, these little cars? They take a bit of... We've seen them go airborne. I know last round when we saw Dylan Thomas touch the wheels of Aidan Williams and go skyborne going across the finish line, he hurt some engine mounts. They did a fair bit of damage to that car underneath and managed to get that out the next day. But they're very, very tough, especially for the impact that they take. A lot of the bar work on there obviously sacrificial in these cars. Just lets them have a little bit of a bump as they go down, but easily replaced to get them back out and running. As 2.5 minutes remaining, we're still behind the safety car. The time will tick down. We might see just a 1-lap dash at the end of this, potentially, if we can get these cars back up and running. Benno in the 300 car back up to 13th as well.
Yeah, we saw him a long way back in the field.
Aidan Williams, though, 5th place at the moment, from way back in the field. That's got to be a big drive back from him in the green and gold. The young man from Bateman's Bay, sleepy little town there south of Sydney. Gets very busy in the Canberran holidays as they all travel down there.
So by the looks of things, the number 71 of Tippett unable to move under its own power, just being towed by the recovery team, and they'll escort him off onto the burnout pad as we look to get this race underway. And you would have to argue it's going to be a 1-lap dash to the finish. Hogan has been unstoppable on his race starts.
This is not what you want, though, because you know behind you is Skinner, who's very fast, Dylan Thomas, who knows how to use that aero and that slipstream effect to try and get past you. And now you've bunched up. You've got Aidan Williams, Ryan Pring and Brendan Hourigan right behind you as well. So a race restart from Rob Hogan at the lead is probably not what you want to do. Second place is probably more optimal with these little legend cars, potentially. Even third place if Dylan Thomas can get a fantastic restart.
Well, Skinner showed some pace midway through this race. 8 laps on the board. On lap 4, he was doing a 1:23.23 as we get closer and closer.
Not liking this safety car still with the lights on. It's about turn 4 or 5 where we'll see the lights go off. So potentially a 1-lap dash, which will be an exciting format. We could see the lead change 2 or 3 times throughout that, potentially 4 times.
Who knows? You might see Ryan Pring elevate himself up from P6 onto the podium.
It's happened before. So never say never, especially with Legend Cars Australia. We saw them about 6 wide at the start of this, further down the pack, but I reckon we could go 8 if they really wanted to go wheel to wheel.
Double decker.
We don't really need to challenge them out there in Legend Cars Australia. They do it themselves. The little pocket rockets. And here we go. We're watching these safety car lights to see what is going to happen here. The last thing we want to do is finish this race. It's right down to the wire. Oh no, we're hearing a checkered flag might be coming out. We might finish this race under safety car, which is not the way Rob Hogan would have wanted to take it home. It'd be a bit of a relief, I think, knowing that Skinner is right behind you and Thomas. But no, the lights are staying on the car and the checkered flag is getting ready to come out here for the TFHI Legend Cars Australia, supported by Tarache Simpson. Wow.
It's a hard way to take a race victory. Hogan will take it. Don't you worry. It was hard fought and well earned. But checkers under yellow is not how racers want to finish, as Ryan Pring cuts out into the inside line. Get some cool air into that number 1 machine.
Thumbs up there from Brendan Hourigan. They've had a great time racing, haven't they? As here's your results for race number 5 now, the TFHI Legend Cars Australia. Robert Hogan gets himself another race win. It's 3 here this weekend for him. Riley Skinner in second, then it's Dylan Thomas who round out the podium. Back to Tate, Williams, Ryan Pring, Hourigan, Hayne, Goodrich and De Boyton to round out your top 10. And what a drive from Aidan Williams that time. Scotty Morgan in 11th. Well, we'll wait and see what comes of that with that wheel-to-wheel contact. Menaveri in 12th. And it's Benno, Melville, Locke, Simpson, Spicer, Martin, Mark Duckworth in 10th and Seth Morgan 20th. Charles, Brett Furness will be 21, 22, 23. And there's French Lock, Holder, Bruce Duckworth, who had that incident earlier in the 160 machine. So managed to at least come back into the race. It's a very unfortunate for him. Asker Sendel with a potentially a DNF there. We'll have to wait and see if he rejoins. But let's check out the many highlights of this shortened race under the safety car. Rob Hogan got away to a good start, and Asker Sendel centred around the outside. Dylan Thomas down the inside. Look at Hourigan in the 51. He wasn't shy to get up into 7th position very, very quickly.
Yeah, the number 68 of Thomas up there in the mix in the early stages of the race, as there was our first bit of contact with Menaveri coming off second best in the 255 machine. Sendel, some big moves on the back straight here at Queensland Raceway. Hard under brakes into 3, moves across and just covers off our one-time race leader, and he became our race winner with efforts like this. Rob Hogan in the 46 was lucky he had an extra gear.
Asker Sendel unfortunately went off into the gravel trap on turn number 3, which we've seen quite commonly through this weekend in other categories. And then it was Morgan making contact with, unfortunately, the 71 car of Tippett, who ended up in that tyre barrier and spun around. We didn't see that car actually get under its own power. Once again got towed off to the middle, but unfortunately the safety car brought this race home, which is not what we wanted to see from our Legend Cast Australians. They're led around into pit lane, and we'll try and catch up with some of our winners there very, very shortly. Of course, we've got the Plasma Man Australian Super TT about to hit your racetrack here at Queensland Raceway. They've been following us around the country as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and we'll wait and get them out there as the clouds are still covering this 3.13 kilometre track here. It's only 6 turns, but it's got a lot of character here at Queensland Raceway and can be very tricky for some of our drivers. We'll wait to release them out of pit lane, but great shots having a look at this. What is a motorsport facility out here? We've got the go-karts going on in the background. The drag strip's less than a kilometre away as well, but Queensland Raceway, have a look at some of the upgrades they've done over the last few years here. Tony Quinn and the team doing a fantastic job, and great to have so many people enjoying the shade up here on top of the pits as they start to crawl out. Rob Hogan with another race victory, and that looks like that'll be 3 for the weekend for Rob Hogan as he'll get the racing gloves on. They've already had a chance to cool down behind that safety car there. Riley Skinner in second position as he hops out of the Legend car. Not much room in him either. Little suicide doors in the front of them, and a lot of young, tall kids racing these cars as well. Dylan Thomas in third position in the CXC machine. You can see him take off his helmet there in the background. Riley Skinner, fantastic drive from him too. He had to work his way back through the field in race number 4 after a disqualification, and driving back through like Rob Hogan did. And congratulations down there amongst all the drivers. Some good camaraderie as it's getting very busy down in pit lane as the anticipation builds for our last race of the TFH Hire TAT muscle cars. The tyres are out. They'll be trying to find a little bit of temperature in those tyres, get them where they need to be for our race later on today. We can hear the cars getting set for the Plasma Man Australian Super Tin Tops as we've got our race winners down in victory lane. Let's head down to Mel Price.
Dylan Thomas just finished doing your hair for the camera. Well done. Another P3. Are you happier this time?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we sort of maximised our weekend. We actually won the round, which we were probably about the 5th or 6th best car, but some boys had some mechanical DNFs and some had disqualifications. So we won the round. We got some work to do, but yeah, you can't be unhappy. These boys deserved it. They were the fastest 2 cars all weekend. So
winners are winners. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Riley Skinner, an interesting weekend full of ups and downs. You've had a win, a disqualification, and now you're second.
Yeah, no, started the weekend off really good, and then the disqualification just stuffed our weekend. But, you know, it is what it is. That's racing, so we'll come back next weekend stronger. But, no, that race was really good. Started 5th. Picked them off one by one for the first half of the race, and then second half was pretty boring under safety car. But overall, pretty good weekend, good pace, and we'll go on for the next one in South Australia and see what we got.
Great. Enjoy your weekend. Have a good rest.
Thank you.
And P1 again, Rob Hogan, is that race with you and Asker, is this a little bit of an old bull, young bull story?
Well, I guess you could probably say that, but I'm a tough luck to Asker. Just outbroke himself down the end there, but Oh, that wasn't a bad race, except for finishing under the safety car. I was hoping to get a couple of laps at the end there. Bit of a show, but anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, we were looking forward to the restart. I mean, you are one of the last of the late breakers, and when I saw him trying to outbrake you, I thought, oh, this will be interesting.
Yeah, I always try and go as hard as I can into the corner, not even just not for things like that to happen, but, you know, just to get in there as far as you can and get the best lap time, I guess.
Well done, thank you.
Yeah, some happy winners down there in pit lane, and there'll be plenty to discuss about the weekend. Dylan Thomas, yeah, another fantastic round, accrual of points there, and will take the win as Josh Haynes joins me, the man from Trans Am, the former TA2 muscle car champion from 2024. He's up here, the man of steel, as we have a look at the Plasma Man Australian Super Tin Tops out there. It's been a busy weekend for you this weekend.
It has been a very busy weekend. Yeah, I've been floating around the TA2 paddock, and obviously, like you said, they're getting ready for the last one of the weekend. Alice Buckley obviously has just done an awesome job, so well done to her. Some great racing in the legend cars just then. 5 races, so there's been plenty of action. And yeah, all the last categories of getting ready for the last ones for the day.
And now we get to have a look at our Australian Super Tin Tops. Here is how it's going to start. Brent Edwards will lead us out in the Cable Source Falcon with Benny Arnold alongside in that R33. Corey Gillette with a fight back into the second row with Tony Saint, Peter Ryder and Simon Anthony's on the third row. That is Ricketts, Panner, Cox and Petit to round out our top 10. Laura Ball back in 11th with Helena Maris alongside Stephen Chilby, Dylan Cottill and Terry Skeen with the 15 cars in our Super TT. We've also got our Trans Am racing in this one. You see John Prefontaine there will lead us out of that one, as well as some of our Ute categories as well. It's a bit of a different start for us, isn't it, Josh, where we've got the standing still start of the Super TTs, and in the background we've got the rolling start of the Trans Am, and behind them the rolling start of the Ute. So we've got to try and keep an eye on this category. It's quite difficult to do as we go, but the Tin Tops will lead us out. Brett Edwards, he's been very consistently fast, and a big comeback after Sydney where he had to change a gearbox overnight and be happy with a few race wins. And have a look at Tony Saint in the RX-7, who gets very wild. Corey Gillette in the S13 will put it up the inside of Arnold in the R33, the big 27 on the side, the LS powered S13. But have a look at Arnold already, just didn't get the start he wanted. Tony Saint, well, that was just wheel spin off the start. The big Falcon, turbocharged Barra, plenty of power. Now Trans Am, they're getting ready to get underway now as they come around their rolling start. It's going to be Prefontaine, that's Edser alongside the 555 machine as well, Mustang. Versus Pontiac Firebird.
They've all got through there cleanly. That's 2 clean starts.
We like a clean start. It's always nice when they decide not to rub the panels, especially on some of these gorgeous cars that we've witnessed here this weekend.
Yeah, there's some amazing looking cars, and especially when you get to this point of the weekend, there's a lot of people that are hungry for a good race to finish it off, and that's usually where a bit of carnage happens. Yeah. Hopefully it's a clean race.
It is the final race because you think you've got time to prepare for the next one, don't you? Yeah. Now you can take a little bit of a risk, I suppose. Ed's there in the 555, Prefontaine on the inside, and the Mustang. Edson on the outside does a nice job. The Pontiac Firebird still got the P plates on when it comes to racing. Brent Edwards, though, will lead us out in the Australian Super TT and lead us overall in that number 18 Cable Source. We'll have a look at a replay here, though. It's Arnold in the background. Oh, Tony Saint had a big look down the inside. And, Brent Edwards covered him off nicely. That was an aggressive defensive move, wasn't it?
You can see from the start, Saint had an awesome start. He lit up the rears and got straight up the front. Oh, another moment there too.
Well, he hangs out the back end, and we see him do this quite frequently in the Australian Super TT. I joke about it a bit that it used to be a drift car and he had a bit of a go drifting in the early days, but he's come down to circuit racing now, and it's not what he's ideally meant to do for that one when he goes around, is it? No.
You can see Arnold's also putting a bit of pressure on Saint here, so we've got a bit of a three-way battle. Edwards is doing pretty well under pressure here. He's had a clean start, so if he can keep his nose clean and just try and build a nice gap.
Alan Bishop, after a DNF, it's good to see him move up into, it looks like 5th position when it comes to the Trans Am in the orange machine. So Alan Bishop in the orange Pontiac Firebird. Get past the Z28 now. He's working hard.
Last of the late breakers, he's done that pretty easily.
He might know this track a little bit. Obviously, a lot of Queenslanders here. James Buchanan, that is, in the Z28 Camaro. Have a look in the background, though. That is a gorgeous blue Trans Am. We've got the Channel 9, the old Channel 9 livery on the side of it as well.
Warren Rodley. He's been doing this for a while. I'm pretty sure he'd be out there smiling. It's an awesome car, and yeah, obviously great to be driving that around. Pretty cool field of cars. Pretty special.
You've got some pretty bright colours, don't they? They really stand out as we head back to our Super TTs at the front, and Arnold now trying to make a move on Saint, who's down the inside. This is his home track for Saint too. He's had to do the travel to be part of the Australian Super TT as Arnold just pinches a break there on the 33, moves up into second position and trying to get a win here where we've seen the dominance of Brett Edwards so far. And have a look at Arnold, the pace round the outside, reels him in. They have wound. Oh, I reckon they put a bit of boost in the RB. This time, no. Brake lock up again.
Last one for the weekend, so they've wound it up.
Nothing to lose. What's another 3 pounds of boost between friends?
That's exactly right. Edwards has not been able to do anything there.
Tony Saint. Queenslander. You're looking to come home strong. Just off the podium in the last round in 4th position with Corey Gillette, but now Corey has just backed out with that massive slide he had earlier. As you can see, our Utes also joining us in here, our Holden and Ford Utes. Did see a couple of the old V6 Ecotechs in this. It's not all about V8 Ute power.
No, that's right. And they like what we were saying earlier, there's plenty of variation in all these cars. So, you know, a lot of these cars can have all their main strength in some of the corners. And then, like we just saw with Arnold down the straight, he's got that straight line mumbo. So it's pretty cool to watch. Yeah, Montgomery there in the number 7 car, closely followed by John Young. The Pettis suspension, aqua blue Holden Commodore Ute. Craig Casper just behind as well. They just lined up these Utes. They look so good out on track. Get you a bit of a feel of the Brute Utes, I suppose. That was some fantastic racing, weren't they, in Australia? It does remind you of the old Ute series. That was such a cool series. Great racing.
Bit of bump and run.
Definitely.
Don't mind a bit of bump and run, do you?
Yeah, there was plenty
NASCAR style.
There was plenty of rubbing panels in that category.
Arnold working his way back through the pack as he leads us overall in this race and for the Plasma Man Australian Super TT. And oh no, you want Montgomery to be getting that number 7 out of the way. Make room. Flash of the lights, and Arnold will push through in the 33. The Cable Source Falcon now going to need to thread the needle as he's swamped by cars from the other category. And Tony Saint might get an advantage out of this one.
I'll tell you what, Arnold is not on a Sunday drive here. He has got the pedal down. So you can see Saint's also been pretty aggressive here. He was pretty quick in that first sector there, but unfortunately, you know, with all this traffic, you've got to get through it quickly.
Yeah, Tony Saint will want to win for sure. He'll at least get on a podium, I think, especially at his home track. He'll have some friends and family here in the crowd as well as Corey Gillette a little bit further back. It's really hurt him, that slide he did, as Tony Saint with a big dive down into turn number 3, but it's all about braking. You can see the car just gets a little bit floaty over those bumps as it comes in. The rebound on the suspension, not really keeping the car glued to the ground. It'll be a little bit heavier, that Falcon, the Cable Source car, compared to what we see the RX-7 of Tony Saint. I mean, with the LS power plant in it. It's got a couple of cubes under the bonnet. Oh,
bit of a lock-up there for it.
Yeah, really shows. And Edwards just sends it in there as well. And he won't want to be touching that Mercury Comet either. He'll have a bit of respect of racing room out there, but he won't want to get off the gas either. He's had a few wins here this weekend, and Brent Edwards will want to continue on that podium.
Yeah, he's had a very clean weekend. I'm definitely think he would want to just keep it clean, finish off the weekend on a high. A lot of people have had some issues or some tough racing battles, so yeah, to come out with a clean car is always a bonus.
Arnold, a 1:15.95, fastest lap of the race so far with just over 7 minutes remaining. Their final race of the weekend for the Plasma Man Australian Super Tin Tops. Great way to get involved, I suppose, if you want to get into racing. If you've got a car out there, maybe in the shed, a weekend warrior, you can just put your safety gear in, basically, put the roll cages in there and potentially start turning it into a race car after that. There's a treaded class. You can run a bit more of an aggressive tyre if you really want to. But apart from the safety aspect, a lot of these cars, they were street cars at some stage. Some of them even being roll cages put in with the full interior still left in them, and then slowly as the competitive nature comes in, they start to take a little bit of weight out of those cars as they get a little bit faster.
You can see the number 65 going through turn 1 there over the bumps, driving it really hard.
Yeah, this is Zach Hudson still wearing that scar from yesterday where he made a little bit of contact with Ed so early in the race. It's all right. Still get plenty of parts of those Mustangs, especially the 65s to the 69s coming out of the United States. Get floor pans and everything, firewalls.
pretty impressive considering, you know, the age of the cars. You can race pretty hard, scratch some panels up, and yeah, you can come out of the next round, they look brand new again.
Well, was that Panna or Maris? One of the MX-5s unfortunately slowing down. Might have come to some mechanical gremlin. It was great to see Simon Cox up in our screens to Victoria, and we welcome him to the Plasma Man Australian Super Tin Tops as well, as he got a bit of a taste for it back at Sydney Motorsport Park. And I don't know if that's firing or whether potentially if that's a boosted car, whether it's lost the intercooler pipe or something, running very rich. Just trying to see as they go through our timing screens here with so many cars out on track. It might be Panna actually, Dennis Panna there. That'll be the 88 machine.
Not sure what's going on there.
No, he won't be happy about it, that's for sure. Hasn't been too bad for him this weekend. John Prefontaine leading the Trans Am section of this race. The 21 Mustang. Currently sitting 10th overall at the moment, running 120s out there. Just cruising along and setting himself into a rhythm, but have a look in the background. It's that gorgeous car of Glenn Allingham in the Plymouth Duster. Would not be upset to have that sitting in the shed at home.
Just looking on the timing too, it looks like Michael Ricketts in the Young Car Wash Pulsar has dropped down the order, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Whoa, big moment for the number 48.
Well, he's just trying to get the dust off the track.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's a big car, the Plymouth. Got the green LED lights on as well.
What a nice looking car. It looks like the Green-Eyed Monster with those headlights.
Yeah. You looked a bit like that, I think, last year at some stage. Didn't you have the green hair? Was that the season before?
I did have that was the season before. I did run the green hair for a bit. Donated all the funds to a charity. That was a bit of fun.
Maybe we can get you in the Duster, potentially. We can line you up.
I didn't have too much luck in a green car.
Let's head down and find out what's going on in pit lane with J-Mac.
Super Tin Tops currently out on track, and if you look to the north up to the start of the Dick Johnson Straight, it is very, very gloomy indeed. Having a look at the radar, and there is only a handful of cells that may be an issue. It's looking like the rain should be hitting QR after TA2's final race for the day. But this is Queensland. They call it the Sunshine State. But it has been known to send a hell of a storm our way.
Well, I'm sure there's some nervous people in pit lane as they are going to be checking the radar, and a few people crossing fingers that potentially that rain hits early in the TA2 ranks, because there's been a lot of them out there just not being able to find the setup here this weekend, as Arnold leading us out in the Plasma Man Australian Super Tin Tops, way out in front of the moment with a 5.2 second lead over Tony Saint. He's been very quick this race. Seems to have found the setup in that Mobile Auto Hoses Mazda RX-7. Arnold working through some traffic in the Trans Am ranks. And you'll come up to this gorgeous orange number 20 of Alwyn Bishop, who's worked his way back through the field in the Firebird. He looks like he's fourth in the Trans Am at the moment. Allingham just in front, John Prefontaine, and it's Hudson and Edser that are actually out leading our Trans Am section of this race, but Arnold in the 33 been very, very quick, and I'm not quite sure if he's just held the full race together so far for Arnold with 2.5 minutes remaining, whether there's been some mistakes through some of that race that we missed this morning, or whether it's just the fact that they've added a little bit of horsepower to it. I think they're going to miss the rain, though. That is the good news for the Australian Super Tin Tops.
Isn't it cool how both of these categories have started at a separate position, and then you've got Edser and Hudson who have come that far up in the Super TT field. So, yeah, obviously, again, the difference in cars is pretty cool.
The 23 entry there, Anthony's. Bit of a flashback to some of those 90s. The Jägermeister entry, doing a fantastic job. All thanks to Rubbercraft tyres, that BMW E36. It's actually been steadily making its way back through the field over the weekend. It was very impressive at Sydney Motorsport Park, considering how much horsepower some of our front runners had. It managed to maintain the pace there, as Edser just on the back now in our Trans Am 555 car. They'll have a little bit more horsepower going into turn number 6, and they'll respectfully give each other a little bit of room there as they turn onto the main straight as time is ticking down. We are moving into the final lap of this race for the Plasma Man Australian Super Tin Tops.
Arnold, he's built a really nice gap. He's done a great job. I reckon he's out there on a Sunday drive. 6.1 seconds. Managed to get through the traffic nice and cleanly.
And here we go, Arnold coming around, and it's the final corner. He'll accept the checkered flag as it's waved up, and Arnold gets himself a race win. We see some of our cars coming through as the checkered flag goes out. Tony Saint will end up in second position for Australian Super TTs. Edwards still ends up on a podium. It looks like it's Ryder net with Gillette just falling back. It's right. Oh no, Gillette's got through. He'll get fourth place. He's gone through with the 27 as Ryder, now in position number 5. Edsa is leading our Trans Am category at the moment in the 555. We'll wait for him to come around and hopefully take the win in that section. As we work back through the pack, you can see Maris there and the second of the MX-5. Oh, is that Dennis Panner, the 88? Looks like it might have got going again.
Got going again. I wonder what went on there.
Might have been a Control-Alt-Delete. Potentially just turn the car off and turn it back on again, but could have the powerhouse MX-5 with under its own power finishing it off. Maris is just in front, but I think Panner will be a lap down potentially. If they go across the finish line, that's how it'll stay. Edsa still needs to come around. He's just crossed the finish line for Trans Am and will accept the win for the Trans Am. 6th overall. Anasties and the Jägermeister car will be 7th, Hudson in 8th, and Prefontaine in 9th. That's your overall standings here. Race number 4 for the Plasma Man. Super Tin Tops, as well as our Trans Am. Benny Arnold gets the win. Dominant 3.5 seconds in front of Tony Saint over Brent Edwards, who's been super consistently at the top step of the podium this weekend. Corey Gillette ends up in 4th with Peter Ryder behind. Then it's Andrew Edsa, the first of the Trans Am. Simon Anthony is behind. Zach Hudson, Don Prefontaine, and Simon Cox will round out your top 10. The Victorian. Then it's back to Allingham, Bishop, Buchanan, Wadley, Petit, Jones, Panner, Maris, Robertson, and Laurel Ball in 20th position. Chan, Clark, Young, Montgomery, Casper, Powell, Ricketts, Shilby, Cothill, and Skeen will take us from 21 to 30. Shame to see Cothill that far back in that KA-powered Toyota 86. We're going to have a short break here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Don't go anywhere. I see the Formula Fords lining up and getting ready for their next race. Welcome back here. It's round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series at Queensland Raceway, and it's not the Sunshine State at the moment. It is cloud cover everywhere and shady down there, but we've got our victory lane for the Plasma Man Australian Super Tin Tops. Let's head down to Mel.
Well, P3 in that race, Brent Edwards, but enough to secure the round win. Well done.
Yeah, very happy. Didn't have the pace in the last race. Congratulations to Ben and Tony. But, yeah, car's been great all weekend. Thanks to my crew, Trav and Ian, who've been up here with us. And, yeah, great to get a round win. First one for a couple of years.
Good stuff.
Tony Saint, congratulations. Second position in this race and third outright today.
That's good. At least we have a consistent weekend. It was good to get the better of Brent for a race, but unfortunately Dan was quicker than the lot of us. But I'm happy the car's in one piece and we can take it home and get it ready for the next one.
Congratulations. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
So Ben Arnold, second for the round, but won that last race. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. It just feels really good to get the monkey off my back, so I'm really happy.
You've gone so fast you've made the paint bubble. Good stuff.
Yeah, the bloody Nissan never let me down all weekend. It was bloody awesome. I'm really happy to be on the top step in the last race and happy to be here with everyone else. And congratulations to the other competitors. What a great category. And, you know, thanks to AASA that put on an awesome event.
Thank you. Back to you guys in comms.
Yeah, smiles all around there on victory lane, and we are not mucking around. Formula Ford have warmed up. The safety cars exiting stage left, and we are about to go green here on the racetrack. Joe McLean, you join me back in commentary. What exciting racing the Formula Fords have been between Lachlan Evident and Kobe Williams. Now Lachlan Evident is leading us out of pole position. He's got to get this race done and jump into a TA2 muscle car straight after, so let's see how he goes.
Here we go, Evident off the inside in the Cam Concrete and Quarries entry, and looks to try and hold out from the onslaught of Kobe Williams. Jamie Rowe into 4th place, starting from 4th place behind Fawcett.
Yeah, Fawcett ducks in there, Rowe. Watch for him to start moving forward a little bit. We know he has had a little bit of pace. Oh, they almost make wheel-to-wheel contact as Rowe pulls out. Then Fawcett pulls out to have a look for a bit of fresh air, potentially under brakes here, as Kobe Williams going to get the first bit of attack on Evident this time, but Evident's nice and comfortable there at the moment. Brad Jones just going around the outside in 7th position at the moment in the 61 machine. Salvatore was quick in the last race as well. They're currently in 5th position, just off the back of this lead pack.
Jamie Rowe in the Road King chassis entry. And it doesn't look like Andrew Torty has been able to make it out in the number 55 machine. Tabitha Ambrose driving for Mark Ambrose Motorsport there. And Williams looking like he is filling those mirrors of Lachlan Evident. Cold conditions out there. The track has lost a lot of temperature. These tyres will take some time to come up.
Yeah, we just got a bit of fresh air here in the box, didn't we, when you open the door up? And definitely the temperature's dropping out there. You can feel the change in the breeze as it comes across the racetrack here. As in the background, there's someone going a little bit wide. It could have been Tabitha Ambrose, potentially just going wide of that ripple strip. Need to be careful of that. It'll flick a lot of dirt onto the track. Could catch a couple of our drivers as they come round for the next lap.
Looked like Fitzgerald was motioning to Hi, come on, let's go, let's catch up. Let's work together.
That's what they need to do, some of these drivers, don't they? Need to work as a team potentially just to catch the train in front of you and then let it play out. We've still got 18 minutes left in this race, so we potentially spend 5 to 10 minutes there just keeping the pace, trying to get further up the grid and then, well, really hang it out at the end and see who's going to win the battle.
That's the 56 machine. That was Fitzgerald having to drop down a spot. Johnson got right up the inside. It looked like he was about to spear it off into the infield there on turn 4. So it's Evident under pressure from Williams with Rowe in 3rd. Salvatore showing in 5th.
Rowe up into 3rd position, so just past Fawcett now. So he's been on the podium early this weekend. They actually do a round each day here, so if we want to get into the nitty-gritty, it's round 6 of the Formula Ford Series. We see 2 rounds at each of our Hi-Tec Oil Super Series rounds. Qualifying session in the morning, that was 20 minutes. A little bit of a 5-minute practice of 20-minute qualifying, followed by 2 races. And Evident and Williams go side by side. Finally got himself a race win here this weekend. Evident in the Formula Fords. KB Williams has held him out the entire time, although Evanet has had his fair share of the race lead. It just hasn't been while the checkered flag's been out until the last race. So round 6 going pretty well for him at the moment.
Having a chat with Lachlan Evanet's dad after his last victory in the previous race, and he was saying he needed that. He needed to have that challenge. You know that you're a good racer if you can go toe-to-toe with Williams, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, they just settled down in this little 7-car train at the moment, isn't it? Just Brad James right at the back there, just a little bit off, but 7 cars bunched together at the moment. It's the 2 at the front that keep fighting it out, but it doesn't seem to impact them in their pace at the moment as Rowe just backs off a little bit, 0.4 of a second behind.
Hunter Salvatore charging hard to try and latch on to the back of Fawcett, currently in 4th place. He's got that gap right down and is mirroring Fawcett's every move. Ducks out to the inside to try and look for the clean line.
Oh, hard under brakes. Bit of racing room. They'll go wide. Fawcett will leave a little bit of racing room. Will they shut that off? No, they're going to go too wide down into 4 now. Fawcett's got pace. Can he brake late? Can he hold him up? Just get him to the outside in turn number 4. Looks like he will get that done. Unfortunately, Salvatore won't make that move stick. And Lowing now in the fight. Those 3, you can throw a tea towel over them. So close. You can see that nose cone in the last race right under the gearbox at the back of these cars. And he's got to dive down the inside this time. Salvatore might get this move done, and it sticks as they turn onto the main straight.
That's Fawcett got an answer. The young gun in the all-white number 16 machine up into 4th, and Fawcett locks in that number 23 machine for Construct. But Fawcett now under pressure. He's going to have to switch tack here and jump onto the defensive because Lowing is looking to try and force the issue.
Well, this weekend, Evanet and Williams have really dominated the top 2 steps of the podium, but so far out of these 2 rounds, there's been a different 3rd place. And Salvatore, if he can catch up to Rowe, potentially could be the 4th different 3rd place getter for the weekend. If you try and get those words out of my mouth.
That's all right. You wouldn't believe how much trouble I had with the Sunshine State earlier. Oh, that was a train wreck. Williams with a fast lap last time around, a 1:15 flat.
Fawcett just escorted Salvatore a little bit wide there going through 4 and 5.
And the old friendly nudge.
Williams, he's applying pressure at the same time, maybe just not wanting to show his cards yet. Potentially just sitting behind very comfortably at the moment. We know it really plays a factor, and you want to know what lap you're going to be on when you're going to decide to have a risk of being in front with the draft down these straights.
Just having a quick look at the lap times here. Williams has gone to a 1:15.00. Evanet's a 1:15.06. We've known in the past that the moves for the win can happen as late as the second to last or the last corner. The pace at the moment is that closely matched. I don't know if Evanet would have what it takes to actually make a breakaway to be able to fend off the attack of either driver. Here we go. As I say, that is a touch as they lock the brakes. Looks like both of them a bit untidy on that braking zone into turn 4.
Yeah, he's left a red mark on his gearbox though, hasn't he? You can just see the nose cone there of Williams as it just got right under the back of Evanet. Didn't lift him up or anything like that.
Another lap about to go down as we are 12.5 minutes remaining on your Ringers Western leaderboard here for the Formula Ford ASA Series. And it's Evanet with a 0.18 second gap to Williams. Rowe in 3rd. He's got a bit of clean air with a gap almost 2 seconds back to Fawcett.
He's in a sweet spot at the moment, isn't he? Because unfortunately, he's not close enough to Evan Williams to really attempt anything or challenge him for those positions, as Evan just has to get a little bit defensive there, but he doesn't have Fawcett breathing down his neck at this point. So Rowe just running in third place at the moment. I know he'd like to be up in these leaders, but the way we're seeing the contact there, you never know if they could just escort each other a little bit wide. As you see Williams go on the outside of Evanet, who covers him off on the inside. Williams looking for the crisscross as they come out of turn number 5. Can he get it done? But Evanet holds on to that ripple strip nice and tight.
Rowe 1.1 seconds off the back of Williams. Just remember, these are older tyres. They've already done some decent mileage here at Queensland Raceway, and there's a definite dirty line here at QR. You can see the marbling on the edges, the battle raging down the back. This is Hunter Salvatore and Fawcett right under the gearbox. It's a 4-car battle pack. Salvatore, Fawcett, Lowing, and James in the mix as well.
Got a scratch on the nose there, doesn't he? Have a look at him down the inside. Fawcett going to get that position back on Lowing. On Salvatore. So Fawcett will go back into 4th position. Salvatore slots him behind Lowing then. And Brad James now on this mix. It's a battle for 4th position. 4 for 4.
Brad James looking to try and pick up the net positive gain here around the outside of turn 3 in the Carrack entry.
They'll just leave him enough room so he doesn't have to put those outside wheels on the dirt. And you'll get Salvatore and Lowing, but Salvatore late on brakes as he locks them up. It's not too far, but it's going to disadvantage him here. And have a look at Lowing. He's going to follow James through as Salvatore slides it out of turn number 5.
If anything, Salvatore's got a future career as a drifter, because the amount of opposite lock he had to pile on out of 5 was absolutely monstrous. There's actually not an awful lot of lock in these Formula Fords and the small butterfly steering wheel.
You have to preempt it, don't you? You really want to grab it as KB Williams now starts the attack down the inside of Evanet in turn number 1. And for the first time, he'll take the lead of this race for a couple of corners at least. Evanet's probably not going to let him be there for too long.
Jamie Rowe further and further back off this top 2. Currently got a second as here comes the move from Evanet. Evanet looking to size up. And they'll be side by side. They're forever side by side or locked nose to tail.
Might be an opportunity for Evanet just to sum up where he's going to be, where the weak spot's going to be for Williams. Looks to the outside of 4. We've seen this before. Very similar, but they're in different positions now. Can he get the wheels up on the inside? Can he make enough of a move? And he does. And will they go wheel to wheel? So close.
And Rowe, all of a sudden, into the mix here. Looks to try and put the move on Evanet. The Cam Quarries and Concrete machine covers off the access, but Rowe now firmly in the mix.
They looked like they were going to interlock tyres, didn't they, Williams and Evanet? And potentially there might have been something go on there we just missed, but it's given Williams a little bit of a reprieve at the moment. It's just out over half a second. Have a look at this. This is great. 4th place battle between 4 of them. Fawcett, Lowing, James, Salvatore. Wow.
Salvatore putting it all on the line in the 16 machine. And lucky not to loop out on that run out of 2 into 3. Hunter Salvatore he's got some outright pace, but just showing a little bit of untidiness at this stage of the weekend. So Fawcett leads out this battle for 4th, Lowing in 5th, James in 6th, and Salvatore. It's amazing, though, that error from Salvatore doesn't look to have cost him an awful lot.
No, managed to maintain the speed despite the wheels. Just seeing a bit of daylight under them for a moment there as he bounced out of that corner, but he's right back on the back of this pack. And Brad James will have to be a little bit defensive. Here we go, on your screen now, they Fawcett defending off Lowing. Lowing's had a 3rd place, so has Fawcett. I want to try and get up to Rowe if they could work together with 7 minutes remaining in this race. Fastest lap of the race for Evanet goes a 1:14.96. And it's only for hundredths of a second faster than Williams, so they are going to keep this battle going. Great battle for fourth though, Fawcett and Lowing. How close can we get? It's those side views that we see. Brad just moving around a bit as well. Brad James, Salvatore looking for a moment. Williams holding out Evanet in that lead. Rowe is getting closer though. It's down to half a second. It was out to a second only a lap and a half ago. So Rowe starting to join this little battle pack. That probably that moment where Evanet went backwards and Rowe could just follow him and keep that toe as they catch up to Williams.
Evanet opens up the run into 4 through to 5 now, almost conjoining those two corners into one arc. Into the final corner, you see Hunter Salvatore has grabbed the position over James. But James not looking to back down. Salvatore committed here, and it'll draw him up onto the back of Fawcett, who's been overtaken by Lowing. Lowing currently residing in 4th place. There's a 4.9 second gap from Lowing up to the transmission of Rowe. Currently in 3rd. Here comes that battle for 4th. And wait for someone to duck out of the slipstream. Nope, they're nose to tail on the run into turn 1.
Yeah, the battle led by Lowing at the moment, isn't it? Lowing, Fawcett, Salvatore. James now on the back of that awesome Fawcett.
Oh, big sideways moment there on the exit. That was Lowing in the 53 machine.
Fawcett has a look down the inside into turn number 3. Salvatore will follow him. Will they hold him out wide? No, wheel-to-wheel contact. Lowing will be pushed out wide. It might have hurt Fawcett potentially with Salvatore right there. Oh, we'll have to get back to that very shortly. In the meantime, our top 3, Williams, Evanet and Rowe, in that order. Less than 0.4 of a second across all 3 of them. They head down to turn number 6 with 5 minutes remaining. We'll wait and see if they're going to just see out a few more corners before they keep this jostle for position. As we have a look at a replay here, it's turn 3, the battle for 4th. Fawcett was down the inside, hits Lowing that goes wide, and as they rejoin, Lowing will be a bit further off the pace. He won't be happy about that. Oh, there's a few sparks here as they rejoin the racetrack now in turn number 6, and it's Salvatore leading Fawcett over Brad James. Salvatore weaving around to try and break that toe that Fawcett has. It doesn't look like it's done any damage to that car or anything significant that's causing any performance effect.
So Williams leading out Evanet. Evanet looking to make that headlong dash. By going wide on the entry into 3, he's able to tighten up on the exit. Only grabbing a slight amount of curb there. They don't unsettle the car too much. And there's the closing speed. It's going to be the last of the late breakers. We say that saying so much, but it is well and truly true. Big lock-up moment there from Jamie Rowe. Evanet right there on the transmission for the ACMF. This will be the Spectrum car for Kobe Williams. And again, it just looks like Evanet's got some confidence in the brakes.
And could be waiting to find out when the last lap's going to be. With 3.5 minutes remaining, they will radio through once they know from race control when the last lap started. And that could be when he decides to launch that attack, because being out in front hasn't been an advantage at this stage. This is a battle further on down the field. That's Tabitha Ambrose in 10th and Fraser High in 9th as he slides the car out. Tabitha Ambrose, they might have just touched tyres for a second there as they head down the main straight. And Ambrose should get this into turn number 1 down the inside.
Huge move. High got all the way out onto pit lane exit. Tries to make a run into turn 2. Ambrose covers him off well. So Williams, Evanet and Rowe, your top 3. It's back to Hunter Salvatore, Joe Fawcett, Brad James, Will Lowing, Johnson, then Ambrose and High.
Ethan Fitzgerald down in 11th there, so he's moved quite a bit way back and might be having some issues there with that car as well. Kobe Williams still leading this charge. Evanet, it's not about if he's going to have an attempt at getting back into first position, it's when at this point. We'll wait to find out. I suspect it could potentially be when we see that last lap board come out in this race. They've just opened up a very small gap on on Rowe at the moment. It's only really out to 0.3 of a second, but it was under 1/10 of a second for a little bit there when the three were really packed up together.
The light levels really starting to fade here at Queensland Raceway. And problems there for Brad James. That's on pit exit.
Yeah, he's come across there, though, so he's managed to get out of the racing line, which might be in a safe positioning. Hopefully will let us finish this fantastic race as they go side by side, wheel to wheel for Williams and Everett, down into turn number 4. They know the time is ticking for this race as it's down to 1.5 minutes. Rowe now follows Williams into this corner, but he can't stay there, and Everett will slot back in.
Yeah, Rowe was in a tough position there, was looking to try and follow on the overtake, ducking and weaving on the run into the final corner. And Williams holds on by the barest of margins, under 0.2 of a second.
That looks like the last lap board coming out as well. Watch Everett turn up the blowtorch now as he applies the pressure. Believe this to be our final lap. Rowe might not be close enough to launch an assault on that second position.
You can see Williams is keeping an eye on the wing mirror, because here comes the attack. Everett on the outside. He'll be forced to go the long way around.
The question will be, is he going to have time for a post-race interview if he gets on the podium?
I highly doubt it.
He's got a TA2 muscle car to jump in after this, but he's only got a couple of corners in this Formula Ford, the final race of the weekend. It's their round 6 of racing in this series. Down to one corner, and we've seen it happen on turn number 6 in the final corner, if he can hold on. We all hold our breath. Has a look on the outside. Williams will just stick the car in the middle of the racetrack. Nice and tight around turn 6. As we have a look, the checkered flag comes out, and Kobe Williams will get another race win. Everett won't get on that top step this time, followed by Rowe. Salvatore now leading Lowing and then Fawcett. Unfortunately, Jack Johnson will be next. Brad James is on the back of that, but he's at pit exit at the moment, so something has happened to that car. We'll some more information later. Jack Johnson ends up in 7th. Fraser High managed to work his way back in front of Tabitha Ambrose, and we'll hold on with the late charge. Tabitha Ambrose, 0.06 of a second the difference over the finish line in that battle for 8th position.
Stunning stuff for the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport competitor. And you can just see Kobe Williams and Lachlan Everett finishing their victory lap here, their cool-down lap here in the Formula Fords. It has been a stunning series of races here for the AASA Formula Ford Super Series. But for race 2, it looked like this. Lachlan Everett brings it home by just under 2/100ths of a second over Kobe Williams. Jamie Rowe in 3rd place. Hunter Salvatore in 4th. Will Lowing wraps up 5th. With Joe Fawcett, Jack Johnson, Fraser Hyde, Tabitha Ambrose, and Brad James, your top 10.
Well, let's have a look at some of the race highlights. No surprise these two were going to go at it from start to finish, wasn't it? It was really who was going to slot into 3rd position, and Fawcett did that really early, and Rowe had to just get delegated to 4th position for a moment there. Williams wanted to lead this race early, though, over Everett. Really applied the pressure with Everett. Defensive to start the race. Eventually, we know that Kobe Williams was going to lead the race for a number of laps. Further on, though, Rowe had to sort himself out, slotted into 3rd position before. It was really a battle for 4th position between Fawcett, Salvatore, Lowing, and Brad Johnson for a number of laps in this race.
Yeah, how good was Hunter Salvatore for a few moments there in that battle? He had some moments of brilliance, but getting untidy on a couple of occasions cost him dearly. Here it is, Kobe Williams, the ACMF machine, just putting on an absolute clinic in the end there. There is where Lowing got given the don't argue, just fought it off track.
That could have been a lot worse from there, couldn't it? That was very lucky for Lowing. It managed to rejoin the race there. Here in the end, though, as they went across the finish line, our top 3 going across, of course, Williams, Everett and Rowe. before we head into 4th position. So we get them down into victory lane. You can see our TA2 muscle cars about to fire on all 8 cylinders. They get prepared for their final race of the weekend as those clouds are rolling in the distance. And have a look at Lachlan Evident, how quickly they are getting him out of that car. The number 8 door is open. Not even a time to grab a drink of water, unclip that helmet. He is out of one race car and into another. A busy young man this weekend, Lachlan Evident. Let's head down to our race winners, though, in pit lane with Mel.
Jamie Rowe, P3 again, you were right up there with him this time, just couldn't get the move done.
Yeah, that was some tight racing between Kobe and Evanet. Like, I tried, but yeah, that was battling wheel to wheel the whole time, so there was no space, so had to give him some room, but that was great to get on the podium.
You got some silverware to take home, so well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Interview out of Lachlan Evident. Maybe we get a thumbs up. We've just watched him jump from one car straight into his TA2. Ready for the final race of the day.
Winner, Kobe Williams, well done.
Yeah, thank you. That was an awesome race once again. Jamie was also there as well as Lachlan, so I was on my toes all race, but it was just awesome to finish on the top today.
You lost one this weekend, but you made it straight back. Great job.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, he's had a dominant weekend, and it's going to be fairly interesting when it comes to the championship points. We've got a short break. All the 8 cylinders are fired on the TFH A2 muscle cars. They'll be up next. Don't go anywhere.
Back at Queensland Raceway and round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. And the final race at TFHI TA2 Muscle Cars by Maritimo. My goodness me, there is some stress amongst this field and some angry drivers left licking their wounds from race number 3 as they make their way around this 6-turn course at QR. First of 2 stops, this guy is plenty fired up. There was a penalty that was being applied to the 69 TFH Mustang. Has since appealed this. It's going to be held after the race now. I talk of Josh Thomas. He will start from P3 for this final one, with Alice Buckley looking to go back-to-back here today from Hughes. The 2 Thomases on row 2, Eddon Hodson and Mark Crutcher, who moved up. He looking to be the Hypercoil Springs Hard Charge Reward from 21st up into 6th today. Brad Gardner won't start in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. We'll talk about that during the race. And Josh Webster from the back. So here we go, one more time with feeling at Queensland Raceway, and this car scattering at the back as the TFH cars swarm down to turn number 1. Buckley leads, Hughes to the outside. Brock Payne doing the same on Hayden Jackson. In car with Josh Thomas, looking back and forward. Gloomy skies here. There's a threat of some weather in the distance, but we should be good to go for this 25-minute final race. Look at the car skating up across the top of that curve at turn 2. Wipes all the momentum off from Brock Payne as Matt Kavanagh is roared back into the commentary box. Here comes Hughes on the outside of Alice Buckley. They go massively wide through this turn. Back in car with Thomas. He's side by side with Hughes. You can just see the Chevrolet Performance car to the left. It's down to turn 4. That took a long time to settle down.
I don't know what you've done to Josh Thomas, but he is fired up as Diesel now slots down the inside of his brother. This is going to be interesting too, because we've seen how aggressive he's been in the 69 car, and Diesel, well, he just slides that car in. Now in 3rd position. Have a look at Crutcher in the background. Eddon Hodgson, now he's going to put the nose in. This could be a little bit of payback there. We saw a little bit of contact last time as Tom Davies now with an excursion in the 42, and he's seen a couple of those throughout this weekend.
7th position it was. It's going to be well outside that now. In fact, it's going to be the bottom of the top 20 when it corrects itself. Costly mistake. Damage to Brock Payne's car as well. So the 33 Hutchinson Builders Chevy Camaro with some front-end damage. There's smoke signals across this entire field, it appears. Des Collier behind in car 63, so he's in Josh Thomas's car. Josh is in Todd Hazelwood's Trans Am car, and Hazelwood is on the radio to Josh Thomas. Are you keeping up?
Oh, Josh Thomas is going to have a brand new car after this weekend. Des Collier has been in the wars, hasn't he? In the front of that bonnet all up. It looks like might have made contact there with Brock Payne, potentially the Brisbane Builders on this weekend. Crutcher in the 4th, in the number 4 car up into 6th position. They're holding on over Lachlan Evanet, who's literally just jumped out of a Formula Ford. Didn't even have time for a post-race interview. But the smoke signals from Brock Payne in the background, I don't know how that tie's going to make it, as Simpson just gets escorted by Tyler Cheney to the outside of the track. And, well, that's not just a guard hanging off now. That is a fully exposed tyre there for Des Collier.
That's the opposite side of what it was in race 3 of the weekend at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So that car's had a weekend out for sure.
The parts truck out the back there, it's going home a little bit lighter this weekend.
It was light enough after last weekend. So Payne hoping that tyre doesn't give him any more pain during this race. Buckley leads from Hughes. We go back to Diesel Thomas, Josh Thomas in 4th. Then Eddon Hodson, Mark Crutcher having his best weekend in a long time. Back in 6th position. Then it's Lockie Evanet, Hayden Jackson, Tyler Cheney, and James Simpson completes the top 10. Robbie Farr on the outside, car squirming coming out of turn 2. Was that Davies perhaps? And did he keep that car straight? And why was it doing that in the middle of turn 2? Come back to that in a moment. It's the 2 Chevy Performance cars lead 2 Mustangs down to turn number 4.
Yeah, dominating it here at Queensland Raceway, the Chevy Camaros. Oh no, damage now, and is that Tom Davies? Not sure if that's with another car or just because of the amount of times he's actually been off track, whether it's caught one of our gravel traps. Hughes here with a big dive, but he's on the outside. Those brakes are already glowing. He is hard on them, and whether they found the setup in this car, he said we're not happy with it. It's not comfortable, despite the pace he showed yesterday. And Alice Buckley just covers off enough space to make that Camaro a little bit wider. She is not letting Jared Hughes through, and in the meantime, in the background, Diesel Thomas just waiting for his moment. We've seen how smooth he can be, just slides in when there's an opportunity.
If you're in the inside world of Aussie motorsport right now, you know who Alice Buckley is, but if you're a casual observer, you're watching some history this weekend, and a lot of people are going to take note of this result. After time in the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series, she spent some time in New Zealand and across in Europe. She's now taking on a guy who leads the series, incidentally, by over 200 points, and shown him how to do it today. It's awesome.
She's been super impressive throughout the weekend in qualifying. Lots of race pace. It was just getting those race starts sorted, and, you know, she's been under the weather this weekend as well, so carrying illness coming in, and looks like she's definitely on the mend, and I'm sure she'll be awake after this race as Jared Hughes. He's less than 0.3 of a second behind her, but he just can't get close enough to launch an assault on that position. As Hayden Jackson will be hoping that Tyler Cheney doesn't want to rub panels with him at this point. It's been a treacherous weekend again for Hayden Jackson.
Now keep an eye on this guy in the unit racing car that was put to the rear of field for changing a tyre. I'm talking to Ben Gomersall, who's up in a 12th position. So he should steamroll his way through the field. He's on the back of Robbie Farr already, who's at 11th. So the TFH prepared car should zip up the inside, and does, through turn number 2 on this next lap. So he needs to salvage every single point to keep himself in touch, because 200 plus points is a massive advantage to Jared Hughes at the halfway mark of the series. That tyre didn't hang on for Brock Payne, so he'll head back into the pits, and the reigning RX8 champion will at least get a result, but we always feared that tyre wasn't going to survive the race, as Farr has got Cheney for company on the way down to turn number 4, making him work the long way around. Those brakes near the way. He does it. Or does he? No. Far back. Watching the mirror, you should see the IES car. Far fighting on.
Des Collier's still out there. It's actually the stickers on that car holding the panel on now at this point. It is literally, whoever does the vinyl on that car, big round of applause.
Gets a pay rise next week. He could be in contention for our AC Delco Power of Love Award. There's $5,000 of AC Delco tools. For a driver that's had a tough weekend, and I think that's one. Someone else is going bush on the left-hand side at turn 1, that was.
Hayden Jackson, just a little bit of smoke coming out of that car. I'm hoping that's potentially a little bit of tyre. After the weekend he's had, gearbox has been changed in that car, and the linkage is locked up on him. He got a little bit of contact from someone else in the last race.
Brock Payne, in fact, didn't make it into the lane. The team have come to him in that blue 33 Chevy Camaro, so they'll take a tyre off Mel and get him back into the race to get a result today.
You get the hole in the picture. Tom Davies, heartbreaking end to the weekend. There's a big hole in the back of your car. How did that get there?
Oh yeah, just not our day today. Yesterday we had a cracker day, then today's just gone downhill real quick. So yeah, obviously copped a hit from the rear, and then we got gearbox issue, which isn't how we want to end our weekend. So
And you just obviously couldn't continue anymore.
no, I don't want to risk completely destroying the gearbox. So better to.
Tough luck. I'm sure you'll be back bigger and better next time.
Yep, I hope so too. Thank you.
And it was a better week, better day yesterday for Tom Davies. He was in the top 5 in both races. He was 8th earlier today, but not to be in the final one. While the work continues at Brock Payne Racing to get his Chevy Camaro back out. He's gone a lap down. J-Mac?
Brock Payne only able to make it into the start of pit lane. The problem we have here, when the car came in, it was that low to the ground. They couldn't get the jack out and get it under the jacking point. You can see that tyre absolutely destroyed. Brock had to help actually lift the car up to get the jack under here. Now, the other problem that I see, and I hope it isn't an issue, is that all the team's tools and all their supplies are back in the pit garage. Fingers crossed that all this needs is a tyre and he can get out and try and collect some points.
Yeah, great job, mate. Well done down in pit lane. There's also another customer down there. It's Des Collier and the TFH team throwing plenty of race tape, 100-mile-an-hour tape to get him back out there to get a result. There's a lot of teams, aren't there? They're left licking their wounds. It's been a busy month. 4 of the last 5 weekends we've been on the road, whether it be with this series or the Trico Trans Am series. And some teams and drivers looking for a bit of a rest as Ben Gomersall sets the fastest lap of the race now. And he's up in a 10th position in the 35 unit racing car.
Alice Buckley out in the lead now and has herself a 1 second lead over Jared Hughes, who is under attack from the Thomas brothers. They might have just let him know they are there. Potentially that could have been a little bit of a nudge to say, hey, TFHI boys are here. The Thomas boys want to get on the podium, so how about you let us through? Let's head down to the pit say with an update from J-Mac.
The Brock Payne Racing team have called time on this sprint. It's an unfortunate turn of events, but they will not go back out onto track.
It's a shame. Thanks, J-Mac, in the pit lane. So that gives us 2 cars out of the race. Gearbox drama for the Tom Davies machine. Robbie Farr's now in pit lane as well. What a race this is turning out to be. It's on target for a top 10 finish today. Was the sprint car star, and now looks like they're trying to change a tyre. Perhaps maybe he scorched one during the early parts of this race. Talk about scorching. What about the run from Gomersall? I know he's put a new tyre on, but he now, if he can pass another couple of cars, he's well and truly in contention for this weekend's Hypercoil Springs Hard Charger Award. $500 for the most cars passed over the weekend in one race.
Well, it's not great to see so many cars down there during the race. Is it in pit lane? As there's a 3 down that we can see at the moment. Devastating for Brock Payne down there. Robbie Farr as well, who had a great start to this race, just outside the top 10. Now Jared Hughes has settled into this. Looks like Diesel Thomas will look for another opportunity potentially in the 18 car. Josh patiently waiting behind after he watched Diesel early in the race just slide in front of him. He was really elbows out, wasn't he, Josh Thomas? He come into this race fired up. You say they've still got a peel hanging over their head from the race number 3 this weekend.
Yeah, and it'll go on afterwards when the racing's complete. In fact, the results from race 3 are only confirmed 10 minutes prior to this final one today. So there'll be a bit to play out afterwards. I'd say the results from that 3rd race might be unofficial or provisional at this stage. For now, we go back to turn 6. Hughes losing touch with Alice Buckley. The gap 1.6 seconds as they speed down Nick Johnson straight. And they've left Hodson behind some 5 seconds. Crutcher still inside the top 10 in 6th position and hoping that Gomersall, well, in fact, Gomersall I think's got 12 cars now. That should be enough for him to grab the Hard Charger Award of the weekend. He's only 3/10 away from Crutcher. On our screens, he's 11 seconds away from the lead.
Watch out for Diesel Thomas. Some of the comments you see down in pit lane amongst the crew there is that Diesel is very, very smooth and brings these tyres home with the least amount of wear out of the outfit. So you'd think then potentially if he's looked after his tyres better than Jared Hughes, he might have an advantage here, and it looks like he does, but he's on the outside line. It'll be up to Josh Thomas, though. Who is he going to trust going down? There's a little bit of contact side to side. Jared Hughes on the inside. There might have been a pinch of brake there. Diesel Thomas looks like he has the nose in front and goes into 2nd position, and this could be another podium finish for him if he can hold on. Crutcher, no. The tyre is deflated. Bits of the bodywork now caught under the front of the car as it looks like he's had an excursion. And are we seeing a bit of debris now starting to cut some tyres out there?
Quite possibly. Looked like the lip of the bottom of the splitter had gone underneath the car as well. Here comes Josh Thomas. Down the inside, Diesel has got ahead, and so too has Josh, and the Thomas brothers are flying here. Hughes gives him a bit of knock-knock. Who's there in the middle of the straight? Through the right-hander, and Hughes fights back. You know, with the margin he has in the series, he can afford to relax. But that is just the race car driver coming out of him now.
He won't want to be at the podium. He hasn't missed a podium all year. Every race he's been in.
Oh, Thomas! And Hughes read that play beautifully. There could have been contact down there at 6 and taken at 3 and taken them both out.
That's when you know you're that far in front of the championship that you can read that play and go, that is not worth it. Yep. Could have been a massive moment.
Well, Crutcher tries to limp back into the pits. Top 6 result goes begging for the Crutcher Developments team. He was so pumped. I mean, he's always excitable, but he was almost on his tippy toes. He was so happy after race number 3 today, and back in the pits, and Robbie Farm is still down there. In fact, he's come back into pit lane.
Yeah, he's back in there. That's what I was just noticing.
So Payne and Davies are the official DNF so far. Robbie Farr back in, and so too is Crutcher. As we go into another lap, we work lap 12 of this race. Fastest lap of 13.67 for Ben Gomersall, who's up into 6th position. You'll see him in the background soon, reeling these guys in, while Alice Buckley has 2.3 seconds. Hughes is still on target to win the round overall by 30 points as it stands from Buckley and from Josh Thomas.
Well, Josh Thomas has just got into 3rd place. We knew Jared Hughes is just fighting with that car at the moment, isn't he? It's not what we saw from him yesterday. Looked very comfortable. Got our pole award there yesterday, all thanks to Road Active Suspensions. Won the first 2 races of the weekend. Today, though, whether they've just used a bit too much of that tyre and they haven't been able to find the setup in the car on a more eroded pair, but just off pole today, couldn't get an advantage on Buckley as we see Eton Hodgson. That car's moving around and he's got a fast charging Ben Gomersall right behind him. The battle for 5th is on.
Bumped into Ash Jarvis earlier today. Stoked to have 2 cars on the track and doing so well. Eton Hodgson is one of those rare finds, the 20-year-old from New Zealand. The family run a security business back home in New Zealand. He's racing in the Super 2 Series for Anderson Motorsport. As he climbs the ladder of supercars, comes from a speedway background where he started in mini stocks at age 13, raced wingless sprint cars for a bit, but drove the famed Pacific Toyota car over in New Zealand, and New Zealand fans will know how good that 28 car was over the years. But now he's having to fight off Ben Gomersall with a fresh Goodyear Eagle tyre, slicing his way through today's field with 9.5 minutes remaining in race 4 of the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo.
Yeah, the elbows are out for Ben Gomersall and he is going to go wheel to wheel, but have a look at Eton Hodgson. Holds around the outside and stays in front of the number 35 unit entry.
Making him work for it, isn't he?
Yeah. Hodgson's doing a fantastic job. Gomersall with crisscross.
Oh, a little aggressive from Gomersall, and in fact moved him off the racing line. That'll light up the team radio. Hodgson will be pushing that button as hard as he can right now. I love the passion down in the pits. That door's actually popped open for a little bit of air conditioning, not that you need it on a day like this. But the passion down in the pits, you can feel that this series is on the growth again in 2025. Some new stars really to start to make their presence in Australian motorsport. Mel?
Brad Gardner, not a good end for the Hi-Tec Oils team this weekend. We're standing in front of Robbie's car and you're here as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good weekend for us, but it is what it is. Sometimes you're just in the window and you got everything sorted like we have been the last, sort of 18 months sort of thing. So we've been lucky and Hi-Tec got some good cars, so I'm sure we'll come out next time swinging.
I'm sure you will too. Sad luck.
Yeah, no, thank you. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, no, we wanted to see not even starting the race here this afternoon with some mechanical issues in their car and not wanting to risk it in this final race. What I like here is Diesel Thomas closing the gap down, and Buckley has had to respond a little bit to this. She won't need to be pushing it too hard with a 2-second lead over Thomas, but Thomas is definitely throwing everything he has at this and trying to close down that gap. In the meantime, Josh Thomas in 3rd position opens up a gap on Jared Hughes. Our top 4 really starting to just spread out a little bit now and find their groove. Ben Gomersall is the one who's going to have to close down on Jared Hughes, but it's 5 seconds he's got to find.
Got some unplanned night racing here at Queensland Raceway today. 2 days of thunder. Hopefully we don't get too much from the sky here. There's a big system making its way inland from the city, but at the moment it's holding on. As we go back to Jackson and Cheney. Tyler Cheney in 8th and 9th position. Lockie Evanet just ahead. He'll sleep well tonight after double duties in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series over the last couple of days. Cheney starting to work the wheel hard behind in his first solo appearance of 2025. Of course, next time we're back at Queensland Raceway, a 2-driver endurance weekend. And man, we can't wait to start unveiling some of the names who will be here for that next round. It's become an iconic fixture on the TA2 Muscle Car Series. It's been at Hidden Valley in the past. It was at the Bend last year. And Queensland Raceway gets its turn in 2025 as Steve Wilson is cruising in his number 3 Chevy Camaro. It sounds a little bit sick, doesn't it, through our Atmos mics?
Could be a couple of bits of metal roaming around potentially, and some of the driveline components there. We have seen a couple of uni joints go this weekend, which we're not used to seeing happen on these cars. So it might just be a bit of wear and tear from the amount of kilometres that they've been racing throughout the year, because a lot of cars doing double duties in the TA2 and Trans Am market.
Time for a mid-season reset, isn't it, when they get back to their team bases later this week. Some teams will pack and head back tonight if they can, for the Queensland teams. Just a short stint back to their respective bases here. So, with 6 minutes of racing remaining, we're working lap 16. The margin 1.5 seconds. Buckley to Diesel Thomas. Josh Thomas still in third. Jared Hughes fourth. And the hard charger of the weekend is Ben Gomersall, who's up in the fifth. 2.5 seconds behind Jared Hughes. That's Hodson, Evanet, Jackson and Cheney that you're watching. 7th, 8th and 9th. And Josh Webster, remember he started at the rear earlier today. He's up into 10th position now.
Yeah, working their way through the back. Gomersall, well, he might just have enough time to get to the back of Jared Hughes. Whether he'll have enough to try and overtake, enough time left in that, but he was circulating almost a second faster than Jared Hughes in the last lap, so we'll wait and find out. Alice Buckley, well, she's got fresh air, it's nice and smooth out in front, and she's got to be taking a whole heap of confidence out of this weekend. Chalk it up to an unbelievable debut in TA2 muscle car racing for the rookie.
And also for Diesel Thomas, as Todd Hazelwood watches. Yeah, they got everyone's attention when Steve Wilson went past at the start line and going a lap down Brock Payne's car, going back into the paddock. His weekend is over. For Diesel Thomas, second position will be his best career finish in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. So a good couple of rounds, considering he was on the podium under lights in Sydney at the end of May. Etten Hodson running quite lonely here now in 6th position with 6 seconds to Gomersall and 4 seconds back to Evanet. The front bumper and splitters had a weekend. Look at it's been peppered, hasn't it? The Ash Jarvis I Spy Security, number 32 Ford Mustang.
Yeah, the door is just not going to close him for that. You're not going to worry about it at this stage. No one around to worry about. Des Collier out there and circulating as they've taped that down and torn the guard off that car. He'll work his way back through with Danny, going past Danny Reid. It won't matter with Collier 1.6 laps down on our leaders at the moment. But just having a look at Gomersall, he's closing that gap down, 2.3 seconds. And Diesel Thomas now 1.2 seconds behind Alice Buckley. That was 2 seconds just a lap and a half ago. Diesel Thomas must have looked after those tyres really well throughout this racing weekend.
Almost comes back with the hair on it sometimes, those tyres, the way he looks after them. He's really good with them. The new generation of tyre that was introduced at the start of this year. The last couple of years it's been, well, last several years it's been with Hoosier. The cross-ply, the bag tyre, certainly has stabilised these cars. They don't wriggle and roll like they did last year. So if you're doing both series, it's a really different discipline.
Can he do it, though, with 3 minutes remaining in this race? It's down to just over 1 second, though. I'm sure Buckley will be getting radio comms from Tim Slade as they'll just need to wind it up a bit. We've seen she's been quite good defensively, hasn't she, when she had that moment from Jared Hughes, who tried to attack her early on in this race. She knows how to widen out the Camaro, put some flares on it and really take up a bit of this racetrack.
She's unfazed.
There's a moment.
Have you got the Matt Nolte curse slipping in?
A chink in the armour, potentially, with a brake lock up there.
I was about to say, she's been unfazed. She's been cool all weekend under serious pressure. She'll be watching the mirror. Here's the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Josh Webster. And that could be Graham Cheney. No, it'd be Tyler Cheney. Oh, no. All that good work. From 20th up into 10th. And on his own, just come in hot. But you know what? He didn't lose. By the look of it, a position. Okay, play on. No problems. So he stays in 10th position with 2 minutes roughly remaining. Thomas is closing. The gap is 7/10 of a second at the previous sector. So the teenage staff at TFH Racing taking it to the 17-year-old who created history as the first female to grab a pole position and then score a race victory.
Potentially only a couple of laps left in this race as well, and look how close he's getting. He can see the back of the Chevy symbol. Surely the Ford fans are hoping we can't have an all-Chevy weekend. Try and get the Mustang on the top step of the podium. Be great to have both brothers on the podium as well. I believe that's the first time we've seen that, especially in TA2 racing. Who knows, they do so much other racing as they head overseas after this weekend.
Good pickup. Down into one we go. 90 seconds. Has Diesel Thomas got enough time? It's been 7 straight victories for Chevy Camaro. Had never been done before. The Mustangs have dominated this for seasons. Thomas is ragging this car in the closing stages. Gomersall is now on the back of Jared Hughes, first and second in the series, fourth and fifth on the track with Josh Thomas ahead. And here comes the unit racing car. Hughes making him work the long way around as he parks the road active suspensions Chevy performance car in the middle. Gomersall tries to open the door. The drive out of this, they'll drag race, but again, the white and blue Chevy Camaro has the better line. But Gomersall wants to take it to him. This is cool.
And Josh Thomas has just fallen off the pace as well, hasn't he? Really used up the tyre. Gomersall with a bit of a crisscross, though. Runs out the inside, so close to what we saw him do with Ayrton Hodgson earlier, but Jared Hughes just opens the door a little bit, decides that we're not going to risk going off the track at this point. He looks to be struggling on that tyre at the moment. That car just not happy with the pace that he was trying to achieve for Jared Hughes. He had a great start of the weekend, though, which has put a bank of points in there as the last lap board is out. And Buckley leading by less than half of a second at the moment.
Moment of truth. Turn 3 is a prime chance for Diesel Thomas. And Alice Buckley can read the play. She's moving the Chevy racing car to the right-hand side, forcing the TFH Mustang. Two teenagers driving these cars like they stole it on the final lap, powering down towards turn number 4. On this, the final lap, they're 8 seconds clear of Josh Thomas. Gomersall is going to get to 4th. I think that's as far as he'll get, but he'll win the Hard Charger Award for this weekend. Thomas, just a bump. The door's open enough. She gives him racing room, and that's well done. But she covers him off brilliantly. Coming down towards the final turn. Shuts the door, and that will be enough for Alice Buckley, unless Diesel Thomas finds some extra horsies. It's going to be Alice Buckley that wins back-to-back races in an absolute squeaker here at Queensland Raceway. And just see the camaraderie between the two. Thumbs out the window to each other.
How's that? A 17-year-old winner with a 16-year-old on the second step of the podium. That's going to be our youngest winners, I think.
No question about it.
Even Josh Thomas is not that old either, so this could be our youngest podium ever.
It makes us feel extremely old, doesn't it? It'll give Jared Hughes the round win from Alice Buckley and Josh Thomas. That'll be the top 3 at the end of 4 races. You know, Alice Buckley's brother, Paddy, won yesterday in the Junior Club Day class in the karting champs. Next story was a podium winner earlier in the season on the national scene. But today, the CIS shows how's it done. Very cool.
We go back through Gomersall. What a charge back from him from rear of field to end up in 4th position just in front of Jared Hughes. Ayrton Hodgson holds on to 6th. Lachlan Evanet as well. What a great finish from him. That was a fantastic race. Great to see Hayden Jackson back in the top 10 after another tumultuous weekend with gearbox issues and linkages and things like that. It just seems to be like his luck starting to turn for him, hopefully, from that final race.
7 DNFs in this race, so some great results that went beckoning for at least Mark Crutcher, who was in the top 6 there. Robbie Farr went out early. Brock Payne cut a tyre down. Tom Davies had gearbox dramas. And in the end, Alice Buckley, what a fairy tale day it's been. Championship-wise, 204 points now. Hughes to Gomersall. Josh Thomas runs a lonely 3rd, but behind Diesel Thomas, Webster, Gartner and Davies, all separated by about 40 points. And they'll take that on to the next round where they've got co-drivers to consider. This is going to be cool when Alice jumps out. The 17-year-old was announced a few weeks ago that Chevrolet Racing were going to get behind, and there's big plans coming with Chevrolet and TA2 racing in this country. What a weekend. And she was ice cool about it. Even though she was under the weather, feeling the pinch on Friday in practice, where she dominated the times. She held back some fast cars and wins the final race. Alice Buckley, 2 from 2 with pole position earlier today.
TFH are going to be really happy too, having two of the TFH cars there. The brothers on the podium together for the first time in TA2 muscle cars, and I am going to say that this will be our youngest podium that I've seen so far in the TA2 muscle cars. Two teenagers taking out 1 and 2.
The average might be 19 or 20, I think, here, if we do the sums roughly. Wow. We're going to see some big things. So there is Brett Thomas coming in as well from TFH Hire, the investment he's put in the last couple of years. Well, Alice Buckley is going to take the helmet off. We're going to hear from her after the break. You've seen history here today at Queensland Raceway. Alice Buckley, back-to-back winners in the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. We'll hear from her when we come back soon.
Josh, Steve, can I get one of you two, please?
Well done, boys.
Mum, can you take one with me and Dee? I mean, me, Dee, and Josh.
Congratulations to Alice.
Thank you. I know.
Can you do a portrait? I feel like a million things.
Where's J-Mac?
What a weekend. Some history written into the books. Alice Buckley, first female pole sitter, first female race winner, and went back-to-back here in the final one of TFH High TA2 Muscle Cars by Maritimo. Let's go down the victory lane. Here's J-Mac.
Third in the final race, third for the round. Congratulations, Josh Thomas. That was a race that had so much going on, and you were in the thick of it.
Yeah, mate, it was a really eventful race. To be honest, it was busting my ass out there and couldn't keep up with these two young ones, 16, 17 years old. So, no, it was an awesome race. Hughesy was clean. Good to race my brother, and no, it was awesome out there, mate.
Was there a distinct call from the pit wall to really push at any stage in that race?
To be honest with you, I was pushing when I was behind Hughesy and Diesel, and then once my brother got Hughesy and I got past, to be honest, I was just hanging on. So, I was trying to take it easy and I knew that it'd be pretty cool if we could end up both me and my brother on the podium, so just rested at home from there.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you guys back here in full force at the next round.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Diesel Thomas, P2, that's your best result. I bet you were hoping for a couple more laps there. It was a battle of the teenagers.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was definitely hoping for a couple more laps there. We knew we had the pace going into this race. We had a bit in the tyre bank, so starting P4, we knew we were going to be going for the win or even a podium, but if we had a couple more laps, I'm sure we would have had it.
And great to hear your brother say he was sitting there in third place. He's watching you move forward, cheering you on.
Oh, yeah, I bet he was. It was a good race up at the front there. As soon as we got together, she was blocking. I was trying to go around, but I'm sure it was good for the TV.
You've been getting faster and faster all year. There's only one more spot to go, isn't there?
Yep. Hopefully we can get it next round.
Well done.
Thank you. Alice Buckley, well, what's better than doing it once? Doing it twice and making it look so spectacular. You really had the elbows up. You made this car so wide in those dying stages.
Yeah, definitely. I had a flat tyre there at the end, so it was a bit about managing it. Knew something was wrong with the car, but wasn't 100% sure. Just knew it wasn't handling the way I wanted it to. So, yeah, Diesel did an amazing job. He had great pace. I saw him coming from miles back. So, yeah, it was just about managing the car for the last few laps and making my car as wide as I could. So, pretty happy with the day to clean sweep the whole day. And, pretty happy with my first opening rookie weekend.
Laps on the car here at Queensland Raceway are a fantastic thing, but we're looking to go back-to-back for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. How keen are you to come back and maybe really impress upon the rest of the field that you're here to stay?
I'm excited for it. Obviously, we're just getting through this weekend. We haven't really thought about it, but after learning this weekend, we'll have a bit of a better idea and a better approach going into the enduro races. So, it'll be exciting, and it's definitely a lot of learning that is what this weekend has been for me. So, very excited, and can't thank the crew enough. They've given me an amazing car all weekend and really supported me and had no real expectations. So, they've helped me do so well this weekend. So can't thank them enough.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you.
Speaks so well, doesn't she? Just 17 years of age. If that's a learning weekend, other drivers take note. She's a force to be reckoned with. This is how it went down with the gloomy skies. That's what happened to Tom Davies wiping out on the AASA signs before getting to, sorry, it's Hayden Hume in the 45 that got the sign at the start there. But Alice Buckley led a hungry pack of cars behind, and two TFH brothers working together to move themselves up into second and third. Brock Payne drove across the top. I wonder if that's how the tyre cut down. There's so much debris off the track here this weekend.
Yeah, not even sure whether potentially there was some contact prior to that which caused some panel damage there, but you could see the tyre was smoking the entire time. And this is a massive moment for Tom Davies, who was working his way back through the field very fast, and a lock up on brakes on turn 6 and drove that deep. Des Collier once again, well, he already banged up the left-hand side of the front of the car, decided no, the right-hand side this time was going to try and hang on with that stickers just holding the car together, but eventually that had to succumb into the pit lane and get that fixed, as that was a big moment. Was that Ayrton Hodgson in the background? We did see some dust there, but we weren't sure who it was.
So that was him going off track earlier in the race. That explains why the splitter was so peppered when he returned to the track. That was Thomas on the inside. This was Gomsel just forcing his way to the front. He'll be our hard charger for this weekend. Up into fourth position. He got Hughes in the end. This was Webster with a lazy spin down here in the Autofix Mustang. But this is as close. Diesel Thomas, he threw everything at the Chevrolet Performance 150. And her first weekend behind the wheel of a TA2 muscle car, picks up pole position and 2 wins and stands on the podium.
Well, that's a fantastic weekend of racing here at Queensland Raceway. It's round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oil Series. Hard to think that we're only halfway through already as the lights come on in the background. We've still got 3 rounds to go. Next time out, it's going to be back here at QR, August 15th to 17th, before we head over to South Australia to Malalam Motorsport Park, and we finish things off for round 6 at Winton Motor Raceway at the end of October. Still plenty of racing coming your way. Make sure you stay tuned to all of our socials here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series for another fantastic weekend of racing coming your way in just 6 weeks' time. We can't wait for you to join us once again. We'll see you then.